Hey Reddit, when did your something's not right here gut feeling ever save you? My aunt told me a story about my dad, who greatly dislikes his sister, and is an all-around asshole 98% of the time, calling her out of the blue one night, while she was in college. She answered. He said he didn't know why, but he had this urge to call her, to make sure she was okay. She told him she was fine, and thanked him for calling to check on her. She never told anyone else except me, and hopefully a therapist or two, but she was holding the bottle of pills she was planning to commit suicide with, right when he called her. 20 some years later, and she's very happy with her decision to live. Edit. Since this hasn't intentionally garnered attention, please check out ways you can help or donate in your community. There is always the National Suicide Hotline at 1-800-273-8255. Also good to know, community services boards often have a mental health department with paid employees working their crisis hotline / mental health services line during business hours. And volunteers outside of that, who can work with you to get the help you need. If you, or someone you know, has suicidal thoughts or struggles with substance abuse, please check the resources available to you. They can guide you through the process, give you information, help you call in a wellness check, direct you to other community resources such as shelters and safe homes, etc. 5 years ago I was one of the employees on the other end of the phone. Not a day goes by that I don't remember the people who were saved by reaching out, as well as the people who I failed to help. If you're struggling and think you'll be a burden to those lifeline workers, please know you'll live in their memories as a success story forever. We draw strength from your strength. Reach out, get help. Saw a mannequin ominously placed by the trash in a dark alley. Almost walked away, but decided to check it out because something felt really off. Turned out to be a 15-year-old girl who had odd edit. Since people are asking, the whole story goes like this. 2 friends and I were filming a music video and got back to our friend's house around midnight. As we are walking in his back door, I see the mannequin laying by the trash can. I honestly thought it was a prank at first because the alley was completely dark and the mannequin was laying perfectly under the one light in the alley. I decide to check it out and my 2 friends come with. As we get closer we realize that it's a girl. We figure she's mid-20s and probably just passed out drunk cause there's a bunch of shitty bars in the area. My one friend shakes her. After a few shakes she comes to and has this absolutely wild, animal-like look in her eyes. She hops to her feet, thrashes at us a bit before taking off down the dark alley. She's understandably afraid because she just came to in a dark alley with 3 dudes hovering over her. As she makes her way down the alley, we try to tail her while giving her space because she's acting wild. I want to call the cops. My one friend wants to help her, but not call the cops and get her in trouble, and my third friend wants to leave her figuring she's just drunk and headed home. While arguing about what to do, keeping our distance so we don't freak her out, we actually lose track of her, but find her phone in the middle of the alley. It's got hundreds of missed calls. It starts ringing, so we answer it, and it's an extremely and understandably upset friend who says everyone has been trying to get a hold of her. She says she's not in the state, but says she will call her mom and have her call us in a minute. A minute later, the mom calls and tells us that her daughter is 15 and went missing earlier that night. She is eerily calm and nonchalant about the whole thing and says something to the effect of, oh, she had her wisdom teeth out earlier that day and is probably just messed up from the meds. She says not to worry about the cops, she'll handle them and her boyfriend will be by shortly to grab the phone. About 10 minutes later, the mom and the boyfriend show up with flashlights, grab the phone and all the info we have, make a few weird jokes, and go off down the alley. The whole thing was weird, but we figure they're not worried, so we go on about a night feeling uneasy. The next day, my buddy calls me and says the mom showed back up at his house, has a full-on breakdown in his living room, tells him that they found her down the road a few minutes after we met with them. Turns out she had downed almost a whole bottle of vodka and every pill she could find in the house. They had to pump her stomach and the doctor said if we hadn't found her and she would have been dead before morning. The mother then hugs my friend, gives him an envelope and leaves. The envelope had $1,000 in it. Luckily we had exchanged addresses with the mother earlier, so my buddy went and slipped the money back under her door. I say I don't know if she made it, because even though she got saved that time, if she's 15 and going through that much, I just don't know. I think about her a lot and truly hope she's doing okay. A guy definitely roofied my drink at a bar. He was totally mild-mannered and not creepy at all. Asked me how to sign up for karaoke and pick a song. Sat beside me and talked casually. Didn't touch me once but then he pointed to something behind my head to distract me. I looked away and looked back at him, and he was looking away from me into the crowd of people. Was a very stupid way to distract someone, to point and then act like you didn't do anything as opposed to pretending to have thought you saw something. Then, I saw him screwing one of those little canisters back shut on his keychain. I asked him what he kept in there to call him out. He was cold and expressionless as he began to slowly twist it back open, and said there was nothing in there. I stopped drinking my drink and he performed his song. Then I sang, and he took off immediately after. It was really faked up, and I'm glad he wasn't very smooth, or I don't know what cold happened. What always freaked me out was how normal he seemed before he became suddenly cold and robotic when I called him out on that canister thing. But it made me realize, of course a rapist would seem normal, that's how they get close enough to you to attack you. Edit. I did not expect this kind of response at all. I wrote my comment shortly before going to bed and was shocked to have woken up to all this. I don't even know what awards actually do. I haven't been on Reddit that long. I thought if I were to ever blow up on here it'd be for a well-timed reference to The Office. I'm actually pretty bummed that of all things, this subject is such a popular one. I wish this didn't resonate with so many people. For all of you who went through something like this, or worse, after all, I went home safe. I'm so very sorry, and I'm praying for you, and I thank you for your support and kindness. If I had bothered to proofread before submitting, I might have been more clear or thorough with information. To answer some of your comments/questions, first of all, I wasn't drugged, my drink was, and I took only 1 or 2 sips after he did it, and didn't drink a drop more, because I was suspicious, thank God. That's why I can remember what happened. And yeah, you probably have read this story before. This exact situation is unfortunately not too uncommon it seems. Just take a look at the comments here. I can safely say I've read enough rap/near rap stories to last a lifetime. If you think I made it up for virtual points from internet strangers, that speaks to the way your own mind works, not mine. As for the fact that I should have reported him immediately, I actually didn't put it together in the moment. At least, I didn't think I did. It was more a doubt in the back of my mind, and I didn't fully believe it. I thought maybe I was just being paranoid, and I didn't fully trust my own judgment. It was only after replaying the events in my mind and talking it out with someone else in the following days/weeks that I completely put it together and realized that the suspicion I'd felt had been right. I wasn't being paranoid or crazy. His intentions were very clear after the fact, but at the time I didn't realize it. I'm sure I should have gone to the police, but as I said, it took some time to even fully understand/believe what had happened. I did message someone working at the bar, who's friends with my ex's mom. She never replied to me, and I didn't take it any further. I also felt ashamed and stupid, though I shouldn't have. I was not at the bar alone, but I was left alone. I went with my male cousin who is 10 years younger than me and pretty clueless, and he was hanging out at the bar getting hammered and waiting for this girl who worked there who he had a crush on. I can be pretty naive. I grew up pretty sheltered, and I never really went through a party phase. Thus, I don't have a ton of experience going to bars or parties. So whatever you think I should have, or could have done differently, I did the best that I could in that situation. And it's much easier to say that you would have done the perfect thing when you're not in the situation and you're not me. P.S. He was a shitty singer. When I was young, around 8 or 9 probably, I lived 3 blocks from a convenience store. It was the early 90s. My best friend and I convinced our parents to let us walk to the store alone to get some snacks. Important to add that the 2 blocks closest to the store are connected, but the 3rd block we lived on was its own unconnected neighborhood. So anyway, as we are walking back from the store, we are coming up to the first street and a truck drives by and stops on the side of the road in between the first and second block on our side of the road. I stopped and told my friend that we should go down the first street and go through the neighborhood, come back out the second street, and then head to our third street to avoid the truck. She thought I was being stupid, but I refused to keep walking on the main street, so she followed me down the first road. We are now in the first neighborhood, and about halfway between the first and second street, when we see the truck slowly driving down the second street into the neighborhood. The driver sees us, and immediately slams on the gas and turns his truck towards us on the street. We ran and hid in some bushes further into the neighborhood for about 10 minutes. We heard the truck driving by back and forth for about the first 5, and then it was quiet, so we started making our way out of the neighborhood towards the second street again. Suddenly, here comes the truck again slowly, sees us and guns it towards us again. We jumped over a fence into a backyard and started pounding on the back door. By the way, this is a Tuesday, middle of the day during summer vacation. Most people are at work. But miraculously, a man and woman opened the door and let us in. The woman had just had a baby like a week before, so they were home on leave. They called the cops and my mom and the man went outside. He said the truck drove by and the man saw him standing outside and sped out of the neighborhood. Cops and my mom showed up minutes later and we gave a description and never heard anything about it again. Our parents just drove us to the convenience store from then on. My mom still talks about it to this day and how shocked she was that I had such a strong intuition at that age. I was in the Amazon as the end to a 3-month solo trip around Latin America. Wanted to enjoy one last walk through the jungle before leaving, so left my jungle lodge around 8 am to walk down to a small river nearby. I stop and close my eyes to listen to the sounds as the jungle is super loud with crickets, birds, insects, etc. Almost immediately I got a weird feeling and felt really uncomfortable, which was weird because up until then I'd only felt peaceful and happy. When I opened my eyes, I realized everything had gone completely quiet, which was definitely not normal and not something I had experienced in other rainforests I'd been to. It was bizarre. I immediately felt that I had to leave and fast. After I dipped and got back to the jungle lodge, I told the tour guide what happened and he said it usually only gets quiet when there is a big predator close by. Thanks but no thanks. Edit. I just wanted to address a couple of things in the comments. I was staying with a tour group in a jungle lodge in the Peruvian Amazon. Next to the lodges, there was a path that led down to a river, about a 5-minute walk, where we were told we could go down to swim. Previously, our guides had given us some free time in between tours to allow us to go down unaccompanied by them, so I assumed it was fairly safe. They also said in the years the lodge had been running, they had never seen a big cat around there because they are usually shy and the activity in the lodges generally keeps them away. I took this walk around 8 am on the last day just to listen to the sounds one last time, as it was the end of an amazing 3-month trip and the jungle had been my favorite part. I had only been walking for around 2 minutes before I decided to stop to take in the sounds and say goodbye because we would be leaving shortly after. I definitely wasn't wandering off looking to do my own exploration. I had already spent an incredible and guided week there. In regards to the comments about why insects would stop for a predator, the answer is that I don't know. I'm just describing how it felt at the time. The birds, monkeys and crickets around me definitely stopped to a point of quiet that is alarming considering how loud the jungle usually is. But I'm in no way saying every single living thing in the entire Amazon stood still. And then when I explained to the guide what happened, that's just what he told me. Last year, December 1st. I had slept for almost a week trying to fight what I thought was the flu. Woke up and that exact gut feeling kept on telling me something's not right with me. Called the parents to tell them and then cabbed myself to the emergency room. Took blood, the whole 9 yards, was there for 8 hours. Discharged and sent home. Called the next morning asking me to come back because they found something in my blood. Bacteremia and endocarditis. I was put on penicillin immediately. For 2 months more tests, more things wrong. Went for a specialized test on December 21st. Woke up to them telling me I need surgery as soon as possible. They are trying to find a surgical team. Earliest is the 24th. I go in, and while they are operating I have an ascending aortic aneurysm, and it caused an aortic dissection. They are able to fix it. I've got a synthetic valve in there now. Here's the kicker. I work in a restaurant kitchen, just before the start of the holiday season. Normally most cooks would tough it out and just work. Most think, it happens and it'll get better soon. Just keep going. There was just something about the way I was feeling this time that made me go to the hospital. I'm told that, if I had done that, I more than likely would have died before my birthday and they would have found out about the aneurysm during the autopsy. That still sends faking chills down my spine. My best friend works as an emergency room nurse at the same hospital that I was operated on, and she was freaking out internally, but kept it together on the outside for me. She explained just how serious this all was. After I was in recovery. I've promised to tell her whenever I get that same feeling again. TLDR. Gut told me to go to the hospital. If I hadn't I would have been dead 3 weeks later. Cheers edit. I've got to get to work now, but I'll try to answer more replies during the day. Please keep them coming so others can learn from my mistake and fortunes. Thank you. Edit 2. Thank you kind stranger for the silver. I still don't know what to do with it, but I wish one back to you. Edit 3. WFT. 6k upvotes on a post that I made about my heart. Thank you all for all the concern and wishes. Seeing the conversation this has produced has helped a lot with just my general well-being and mental health. Truly moved by this. A few years ago, when I was 19 and studying abroad in Europe, and my friend and I decided to go to Turkey. It was our first time really traveling on our own without a group, and we decided to walk around the square outside of the Blue Mosque. We felt very safe during the day and decided to see the city at night with the lights. As we were in the square, we were hounded by typical store owners trying to sell us something. Finally, most went away, and as we were going back to our hotel, a younger guy approached us. He said he had a shop on the corner, which he pointed to with lots of souvenirs including carpets. I grew up with a lot of handmade, woven carpets from my parents' travels to the Middle East and Asia. I decided it would be a nice gift. So we follow him. When we get to what we thought was his shop, we stopped. We started to walk in, and he said not that one, the one around the corner. We poke our head around, and sure enough see a store, only selling carpets. I started to get a slightly strange feeling but nothing overwhelming, so we followed him as we could see the store. When we walked in, about 13 to 15 other men were in the shop. They were pointing out carpets and showing us around, and I started to get really uncomfortable. My friend seemed completely at ease, so we followed the group around the bend to the other part of the store. In Turkey, it is common to be offered tea, so that part is not particularly odd, but the men, who were now circling us, were insistent that we have tea with them in the basement. I kept saying no, but they were leading us towards steps, completely surround us. We got to the steps and my friend started walking down. My body began to sweat, my heart went crazy, and I never had such an overwhelming fear. I kept trying to think of how we could overpower these men. I grabbed my phone, stopped in my tracks, and gasped. Friend's name, we need to go right now. My mom just texted me asking why we aren't back at the hotel yet cause the map shows we're at this store. We are supposed to FaceTime with them in 10 minutes. The men kind of look around and tell us we can have tea in less than that amount of time. I keep insisting that my parents are freaking out because they can tell we're in the carpet store and not the hotel, and that they will likely contact the embassy if we don't get going. They continued blocking the staircase. I told them that we would come 40 in the morning as I still really wanted a carpet and that we needed to get out of the store and back to FaceTime. It took a little persuading, but they eventually opened a path for us to go to the door. One of them followed us back to the square insisting that we return/come back and see them. Of course, we didn't. I have no idea if they were completely harmless or not, but I had never had such an overwhelming feeling. They easily cold drugged us, placed us in carpets, and taken us out. My parents didn't actually have our location as my phone was on airplane mode. So who actually knows? On the other hand, I might have been paranoid, but it wasn't a situation I ever wanted to be in again. Once we were back at the hotel, She told me she was really scared too, but that she thought I was fine, so she went with it. My boyfriend and I were visiting friends for a week in Phoenix. We girls were lounging at the pool, while the guys were flexing their grilling skills. My boyfriend paused a moment, stood very still, then told me to go get dressed. We had to go right now. I wanted to fuss, but something told me not to. We drove straight through to San Antonio, right to his parents' very rural house. Before cell phones, and they didn't have a landline within a half mile. Seconds before we arrived, his little sister had jumped off of a rain barrel and landed on a metal spike that went straight up through her foot and into her leg. His dad was at work, so there was no car available there. She was bleeding like crazy, and his mother had just walked out and found her. I don't know what spoke to him in Phoenix, but it would have been all bad if we had not arrived exactly when we did. Edit. Adding a bit of history and apologizing for posting this somewhere else. I'm not a Reddit pro. Circa 1983, my boyfriend and I had an apartment together. He worked, I didn't. Every day I packed a nice lunch for him and made a good dinner. One afternoon, nothing out of the ordinary, I was laying out at the complex pool and a older guy walked over to introduce himself. He wasn't hitting on me, he had just moved into town and was new to the complex. We chatted for 3 or 4 minutes when my boyfriend showed up at the pool. Odd, but okay. Introductions. Then we returned to the apartment for lunch. Once behind the door of the apartment, he said to me, "Stay away from that guy. There is something very bad about him. He feels like the bottom of the deepest ocean. If you read my other post about the long sudden journey, you kinda know that he senses things." In fact, the reason he came home during his lunch was that he had a feeling, which he had before I was even at the pool. He just sensed something bad and came home. After he returned to work, I was taking the kitchen trash out and the man approached me again. I'm former army and in pretty good shape, and he's older. No place in his swimsuit for a weapon, and I could probably take him. Plus it wasn't in a secluded place. I'm not afraid. He asked me if my boyfriend was psychic. As it turns out, this guy is psychic and in fact recently transferred to San Antonio from a sister radio station to do his show there. He told me that when two psychics meet, oftentimes they feel something like cold darkness because they are receptive of vibes instead emitting like most people. In the end, he guided my boyfriend to better understand the things he sensed and they became great friends. Hope this helps some. I was hanging out with friends at a bar, but then going to head to my friends to stay the night. We drove separately though. It was in a city with a super high crime rate and in an even rougher part of town. We left the bar at like 3 AM and the drive wasn't far, but I was really low on gas and wasn't sure if I was going to make it. I'm not normally a person who's paranoid over city/neighborhood crime rates, and I spent like half my time in this city and in the area we were in anyway. So it wasn't foreign to me by any means. Even so, just to be on the safe side, I picked a gas station that was well lit and at a relatively busy intersection. I was the only car at the gas station, and when I pulled up to the pump I luckily took a moment to text my friend that I'd catch up with him in a few minutes. As I'm doing that, though, another car pulls up right on the other side of the pump that I was at. I have no idea what made me pause, but I just waited a second to let them get out first. But I had to keep waiting because they weren't getting out. At first, I thought that maybe they were taking a moment to get their wallet, text someone, just doing something. I couldn't see through the window tint at all, though, but I also tried to not stare at them or make it super obvious. I'm also not a very intimidating guy. I waited it out for 5 minutes and then started getting more worried. I texted my friend to tell him exactly where I was. I couldn't leave because I didn't have enough gas to get anywhere else, and I didn't want to just drive to my friend's place in the event that they followed me. Another 10 minutes later, the car pulled off. No one ever got out to get gas, including me. I just headed to my friend's and decided to risk getting there on what I had left in my tank. I'm not sure what made me that paranoid in that moment, but I'm really faking glad I hesitated. TLDR, was real close to getting my car jacked at a gas station in the middle of the night, but decided to trust my gut. A little over a year ago I matched with this guy on Tinder. He was a great looking guy. We chatted for a couple weeks and I couldn't put my finger on it, but something just didn't feel right, so I just stopped texting one day. A couple weeks went by and he messaged me to say hi. I ended up looking through the previous messages to try to remember why I stopped texting. I couldn't pinpoint a single reason. He seemed fine. I thought maybe I was just having a bad day, so I asked him out. We went out a couple of nights later. I didn't really find a connection with him in person. He seemed like a nice guy and all, and he was as good looking in person as he is in pictures. But he just jibber-jabbered about topics instead of trying to have a meaningful conversation. Annoying and not my thing, but harmless. So we get to the end of the date and I decided to get coffee at his place. No future for a relationship, but maybe he's good in bed. Ick now? We were making out on the couch a bit and suddenly that feeling hit me again. He was on top of me, but not even pressing down on me that hard, but for some reason it just felt so oppressive and scary. I told him I needed to get home and left. He was definitely annoyed, but let me leave without a fight. I got in the car, and as soon as I pulled out of the parking lot, he was texting me. I texted back as much as I could while driving, like at stoplights and shit. I assured him it was me, and not him, and he's a great guy, blah blah blah. He just kept texting. I started ignoring them, because I can't text, and faking drive in the dark in the rain. So he starts calling me. I answered and he started giving me a lecture about how unprofessional what I just did was. He started out calm, then just kept getting angrier and angrier. I hung up on him. I don't have time for that bullshit. Dude texts and calls all night long. It was terrifying. He slowed down in the late morning hours. I think he finally got a little sleep, then started up again and continued on for the better part of a week. I reported him to Tinder and was seriously looking up the process for getting a restraining order. He finally just stopped on his own point, and this is why I use a fake name on Tinder and listen when my gut tells me something. I was with a coworker. He had lied to me about going to a family party of his. But when I showed up, it was just him and we went to a bar. I rolled my eyes and just thought I could clench my teeth through it. He knew the owner of the bar and got me alcoholic drinks. I was only 20. I started pouring out the drinks when the dude was shooting pool because I didn't want to be tipsy/drunk while dealing with him. That decision honestly saved me. I told him I wanted to go home, but he talked me into taking him home first. So I followed the directions he gave me and I pulled into a hookah bar parking lot instead. He started getting really aggressive and trying to kiss me. I kept pushing him off. I was still trying to be polite but firm and telling him to stop. That's when I noticed the group of guys around my car, talking to my coworker in my car in another language. He then opened my car door, got out, and proceeded to grab me by the hair to try to pull me out of my car. The other guys gathering around. I had the mind to lock my door when I noticed the other guys. I also had put my car in reverse. So when he grabbed my hair, I let off the brake and my car started rolling back. So he let go of me. It was terrifying. I told our boss the next day and he quit when our boss asked him about it. Edit. I even drove away with my passenger door wide open. I didn't stop to close it until I was several miles away, and even then I was super paranoid. When I was in college, I lived in a sketchy part of Chicago, Humboldt Park/Logan Square before gentrification. I liked to take late night strolls, even when I was living in that neighborhood as a 20-year-old woman. Yeah, I know. Pretty dumb of me. One night, I was feeling stressed out, so I embarked on one of my late night strolls. I was walking along a somewhat busy road. Cars were zooming past me. Pretty normal. I wasn't paying much attention because I was too wrapped up in whatever was stressing me out that night. Suddenly, a chill shot up my spine. Hypervigilance washed over me, and I became more alert than I had ever been. Something was wrong. Someone was watching me. I quickly spotted a car. It was driving in the opposite direction, a little slower than usual. It was too dark for me to see anyone inside the car, and the car was pretty unassuming. But I still knew something was off. They were watching me. I just knew. The car drove past me and then made a U-turn. Now it was right behind me, creeping along the curb. Luckily, there was a Walgreens a few blocks ahead. I started walking faster, and the car eventually sped past me and disappeared into a corner. I somehow knew I wasn't safe yet, so I still sprinted to Walgreens. I told the security guard what happened, and we both went outside. The car was parked up the street, about 50 to 100 feet away. The security guard was a big guy who looked intimidating. He marched toward the car, and the car immediately backed up, made a U-turn, and then booked it out of there. The security guard called the cops, and they drove me home. I never took a late night stroll again. My gut made me more alert, but it was really the security guard who saved my life. I'm positive that, if he wasn't there that night, something bad would have happened to me. I wish I could find that security guard to thank him. I was offered a dream job at almost double my salary in a different city. It was only 2 hours away, but something told me not to take the job. I had a number of people tell me I would never have another opportunity like this, and my fear of leaving my hometown was holding me back 2 months. After I turned it down, that division of the company was sold, and everyone in that department lost their job. I'd have been stuck in a new city with no friends or family nearby, and no job prospects. Edit. Wow, my first silver. There were a lot of other details I didn't put in my original response. I'd already been working within this division for 7 years. I was offered 2 internal positions at the same time with my employer, one with a huge salary bump out of town as a trainer, and one at the same salary in town doing casework in a completely new department. It was either change locations or change departments, so I listened to my gut and chose the lower paying job in a new department and called myself a failure for not taking a risk. Within 4 years of taking the position in town, I was managing the trainers in my new department. In the 11 years I've been in my new department, I've almost tripled my salary. If I'd lost that job in 2008, I'd have lost all the benefits that come with 7 years of employment, vacation time, stock options, performance reviews, 401k hassles, contacts, etc. I never could have foreseen this turn of events 11 years ago, and lot of it was the dumb luck of being in the right place at the right time and following my gut. I normally go to the club with my husband. He was out of town, but I had friends that said they'd be out. My club has always been a very safe club, but the area it's in has had its ups and downs, because drinking and a bunch of clubs in a small area comes with drunks and ne'er-do-wells of all kinds. Since I was alone, I chose my parking spot carefully. The usual spot was a few blocks off, and that was farther than I was comfortable. The paid parking lot was open, but they cram so many cars in that getting in and out could be difficult, and that just made me uncomfortable for some reason. I chose street parking 2 blocks down. The block itself was dark, but the next block up was very brightly lit thanks to a big name hotel. Basically I had a semi-dark block, a very well lit block, with the paid parking lot and parking lot attendant across from it, and then I was at my club. Straight shot. My car and the club was in eyesight of each other. If one stood at the corner and leaned over enough, the moment I got into the club I knew something was wrong, but I couldn't put my finger on it. None of my friends showed up, so I'm alone. Normally this isn't an issue, but the vibe was seriously off. Without going into too long of a story with details, some dude kept trying to buy me a drink that I kept turning down. Partly because I don't accept drinks from strangers, and partly because this dude didn't seem to be flirting with me, and so I couldn't understand why he was so insistent on getting me a drink. I lied and said I was on medication, but he kept insisting, so I agreed to a water, because it comes in a sealed water bottle. Dude comes back with the type of glass that mixed drinks usually come in. The moment he gives it to me he leaves, and I don't see him again for the rest of the night. The water went straight down the bathroom sink, and I started looking for someone to walk me out, because my alarm bells are going off, partially due to my own impatience to get myself gone, and partially because the one person I knew had also disappeared. I ended up just leaving without having someone walk me. 2 blocks, straight line, mostly brightly lit. What could happen? Once again, the moment I crossed the street and was walking that first block, this voice in my head says, "You faked up. You faked up. Get your keys out and get ready." I'm having a full-on conversation with this inner instinct / voice / what have you, trying to figure out why I'm freaked out. I thought about heading back to the club, and that voice said nope. It's too late. Don't run, or they'll know you know. Just keep your eyes forward, and be ready to jump in your car. Don't stop for anything. I'm looking to make eye contact with the parking lot attendant, but he's not there, so I have no witnesses to at least watch me get to my car. Now, I'm suddenly terrified of that half a block of unlit road that I'm parked on. I almost froze at the corner, but that voice said go, hurry. Now, crossing that road into darkness felt like jumping into the unknown. I'm freaking out, and I have no idea why, but now I'm picking up my pace and hoping I don't drop my keys because my hands are shaking so badly, and also, I've had nightmares like this before. For no reason. There wasn't a single thing that gave me reason to feel this panicked until I get to my car door. As soon as I get my door open, another car pulls up from behind me and slid into the spot directly behind mine. This is weird because it's street parking, so one, they parked sloppy with the end half in the street, two, they are parked facing the wrong direction, 3. Holy shit, I don't think they are meaning to actually park. I hit the door locks and start to back up. In my rearview mirror I see the torso of some guy jump out and head toward my passenger door. I'm already pulling out of the parking spot, but I could see his tensed up arm and closed fist just outside my passenger window. I was terrified that I hadn't given myself enough room to pull out and would have to reverse again. Had he parked any closer, I wouldn't have had enough room. At that point I was fully committed to hitting the car in front of me if I had to, because that voice was still screaming don't stop. Go go go. And then I was gone, and that voice was gone, and I'm speeding down the highway in the most deafening silence I've ever experienced as I tried to understand what just happened. It took me a bit to put the pieces together, but I think drink dude was spiking drinks and car dude was pickup. The more I think about it, the more I get the feeling that it was a trafficking operation. If I had been 2 seconds slower for any reason, I can only imagine how that night would have ended. Once I was at the bank doing business with the ATM. I noticed a black and yellow van parked with a man in the driver's seat. The van was off, and he was just sitting there. Made me uncomfortable, so I didn't want to go home. Instead, I got in my car and moved to the other side of the parking lot near a hardware store and outdoor recycling center. It was broad daylight. I just sat in my car pretending to read, and the van started up and moved down to my side of the parking lot. Again, he reversed the van into a parking spot that was facing my car. Now I knew that I shouldn't go home, which was nearby, so instead, I got out and went to visit the 2 men who were manning the recycling center. I asked if I could sit on their extra chair because the van guy was making me uncomfortable. They said sure, and since business was slow, we got to chatting point. I asked them how they liked the work and how business had been. The van guy finally started up his van and left after I took a picture of it and texted the info to my husband. After another 10 minutes with the guys, I took a circuitous route home to make sure the van wasn't anywhere around. The kicker is this: I asked the guys how long they'd been working at the recycling station, and they said about 4 months. I'm like, oh, what did you do before this? And they both go, oh, we were in prison before. Well, whatever. They still saved me. This is gonna be much more lighthearted than the bulk of these stories. We raised dachshunds when I was growing up. We only had 2 of them when my mother brought home a stray kitten she couldn't bear to know was gonna go hungry. A few years later we have 5 dachshunds now, and kitten is now a very cute healthy cat. One day I go outside to feed the dogs. One of them was sitting by the little dog house, 2 just sniffing about idly, one was laying in the sun and the other was missing, but probably just in the dog house. I fill their bowls, go back inside, and then immediately stop in my tracks the moment the door closed. Something didn't feel right. I don't know if it was because specifically the matriarch of these dachshunds was sitting by the doghouse, or if it was because she was sitting directly in front the doghouse entryway like they never do, or if maybe I just unconsciously noticed how attentive this normally scatterbrained dog was being. But I rush outside and make eye contact with her. She moves over and sits facing the entrance and up nods her head/nose, which she's been trained to do when she is pointing to something that needs our attention. The cat had kittens. It was surprising because she never had a span of noisy weeks. When she was going in heat, we always assumed she was spayed. And she carried 3 kittens to term without anyone noticing, despite her being fed and given the same amount of attention as the dogs got. And the mom of these 4 dogs knew if her children were allowed near them they'd get eaten, so she was keeping guard. Pics. Edit. Pics of the dogs as requested. The matriarch is the light red/brown cinnamon colored fur. I was 16 when the PlayStation 2 was released, and my friends and I made a successful bid at a more rural town nearby's Walmart, and each got our console. However, the selection of games was lacking, even for a launch day, so we decided to pack them in my trunk and hit the Walmart closer to our home along the way. Same luck on the game selection there. We decide to call it good enough and go home. As we're walking up to my car, I saw this other car parked like 3 spaces down from us, on the other side of the concrete dividers. You know that sensation when you're driving next to another car in traffic, and that car is perfectly in the middle of their lane, but you just know that they're about to blind merge into you somehow. It was like that, but way dialed up, as I just saw these 2 guys leaning against the car. The guy by the driver's door sized us up, and then dipped down to the side panel of his door and pulled up a revolver. I'm guessing that, since he couldn't have possibly known about the consoles in the trunk, he thought we were dejected buyers arriving too late and likely all had $300 in our wallet. I can still hear myself saying just get in the car, somewhat forcefully, and taking the lead to get the keys in the ignition immediately, and was already turning and driving away before all the doors were closed. I didn't think, I just acted, to the point I don't even really give myself credit for doing it. All I know is that I doubt I'd have had the resolve if dude had caught me off guard and much closer with that gun. But thankfully, my brain saw the car about to merge into me for me. When I was a freshman in college, I tried out some dating apps. One night I met up with a guy and we smoked a joint while walking from my dorm to his. From the moment I saw him in person I was regretting it, because there was just something off about him. But I was afraid of being rude, so I went along with smoking the J, and once I was high it was really hard to think. We went to the cafeteria for coffee, but he was so insistent on going up to his room. I should have fled then, but I wasn't in my right mind. As he led me down the halls to his room I had such an ominous feeling. He never turned the lights on in his room, though he had some LED lights on. They were red. We sat on the sofa together to watch Black Mirror on his laptop. I hate horror, which made his choice even creepier, and he kept trying to move closer to me, and I kept pushing him away. But nothing could have prepared me for the fear I felt when he got up, went to the door, and locked it. At that moment I did not give a shit. In my mind I was like, fuck this. This guy was super scrawny, but I'm a small girl and I did not want to have to fight. So I faked a call from my roommate and told him I had accidentally locked her out of our dorm room in only her towel as I left while she was in the shower. Then I booked it the hell out of there. Later on he texted me complaining I didn't give him a goodnight kiss, and I told that MF off. So glad I grew a pair at the right moment and I never did that kind of thing again. The story I'm about to tell you're serious. It was another typical day at school, and I was in class studying for a test. The bell rang to go the next class. Some people were going to lunch, and I had lunch too, but something inside me told me to not go and leave. I don't mean by like leaving the cafeteria, I literally mean by getting the hell out of there. I trusted my gut, and I lived near the school, so I walked out the school and started walking home. I didn't know what to tell my parents, if they got a call from the school I left, or if my parents were home, because they didn't have work. I was more freaked out about that than my gut feeling. On the way home, I heard a loud explosion. I quickly turned to look, and I saw smoke in the distance. A sheet load of black smoke was up in the sky, and oh my god, it smelled absolutely awful. I was already in my neighborhood and people were outside looking at the sky and calling the police. I started walking faster to my house, and I made it safely home. My parents got home late. I was in my room reading a book, and I heard my mom sobbing in the living room. I went to go see if she was okay, and immediately both of my parents hugged me down to the floor. I was confused on what was going on. Apparently someone threw a poison smoke bomb near my school. I was in shock. My parents asked me where I was at, and I told them I left before it even happened. They asked me why I left, and I told them I had a gut feeling that I needed to leave. I didn't get in any trouble or anything. My parents were just extremely grateful that I was alive and unharmed. If I didn't leave the school, who would have known if I were to make it out of there alive? Sadly, some of the other kids at my school were hurt or passed away during that event. I pray that their families are doing okay, but I also pray that bombing and gun violence stop, because humanity is better than this. I was with a group of friends at a little concert that took place at a bar we all like. My friends, or rather short and skinny guys, had been there getting in the mood for 2 hours and were pretty drunk. I, a tall girl, had to work late, so I wasn't drunk and was still wearing my preppy work clothes. My first gut feeling, no alcohol for me. My friends were happy drunk and wanted me to get in the same mood, but I didn't feel like it and only had softs. But the real saving gut feeling happened during the concert, when I spotted this huge guy who was distancing himself from his friends and progressively getting closer to our group instead of listening to the band. Something told me that he wanted to start a fight with my friends. So I placed myself between him and them and pulled the most naive and sweet girl next door act I could bring up, asking him if he was having fun, if he also thought that the band was fantastic, gushing about how great the concert was, how nice everyone was, etc. At some point, he asked me if the agitated guys were my friends, saying that someone should calm them down. So I went proud mama mode. Yeah, they are my friends. Aren't they cute, innocently dancing and laughing together, without annoying anyone? At that point, he would have had to push me aside to start a fight with my friends, which would have gone against all his nice guy slash neckbeard slash caveman principles. So he just dropped it and went back to his group. I've seen him again a few months later, in the same bar, and talked to one of his friends. Turns out that my gut feeling was right. He loves to start fights with shorter and drunker guys and beat the shit out of them. Don't know for sure if it saved me, but here's a story. I was walking at night because I live in what's supposedly a very safe neighborhood when I see this guy walking towards me. Not a big deal. It's a big place with plenty of other people. But then he starts calling out to me and moving kind of erratically. I thought he might have been hurt, so I took out my headphones and asked if he needed help. Usually I wouldn't feel threatened by something like this. Last time someone called out to me in this neighborhood, they just wanted to know if I'd seen their cat anywhere. But something felt very wrong, and I just kept thinking, you need to leave now. Run as fast as you can. It was snowy out, so I didn't want to run. So I just started backing up quickly as this guy came towards me. I ask again if he needs help, and he's way closer than before. All of a sudden he drops whatever act he was trying to pull and starts running towards me. I bolted out of there as fast as I could. He must figured that he wouldn't be able to run over the ice like I was and gave up running quickly, but still walked at a slow pace. Heck, I don't even know how I ran over the ice like that. I didn't own any snow boots. So I was wearing rain boots with the soles worn down to having almost no traction at all. I was running for home when a voice told me, you need to go the long way around. I was thinking, are you out of your mind? It's barely a minute to my house and the long way takes 10. But for some reason I listened and ran the long way around. Running for 10 minutes in the cold with bad lungs is a horrible idea, by the way, especially after the sudden burst of adrenaline. When I got home, however, it turned out to be a good thing, as I realized that the guy would have most likely figured out where I lived pretty easily had I gone the short way, as the short way was one street and the long way was a maze of many. Never saw him again, but I did see some random, I'm assuming drunk, dude hiding behind his car staring at me until I said, I can see you dude, and he did that exaggerated tiptoe walk back inside his house. Safe sure. I hate this neighborhood. This happened when I was 11 of age. It was an eve of celebration in my country, and normally the parents will start to cook all the yummy dishes that we will eat the next day. The kids will normally play with fireworks, sparklers, while waiting for the food to be cooked. My parents was assigning me the task of supervising my younger brother, who was 6-year-old at that time. As a kids we are used to play with sparklers and we never had a problem. As we played, I was in dire need to visit the washroom and thought everything will be fine if I leave only for a short period. As I was in the washroom, somehow I have a very disturbing feeling that something was not right and made me finally stop taking care of business and run straight back to where my brother was playing with sparklers. To my surprise, fire is burning the porch area of my house and start growing towards the pillars and roof. What had happened is that actually my father was leaving an almost empty fuel can, 5% left, at the porch. My younger brother thought it would be a good idea to drop the sparklers in the can, and as soon as the residue fuel was ignited he panicked and knocked down the can. As quickly as the fuel flow, the fire spreads and my brother was standing trapped in the corner covered in fire. I was screaming as loud as I can, and my mom ran out with a bucket of water and just emptied it on the porch floor. As you can guess, what happened is all the fuel fire was carried over by the water flowing and spreading off the porch and flow into the drain. By this point our gutter was all lit by fire for about 50 meters from our front porch. Our house is a single house on top of a hill and was brightly lit by all the fire at this point. Close street neighbor was about 100 meters away start shouting and calling out others who came to help. In the end nothing much was damaged and there was no injuries on any of us. It could have been worse if only I didn't follow my gut and go back out. I learned my lesson that day about leaving kids alone. The first house I ever lived in had a ton of old trees in the back and side yards. At the time in the early 90s they were well over 40 years old. I was playing in the backyard and the one black walnut tree began moaning and creaking, so I decided to go and tell my mom, because as a 7-year-old, it was neat. Just as I got inside I heard leaves rustling, wood cracking and then a huge crash. The biggest limb on the tree had broken off and came crashing down right where I has been. If it didn't kill me, it would have seriously injured me. My mom has the scariest one. My mom lived in Oklahoma City with her first husband from 1976 until 1980, but their jobs both brought them back home to Cincinnati often, so they would take advantage to meet up with friends and family. Memorial Day weekend in 1977 she was home, and that Friday had gone to the Beverly Hills Supper Club with some of her old work friends for dinner and a show. The following night an actor/singer she liked was going to be there, and her husband asked if she wanted to go again with him and his brother, and she agreed. However, as she puts it, she just didn't feel like going again and didn't know why. So they cancelled those plans and her husband went out to dinner and this new sci-fi movie called Star Wars. That evening, there was a gigantic fire at the Beverly Hills Supper Club, and over 160 people died with 200 plus injured. Star Wars likely saved my mom's life. This is a true story and life lessons have been learned, but back in high school I used to drink a lot with my social group after school and on the weekends. On one particular night, I was at a friend's place with another buddy of ours, and we were drinking whiskey. Hard point eventually, someone had the bright idea that we should watch The Good, the Bad and the Ugly, and I mentioned that I owned it on DVD back at my house. My buddy offered to drive me to my place to pick it up, so we could watch it. So he, stupidly, I let drive me, inebriated, to my house. Once there, I got out, grabbed the DVD, and then I handed it off to him and told him I was getting a weird feeling and felt like staying home instead of going back to watch the movie. He wrote the movie and headed back to our other friend's house, where we were drinking and hanging out moments before, but on the way, he lost control of his car and crashed into a tree, totaling the car and obliterating the passenger seat that I had been sitting in completely. Ever since then, I never drink and drive or let drunk friends drive home, and if necessary, have acted as a sober DD for people who are needing to get their cars home at the end of the night. I'll say, though, things have gotten a lot easier now that we have the Ubers and Lyfts of the world. TLDR, there is never any reason for anyone to drive drunk, and I learned that by almost being killed in a friend's DUI accident. TLDR, intuition and fear made us book it out of a national park that was on fire. It wasn't when we entered, but it was by the time we left. Point and edit. Here's a link to some photos on Imgur. There's more if you go through my profile to Imgur. Oh my god, okay, this is perfect timing. My husband and I are so in our annual Christmas through night camping trip, Australia. In case you're wondering why anyone would choose to freeze their ass off at that time of year. It's 35 Celsius here. We planned to stay at this fair remote national park campground we'd stayed at a few years previous in a place called Wildbilliga National Park. We arrived at about 4 p.m, set up camp, had a quick swim, made dinner, washed up and went to bed. However, we couldn't sleep. We were both really genuinely afraid. We didn't know of what. It's a really isolated area, and we had planned not past 3 other vehicles on what would have been an hour's worth of 4x4 tracks. We couldn't put our finger on it. Did we suspect those people in those 3 vehicles of being a danger to us? No, but we were still afraid to go to sleep. Finally at around 11:30 p.m. after hours of to and fro, we packed up everything in the pitch dark and drove 25 km out of the national park onto private farmland, where we took a risk and set up our tent, and got a few precious hours of shut-eye. At 6:15 a.m. we were awoken by the farmer whose land we were on. She wanted to know what we were doing there. We apologized profusely and told her how we'd felt under threat in the national park and had driven out in total fear. Her exact words were, "Good thing too. The whole bloody place is on fire and we're evacuating now." So yeah, turns out a tiny grass fire that we'd passed on our way down to the NP had grown overnight by like 2,000 hectares and turned into yet another massive and out of Christmas Byron bushfire. When we got out of our textile vehicle, tent and other items were totally covered in ash that was rapidly falling from the sky. It was unbelievable and really frightening. Can attach photos if anyone is interested. Bloody wild. When my best friend and I were 19, we decided to drive to the beach for our birthday. Her day is early May and mine is late April, so we normally went to celebrate our birthday and have the place to ourselves basically. Because of it being off season. My mom had warned us not to sit on the seawall or head to the water. When I asked why, she explained that she heard a couple patients of her got robbed. I of course figured that would never happen to me. Well, my dumber self and friend decided to not heed my mother's warning and sit on the seawall. All of a sudden I had this feeling. I looked at my friend and said, "We need to go now." She said I was thinking too much of what my mom said, but as the seconds went on it got worse. I needed to run. I needed to go. I couldn't be there. All of a sudden, I looked to my left and there was a guy walking towards. He was probably 50 or yards away, but I saw him and knew. I told my friend to hurry the fuck up, and she was giving me shit for being a bussy and listening to my mom. I grabbed her by the hood of her sweater as I see the guy walking faster and faster, and he had something shiny in his hand. She finally saw him and became paralyzed. I threw her in her car. It was parallel parked right next to the wall, and drove off with her in my lap. As I sped away I see the guy stop and just stare. Absolutely worst feeling ever. My brothers and I had a babysitter one night, a cool cop, who was a substitute teacher and a little league baseball coach / umpire. We loved the guy. My parents wanted just one night off from the craziness of 3 boys. Ages were roughly 4, 9, 11 or so. My parents had a bad gut feeling and cut their date short to come home. They come home to find nothing wrong, no one hurt, and no issues. The following weekend, the cool cop babysat my 8-year-old male friend. He performed such acts on him and forced such acts from him. My friend got away and told his parents. Cops respond to cool cop's home and found that he had started a shotgun and painted his ceiling a nice red splotchy color with some bits and pieces dripping down. Cool cop used to cuff me for fun, put me in his police car and turn on the lights and siren. He escorted our little league bus through the county to a tournament for no reason. I specifically remember this one time. He was standing against the home plate fence, intently concentrating on the 7 to 9-year-olds playing the game. I was trying to get his attention, but he was just staring at the kids and wouldn't look away. I didn't think anything of it at the time, but now this sickens me. My parents' gut feeling likely saved my brothers and I from a really bad experience. Posted it somewhere else before the haters come along. Check my name and check the poster's name. It's me, but is relevant to the question. So, a little background here. My father was in the army for 21 years, retired and moved to a very small town in central Florida. He got bored after a couple of years, and even though we didn't need the money between his retirement and what my mom was making as a bookkeeper slash tax prep, he wanted to go back to work. He started working at various gas stations, and it being a small town, the owners wouldn't care if I came there and helped him out with stocking the coolers or even running the register, as long as I didn't sell any beer or smokes. This all took place in the late 80s and early 90s. The actual story I'm going to tell took place in 1990. And I remember the date well because it was shortly after my birthday, and being 15 in Florida, I had just gotten my learner's permit, and my dad would let me drive him to and from work, just to get some experience on the road, both at day and at night. I was sitting in my usual spot at a table that was set up along the windows, book in hand, feet propped up, and a Mountain Dew on the table along with some snacks. I would generally spend most of the evening that way, reading books, getting up to run the register slash stock the cooler at different times. I remember glancing up because something caught my attention that was unusual, and I realized that a lady was walking up our parking lot from the direction of the interstate. The gas station was right on I-75. This in itself was really strange, because where we were located, you didn't get many people walking, and definitely not walking from the direction of the interstate. I figured she had broken down somewhere and was coming to use the phone to call for a tow truck or something. I was completely wrong. She came into the store, looked around for a few minutes, and I remember getting just a strange and creepy feeling about her. She walked up to the counter and started telling my dad a story about how she had gotten stranded and needed a ride up to the next big town up north from us. Ocala was the town. This is important. My dad lets her know that he's working and there is no way that he can take her. She turns and looks at me, and while she is looking away from him, my dad catches my eye and subtly shakes his head no. I was confused for a second, but then she turns back to my dad and points at me, asking if I can take her. My dad responded back that I only had a learner's permit and wouldn't be able to drive her anywhere and then drive back. Normally, I would have done it, even though it was illegal, because I'd done it a few times before already. I didn't argue with my dad, since this was completely out of character for him. He was normally chatty with the customers, but for whatever reason he was almost curt and dismissive of her. Turns out, he had a bad vibe about her from the minute he had seen her walking up the drive. Well, she cusses him for a minute, and he basically tells her to get out of the store. She slammed the door open. I thought the glass was going to break from how hard she had slammed it, and then she stalks out of the store and down the driveway. I keep an eye on her and continue to watch as she makes her way back up to the interstate and then starts up the northbound on-ramp. Almost a year passes and I'm in my bedroom, less than a week before my 16th birthday. I hear my dad yelling from the living room, "Son, get your ass in here and look at this." I quickly run to the living room and see my dad pointing at the TV and look at the mugshot of the lady up on the screen and immediately remember the lady who had been in the store. Turns out I almost gave a car ride to Aileen Wuornos, who was later convicted of being a serial murderer and then later put to death. Still have nightmares about what could have happened. I was driving in a rental car through rural Poland headed to the Wolf's Lair, which is in Giro up north close to the Kaliningrad border. Tourist stuff. It was recommended to me by a friend. I'm driving down this very creepy 2-lane road and it's pretty late at night, having left Gdańsk later than planned. You have to understand that this part of rural Poland at night is peaceful, but also very horror movie-like. Think a ton of trees close into the road, and only super tiny villages 30 to 40 minutes apart. I'm driving listening to whatever the radio will pick up when all of a sudden a man runs into the view of my headlights probably 100 yards ahead with blood all over his shirt trying to wave me down. I slowed as I approached, having to immediately decide whether I should stop to help as maybe he had an accident and needed assistance. I remember feeling a surge of adrenaline and something feeling extremely off about the whole thing. Where was his car or motorcycle? If it was an auto accident, why was he so agile if he was hurt? As I neared him, I slowed enough to make him think I might stop, and then had the overwhelming urge to completely gun it and safely fly past him. As I did, so I could see the silhouette of at least 2 other people running full speed from the rear driver's side of my car, sort of in what would be my blind spot. These people were not running casually, but aggressively sprinting out from the side of the road as I slowed. Now completely terrified, I continued on to my hotel, cursing the piece of shit rental company GPS unit for taking me down such an out of the way route point. When I was checking in, I told the sleepy front desk dude about what had happened. He told me he had heard of people being robbed at gunpoint using that same tactic, where one of the criminals feign injury so the others can surprise the driver and get them out of the car so they can steal their passport, valuables, possibly the vehicle, and do who knows what with the occupants. If I had stopped, that most likely would have been my fate, or worse. He told me I was pretty lucky to have not stopped, and that it was better left to the proper authorities either way given the hour. I felt bad for not stopping, but all things considered, was probably very right to trust my gut. Not me, but my dad. We in a very day-laden area. I was driving to work one night when I saw 2 dead deer on the side of the road. Very populated, very busy area. That's what happens when you live in the Appalachian Mountains. They just kind of roam where the people are. I had the sudden urge to call my dad, and when I was talking to him, I was like, hey, just be careful on your way home, because I know you always take the parkway after you drop mom off at work. It's totally driving Miss Daisy at my parents' house. It's adorable. Well, as I was pulling into the parking deck at work, I get a call back from my dad. I'm thinking, okay, this is a little strange. He knows I'm at work, but what's going on? He tells me he was on the parkway headed home, and he rolled his window down so that he could smoke a cigarette and let the smoke out. He said all of a sudden he had the feeling that he should slow down, and he remembered what I said about the deer, so he slowed down and rolled his window back up. He said about that time a deer literally fell down the embankment horns first and hit the side of his car right on the door. It sort of bounced off and went to the side of the road, but if his window had been down, the horns would have gone through the window and into his face. Thankfully he wasn't hurt, and there were only minor damages to the car. A game warden was a few cars behind him, and they both went looking for the deer to see if it was okay, but they couldn't find it, so they assumed it ran off. He said if he hadn't rolled his window up thinking about what I had said about seeing the deer on the side of the road and telling him to be careful, he probably would have gotten horns to the face. I'm not sure if this counts as such, because my brain figured out what was wrong and took over, but here goes. I'd been out drinking with a close friend and we went back to his apartment to sit around and smoke a bit, as we often did. After a couple of hours I was like, right, taxi time, called one, and headed outside. We left the day casually, as normal. Night mate. Night. There's a line in a Terry Pratchett book about the fear you feel when something completely normal changes slightly in a way you can't explain. Outside I looked back up, and he'd drawn his curtains. He's a lazy sheet who never bothered to do that. I assume he just carried on smoking and gaming / watching movies until he crashed. Curtain closing didn't come into it. I'd looked at this scene 1,000 times without even thinking about curtains, but they were shut, so I had to think for a fraction of a second to calculate which apartment was his. Apologized to the driver, went back upstairs, opened his door, unlocked, thank God, told you he was lazy, and he was getting ready to hang himself. We just looked at each other, and he sort of shakily put everything back down. I didn't know what to do, so I went inside and asked if he wanted to talk about things and see how he felt. He's still alive now. There's not much of a happy ending other than that. He's schizophrenic, he never really keeps a job, and he drinks too much, but we are relatively young-ish in the grand scheme of things, and he works at it. I'm really hopeful he'll find genuine happiness, but of course he'll always be a worry. Working food service a few years ago, just me, 20th, and a 16-year-old closing. 2 big guys came in and got smoothies and wanted out on the patio. We were in the end of a shopping center, with a field and woods on the side of the store with the patio. I thought it was odd, but I told them the door was locked, but they were welcome to go out the front and walk around to the patio. They did, and they were out there for about an hour. Cue the feeling. I just couldn't stop thinking that it's dark and buggy and humid outside. Why would they want to be out there? Still, they were just 2 young men, sitting, talking, drinking smoothies. I kept thinking something was wrong, so I called the police and asked if they could just come hang out when we needed to leave the building. After my call I walk into the lobby and the guys were gone. We get everything shut down as the cop pulls up. I unlock the door and go outside to tell him I'm sorry, I was just nervous and overreacted. When he tells me to go back inside, he goes onto the patio and finds the guys ducked behind a column. They both had knives. The cop called for backup and sent us home. I don't know what happened after. I'm sure it's hard to prove intent, but they were hiding on our patio for at least an hour. Scary to think about what would have happened if they had been able to surprise us. After that I never hesitated to call the police if a customer gave me a bad feeling, and I harassed my boss until he called the shopping center owner to get the damn park lot lights fixed. 2 months later I was closing with the same girl and we were robbed at gunpoint. So glad I don't work there anymore. TLDR, check your restaurant's blind spots before you walk out into the dark. 3 weeks ago. I went to the corner shop to grab a few things for dinner. I know most of the staff in there as we live in a quiet beachside community where it's very old school and we all know each other and often stop to chat longer than it takes to actually purchase what you need. Anyways, this afternoon I'd gone in and was chatting to the young girl working that day. She's my daughter's age and school has just finished for the year and we were discussing her subject selections for next year and other random stuff. Next thing, a guy walks in through the side door totally dressed in black and with a hoodie on and balaclava. It is currently summer here in Australia, so this instantly had me take a step back thinking what the fuck was going on. I remember taking a few steps back. I can't explain what happened next. Time stops for me. I remember looking to my left and he's standing right next to me pointing a gun and the girl behind the counter. I calmly back away to other door, ringing 000 and reporting this hold up. I finally decide to go back into the store. The guy in the store next door has come out by now. He apparently heard the yelling in the store and locked up to come see what was happening. Again, I know him well, and he kinda just stood there looking at me on the phone shaking and crying while he processed what I kept telling him. The guy with the gun got away and was arrested 3 days later and is in lockup until the end of January. I tried to tell myself the gun was a toy, but when I spoke to the detective taking my statement on Christmas Eve, she confirmed it was real and loaded. Considering it's illegal to own a firearm without a license here, plus it's generally only farmers who keep them, this has rattled me. I'm glad I backed away initially when this guy walked in. I'm grateful he didn't pay attention to me. He was too high on his ice trip to focus on anything other than the money and the cigarettes he was stealing. He threw the gun over a fence into a private residence and dropped the cash in smokes. So in the end all he got was arrested and locked up. My dad gets feelings about certain things. We always listen to him. The first event happened when he and my mom were away for vacation, and my grandmother and aunt were staying with me and my brother to look after us. My mom called one morning and asked me to check the barn out back to make sure the four-wheelers were inside. They were not. My dad had woke up suddenly the night before and told my mom someone is stealing the four-wheelers. The second event happened when a local man disappeared and people speculated that he had taken his own life due to previously known troubles. My dad was driving down back roads and passed a specific area and got a feeling that the missing man was in that patch of forest. A few days later, they found him hanged from a tree in that area. The last time it has happened was when I was in grade 12 and was at my boyfriend's house across town. I'm a creature of habit and would always drive through town on my way to his house, and I would take the highway home. I was in my car, backing out of his driveway around 10 PM and my boyfriend comes running out of his house waving his arms. I pulled back in the driveway to ask what was wrong. He said my mom had just called and said to stay put and she would come get me. No explanation. When she picked me up in about 10 minutes, she started driving home through town. I asked why she was picking me up and she told me all about dad's feelings and proceeded to tell me both stories listed above. She said he had gone to bed early and came running down the stairs just before 10 PM telling my mom frantically to call my boyfriend and not to let me drive myself home. I was properly freaked out, but the real ball dropped when we learned a drunk driver had been arrested the night before for driving against traffic on the highway the night before. The route I would have been driving. We always listen to dad's feelings, and he has helped me be more in tune with my own. Me and some friends at the time, no longer friends now, were hanging out at the park at about 11 at night. We were all just chilling on the ground after a long night of chasing one another around. A car pulled into the parking lot and was just sitting there. Nobody got out. My friend, we'll call her a B, got up and walked to the water fountain to get some water. She began to walk back when I had a very bad feeling. The person rolled down their window and called her over. She then came back and sat next to me. I asked what they wanted and she just said I'm not sure. I walked to the car and asked, do you guys need anything? There were 2 guys and 1 girl. They looked to be our age, high schoolers. They just said that they were good and just drove off. Alarm bells were going off at this point. I told all of my friends that we need to leave. One friend suggested we lay low at his place up the street. We all began to walk and the car came back and followed us. I guess they called some friends cause they all began to follow us and were saying that they wanted to rap me and a B, were both female, and other provocative/inappropriate things. We began to run to our friend's house and climb the fence so the cars didn't see us. A B and I later went back after about an hour TLDR, got a bad feeling about a car. Car followed us and threatened to rap us, ran and jumped a friend's fence to get away and lay low. We all got out of there safely. About a decade ago, I was dating a girl who didn't drive. She lived fairly far away, so I'd drive to her. Her parents were homebodies, so when we wanted to fool around, we weren't sleeping together yet. We'd drive to a nearby community center and park around back. Late at night, it was always abandoned. Well, one night, there are 2 cars parked, facing opposite directions, driver window to driver window. They were on the diagonally opposite corner of the lot from where we would end up going, so I just entered the lot as normal and parked around back. I joked they were probably doing a drug deal. Within 2 minutes, I got a bad feeling and said, you know, let's get out of here. I turned the car back on, went to the side of the building, the only access alley to the main lot, and both cars are now parked, blocking the alley, facing us, and immediately turned on their high beams. The alley was bound on one side by the building and on the other by a field covered in snow. I just said fuck this and floored it. I drove my mom's sedan with a big V6 into the field and around them, back onto the parking lot and out to the street. They tore out of the lot and followed us. I headed straight for downtown. It was about midnight and reasonably busy as it was a Friday or Saturday night, but they aggressively followed with high beams on. They tried to corner me behind a semi-truck, but I managed to get free. My girlfriend was already on the phone with police, dictating our current route. After a few minutes I lost one of the pursuers, and then the other, when I got into the heart of downtown. After that, we drove to my end of town, parked in a safe spot that I know of, and yeah boy got some. Oh my god, we almost died. This happened a few years ago. My neighborhood used to have this bump in the road where railroad tracks had been removed. The speed limit is 35, but people would go faster. This would result in airborne cars, once back on the road, would lose control and crash, ending up in someone's front yard. There was no road sign indicating the bump at the time. I suppose county figured people would obey the speed limit. Of course, several accidents have occurred there throughout the time my family has lived here. Anyway, one summer I was walking the cat around the yard. He decides to go up near our mailbox. It wasn't really a problem. There weren't any cars around. It was actually eerily quiet, and I couldn't shake that feeling something bad was going to happen if I didn't move. I picked up the cat and moved well away from the road. I shit you not, within a minute a massive pickup truck barrels down the road, catches air, comes down and veers off the road the exact spot I had just been standing before, regaining control and speeding off down the road. My dad was in the backyard and he knew I was outside. He heard it and came running to make sure I was alright. Poor cat was scared shitless. I took him inside. Thankfully, the bump was removed last year. It's both a blessing and a curse, because people still speed through our tiny neighborhood going about 60 miles per hour. I'm afraid someone's kid is going to get hit someday. But I guess it's safer for irresponsible drivers. Please obey speed limits. While at work a few months ago, I was standing there talking with a customer when another customer walked in. I glanced over at him as he walked in as I was talking with the original customer, and I immediately got a bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. Another employee walked up and started helping him. She said he asked her a couple of questions, and she told him we don't deal with what he was looking for, and tried to refer him to somewhere else that could help him. Fast forward a few minutes and the guy leaves, and I go to walk into the back room, and as I'm walking through the side room to get to the back, both areas are employee only areas, there's 2 other guys standing in there that don't belong. It startled me more than anything, and I ask what they are doing, and tell them they can't be in there. I was 99% sure they were up to no good. One of them walks back into the front of the store and asks the other employee the exact same stuff the last guy was just asking her, which she said was very weird to get to customers asking for the same odd thing right after each other. We called the cops to report suspicious customers, but the cops brushed it off and said there was nothing they could do. Long story short, these guys were casing out our store because the same guys came back with even more guys later that night at 1:30 am, broke through our back gate into our backyard, ripped out what they thought was our alarm cords, it was our phone lines, and worked for a few minutes trying to pry open 2 different doors. When they finally got the door slightly ajar, it set off the alarm and siren, and they took off. We know all this from watching the camera footage. A couple weeks later, I walk into my house and the local news was on the TV. I just so happened to walk in at the same time they were showing camera footage of these same guys breaking into another similar store that same night they tried to get into our store. They made off with thousands of dollars in stolen goods in just a couple minutes. I recognized them immediately, same guys, same clothes, etc. The news says not to approach them because they are armed and dangerous. Then just a couple weeks ago, I see another local news segment on the same thing at another one of our competitor stores. Camera footage of these same scumbags breaking in and stealing more of the same type of items. They have hit every single one of our competitors and have made off with close to $100K worth of stuff from what we have estimated. Just over the last few months. I can't believe this is still going on, and they haven't been busted yet because they are all driving around in stolen cars. It scares me to think what could have happened when I walked in on these guys by myself just a few months prior, knowing now that they were armed. I was left unharmed, but they could have easily overpowered me as I'm only 5 feet tall and not super strong. I was literally standing a couple feet away from them when I caught them in our employee only area point, but I keep thinking back to that initial moment of when I got a bad feeling in my stomach as soon as the first guy walked into our store and I took one look at him. My gut feeling instantly knew something was not good about this person, even though he looked totally normal. That taught me more than anything else to always trust your gut feeling. It is there for a reason. I still worry and get anxiety every day about them coming back to our store, especially while we are open and all of us are there. I don't ever want to run into these guys ever again in my life. I just have a story of when my gut would have saved me, but I just didn't listen. When I was 19, a friend of mine who I had known for about a year invited me on a trip to another country at no cost because it was planned as a present for some other friend who spontaneously couldn't make it, so all was paid for already and he couldn't get a refund. I had a bad feeling about it, but decided to ignore it because I didn't want to miss out on the opportunity to visit that country, especially as I was just out of school and not exactly rich. So I went. The first night he told me he lied and that I owed him such for the expenses of the trip and molested me. I immediately booked the next flight home I could afford, but I couldn't just get away from him because I couldn't speak or even read the language at all. So basically it was just a really horrible trip of having to be around this guy and pretty much constantly trying to get him not to touch me. I felt so stupid, disgusted, betrayed and just lost. Probably the worst 4 days of my life. Oh, and when I got back home, I found out he had stolen my credit card info at some point during that trip and spent nearly all of the money I had saved. Unfortunately, I found out about that after being guilt-tripped into paying him as much of the travel expenses as I could afford. Luckily, my bank could get the money he stole back from him because he was an idiot and used it to buy advertisements for him as a musician, which had his actual name on it. So lots of proof who spent my money. Long story short, I now listen to my gut and am a lot less naive. When I was about 13, I had not long broken up with this girl who supposedly had a psycho family. One of this girl's family was a close friend who was supposedly obsessed with her. I was invited out with my friends after school one day and this boy latched on. Everybody told me to come out and that he wanted to make amends and he understood why I did what I did etc. Being the pushover I went out and we hung out in parks and smoked and drank. As it started to get dark, I decided to go home. I felt uneasy being around him and he started acting all weird, talking about fights he had been in and bragging about bashing some guy's face in with his fists in school. Because of this I left. I didn't feel safe whatsoever. The next day my best friend and all the other kids that were out that night came into school and told me that got worse after I left. Apparently after they had drank some more, he started waving this huge kitchen knife around and was telling everybody how he was going to stab me in the stomach for breaking that girl's heart. Let me point out I only know details of the rest of this because I have a relative in the local police force. My dad made us move because he knew where I lived. I continued getting death threats on social media though. Until about a year or two later, when it was in the paper and was spread around the town that he had broke into somebody's house and stabbed a man to death and then slit his wrists in the man's bathtub. They found high amounts of cocaine and cannabis in his system along with a lot of alcohol. The elderly neighbors phoned the police when they heard some commotion and they hadn't seen the man leave for work. They found him barely conscious and he is now in a psych ward. This was supposedly over the girl again. I think I dodged a bullet there. So this was only about a month or so ago. I was walking home at 10:11 p.m. after going for a few drinks. I wasn't really drunk, but I was a little tipsy. At one point in my journey home I have to walk through this long walkway in a field. As I got to the entrance there was a guy there. He looked like he was meeting someone. My first thought was he was picking up drugs, but I felt off about him. So I text my boyfriend saying exactly where I was and that I should be home in 10 minutes. I walk past the guy and he asks me for a lighter. I'm smoking so I can't exactly say no, but it turns out this guy lives across the road and needs to use it at home or something. The guy won't let me walk away, so starts walking with me through this dark path. At this point I'm terrified and he starts telling me he's a big dealer in town, telling me how many people work for him, stuff to make him sound a lot more powerful. We get to the end of the path. It goes through a dark field and takes about 5-10 minutes to walk through. He stops and starts saying how hot I am and stuff like that, saying what he'd do to me. At this point, it's been a very long time since I text my boyfriend. He tried to ring me a few times, but the guy walking with me wouldn't let me answer. My boyfriend runs round the corner, comes over and asks what's taken me so long. The dude turns around and starts casually walking back in the direction we just came from. Point. If I hadn't sent my boyfriend that random text I don't know what would have happened. I prevented my father from dying due to an instance like this. For the past year and a half, I've been perusing my master's degree, and at the time, I was commuting from my parents' house, which is over 2 hours away, in order to save money to move closer. This particular day started and progressed as normal. I started feeling off when I had just sat down to get some important work done after my classes. I'm on medication for anxiety, so when I started to feel extremely unsettled, I take one of my as-needed medications and call it a day. Well, it didn't subside. In fact, it got worse. I ended up using my maximum prescription, and I even tried eating something, but it didn't help at all. I was doing my best to power through it, but it got to the point where I had to sit on the floor with my eyes closed, trying not to puke or faint. I've never experienced anything like this before, and it was starting to scare me. I've been dealing with anxiety and panic attacks for a good while, so I know what they feel like, and this was something completely different. I felt it in my bones. At its peak, I had an intense, shouting thought of I need to go home right faking now. I ended up sprinting to the subway and miraculously made my train home from Penn Station with less than 30 seconds to spare. This is important because the schedules were changing over and the next train wasn't for another hour and a half. The whole 2-hour commute home, I was panicking and sweating. I just knew I needed to be home. Finally, I get to my house, only to find that my dad is in the middle of massive heart attack. When I walked in, he was actually slowly willing his body across the house to call an ambulance. He was in my car and on the way to the hospital within 3 minutes of me being home. I absolutely Tokyo drifted my whip to the hospital, ripped the flower beds, and made it there 100% faster than the ambulance would have. He was checked in and immediately whisked away for emergency surgery. Turns out he had almost 100% occlusion in his left anterior descending artery, also known as the Widowmaker artery. Why does it have such a cute nickname? Because this type of critical occlusion in this specific artery is almost always faking fatal. It's been over 6 months since my dad's heart attack and miraculously, he's been making incredible strides in improvement. While he lost a lot of muscle function in his heart, the cardiac rehab has helped so much that he was able to avoid a pacemaker altogether. If I hadn't listened to my gut instinct, I probably would have found my father after it was too late. Years ago I traveled back from the south of France to the Netherlands by train. I had to change train in the north of France. A few people and me were brought by bus to another station. It was midnight and my train would come 1 hour later. But then everyone left, leaving me alone in this deserted station with bright light and windows all over. Well, not alone. 2 guys on the floor. I felt strange with those 2. They slowly got up, distracting themselves from me. I decided that I was not going to stay there with them and go to my track to wait there for my train. I had to go a little bit underground off a tunnel to reach the perron. It was the last track in the row. Behind me was an empty industrial looking site, all dark and obscure. I could see the guys in the station. They were looking at me, discussing, making fast short movements. Not good. Their body language was not okay. I looked around, took a glass bottle from the floor, grabbed a shirt from my bag, put the bottle in the shirt and broke it. So I had a sharp weapon to defend myself. For them it was much darker to see me, so they didn't know. Then it occurred to me. What are you doing? Asked myself. You are really going to kill people here? I would have left my bags, but with an attack towards me, I would have used this sharp glass. No doubt. I decided to go a different way. I took my bags, went straight at them. No tunnel, just straight ahead in their faces. Over the tracks back to the station. Straight facing them. They were shocked. My French was minimal, but I didn't want them to know that. So I said, "Hi, everything alright?" in a quite strong tone. They said yes and wanted to distance themselves again to make new/change plans. But I was not going to let them. I was taking advantage of the confusion. Soon after unexpected a train arrives. Many people got out, but I see all passing me and heading out. The last ones were a group young people. I asked if they could please stay with me because I felt unsafe. They didn't feel like it, I could notice, but they agreed. But they were skeptical. One of them went to the guys and asked them what they were doing at the station. They said they were going to take the train. The guy seemed to believe them, and I had enough. I said bullshit and really had to stand my ground or I would be alone again. A moment later, luckily, they start this insane theater before our eyes. Them buying fake ticket for the fake train they were never going to take. It was fake and crazy and obvious. The machine was right in front of us. Fake money, fake buttons. The group stayed with me and I could take my train safely back to Holland. Not long after that point they were up to no good. My friend saved us when we went out one night. My friend and I in our first semester of college shared a love for partying 3 days a week. We had fake IDs, despite looking as underage as we were, 18 and 19 in 21 plus clubs. We got approached a lot by older men, but one night these 2 men in their mid-40s started sweet talking us. They were giving off a weird vibe, as if they were really nervous, but it was kind of like an inside joke type of thing where they'd exchange looks and nervous gestures, despite the setting being completely normal. Within a few minutes, they offered to buy us a drink. Normally this was our end goal when going out, getting drunk on other people's dime. I was a little more drunk than my friend, so I took the bait. She grabbed me as I started to walk towards the bar with them, and just shook her head. I called her lame, shook her off and joined them. I took her shot for her. After the shot, they were trying to bar hop with us, and offered to Uber us to the next bar. I don't remember this, but they were really persistent on the idea of getting us into an Uber. She adamantly denied, even though I drunkenly loved the idea of a night with free, easy drinks. Well, I got roofied. Double roofied. I don't remember much, but I do remember waking up in the middle of the club dance floor, in the fetal position, crying in pain and throwing up. Next thing I know I woke up on her bathroom floor, continuing the pain I felt from the night before. It was a wake-up call to say the least. Police officer. A few years ago I was working overtime as a traffic unit, conducting vehicle stops and working accidents, filling in on a shift that was short-staffed. Pulled over a vehicle with an expired tag that cut me off. The police radio is almost always busy. It's nearly impossible to broadcast. You have to wait with your hand on the button and hit it as soon as there's a break if you want to get on. Usually you make it short, sweet, and to the point. It was a minute or two before I was even able to let dispatch know where I was and what I had. Time seemed to stretch as I waited to get out, and the whole time the driver is staring at me in his side view mirror. Not a normal, "Oh I wonder why he stopped me," or any sort of a normal look. It's hard to verbalize, even now, but all I can say is that my instincts told me that it wasn't going to be a normal traffic stop. I make sure I ask for a backup unit, but looking at the computer I can see that every other officer is busy with something, so it will be a minute point. I wait another minute hoping that someone will break free and even ask again. It's not my normal shift, so nobody working at the time really knew me, otherwise they would know that I prefer to handle things on my own, and that if I'm calling for backup it's warranted. Finally I get out of the car. I walk very slowly, ordering the driver to put his hands out of the window so I could see them, because the hairs on the back of my neck were standing up. The driver is much taller than me, evidenced by the fact that sitting down his head almost touched the top of the car. The driver was very nervous and told me that he did not have a driver's license, so I got his SSN to identify him. I also see that he has a passenger, another male. Now, at the time, case law said that I did not have the right as a Leo to ask the passenger for identification, but that has such changed. Backpedal to my car, keeping my eyes on him, and he is still giving me the same stare but much more intensely. I enter his information into my computer and go over to the NSIC, wants and warrants, radio channel, which is just as busy as the main channel. As I'm looking the driver up on my computer, I'm keeping my eyes on the vehicle the whole time. It comes back that he has several prior felony arrests and has an outstanding warrant for receiving stolen property, firearms. Now, more than ever, I know in my heart that there's a weapon in that vehicle. NSIC confirms the warrant and I get back to main channel, requesting an additional unit to make a felony arrest. It's amazing how nobody was interested in my traffic stop until those magic words are said. But anyways, now there's 2 units en route. I wait, and the guy continues giving me that stare, and I see that the passenger is turning around in the seat and giving me the same look. My first backup unit arrives and pulls alongside me, exiting. As soon as the backup steps out of the car, I see the vehicle in front of me peeling out to take off. They're fleeing. I put my vehicle in drive, turn all my sirens on, and start to chase just out of pure adrenaline and instinct. I broadcast on the radio. This time the traffic was held, since we were going to do something dangerous. The pursuit traffic before the shift supervisor orders me to terminate it because they charges aren't for violent felonies. Reluctantly, I kill the lights and sirens and watch the suspect vehicle blow through a red light at a big intersection. It keeps going around the bend and I lose sight of it. My backup unit, and I park in a fast food lot and I start to tell him what was going on when we see on the computer a vehicle accident with injuries coming in from the direction the suspect vehicle had fled. The suspect vehicle had passed an 18-wheeler on the right side, clipped another vehicle, left the roadway, got airborne over a fence, rolled, and was sitting pretty mangled. The driver and passenger had fled into the woods. Inside the car's backseat were 3 stolen handguns, a short barrel shotgun, and a stolen rifle. We weren't able to track the suspects because air and K9 units weren't available that day. I do the report and file for charges for everything I've got, and don't think anything of it until a few months later, when I find the driver is involved in a domestic and my partner and I make the arrest. As I'm driving him to jail, he tells me that he remembers me and that day his partner was going to kill me with that shotgun if we had tried to arrest them that day. The driver went to jail and is still there. I check every now and then, but refuse to give up his partner, so he's still out there somewhere. Probably. Always trust your instincts. I was planning on going to the WTC on September 11th before class when I was at Barrach and teaching sub at a private high school. I had been living in New York City most of my life, but never been to the Twin Towers. On September 10th I started thinking I should at least walk around, take an elevator to the top, get some coffee, and look at the view before class, so I planned on getting up an hour earlier and doing it the next day, on the 11th. That night I had a really bad waking dream/nightmare, the kind of insomnia where you can't sleep because when you do you go back into a bad dream, but you're also not awake, just slipping in and out of consciousness. In the dream, a group of terrorists dressed in traditional garb and carrying AK-47s came to the school I teach at and take the whole gym hostage. In one scene, I vividly remember standing in the gym eating a pizza and looking up at the windows that overlook the gym from the second floor and seeing a terrorist guy just looking down at us. I barely got any rest, and when morning came I decided to postpone the trip for another day. Anyway, I'm on my way to class a few blocks from the school I was teaching at, and I hear a kaboom. Initially it registered like 2 dump truck colliding. I looked around and there were no trucks, and then I realized this was something worse, and rushed to the school. The headmaster put everyone in the gym, and got every single pizza place in a 5-block radius to crank out as many pizzas as they could and deliver them on a rolling basis. The whole school had stacks and stacks of pizza and soda, all you can eat and drink. It kept the kids happy. The school wouldn't release them until their parents picked them up. We had a lot of international students, including Saudi nationals. I was eating a slice of pizza and I looked up, and there was a guy in traditional Saudi garb looking down at the gym trying to pick his kid out of the crowd. The kid's last name was Bin Laden. He was a member of that royal family. We never saw him again after that point. There were about a dozen kids whose parents never came to pick them up because they were in the towers. Teachers took them home. A few of the parents survived and sent chaperones the next day when they got the dust out of their eyes and communications were restored. A few of the kids lost both of their parents. They all moved out of state to live with other family. I don't believe I'm psychic or have any special ability. I haven't gotten any premonitions since then, at least nothing that cohesive or connected. I do think that time isn't linear, and the future affects the past as much as the past affects the future. 9/11 was such a world-changing event, with so much impact, and spent most of my life within a 5-mile radius of it. The energy was so strong I just picked it up like a big antenna. I think a lot of other people did too, they just don't talk about it. I had a few minor complications during my C-section for my youngest. After fighting a crippling headache the first night from a botched epidural, the next day I was really tired and it hurt to take a breath. I expressed my concerns and was told it was because I wasn't breastfeeding and my milk was hardening. I didn't breastfeed my first 2 and never experienced this. They wanted to send me home the following day, despite my headaches getting worse and my chest pain. I had to fight to make them keep me. They kept saying the headaches were from drywall dust and chest pain from breast milk, but I told them that I felt like something serious was going on, and I didn't feel comfortable going home with a newborn. That evening while the nurse was doing a checkup and had me laying flat, she was talking to my mom and all of a sudden she stopped. She asked if it hurt to breathe in. I told her yes, that I've been letting the previous nurses know, and they told me it was nothing. She sat me back up, and I was struggling to catch my breath, it hurt so bad. She called the doctor and they ordered a chest x-ray. Turned out I had aspiration pneumonia from getting sick during my C-section. After a week stay to clear it up and lower my blood pressure I was sent home. I saw that nurse a couple weeks later at the store, and she kept saying how she's so glad they didn't send me home, because it could have been really bad. I'm so grateful to her still. Another time, my sons were at wrestling practice, and the oldest took a knee to the eye. My husband called saying to come get him. He said he was just being a baby. I go get him, and he won't let go of his eye and scrambles to the car, then immediately pukes. He's becoming lethargic, and anytime he moved he would puke. I go to my mom's to see what she thinks. I tell my husband he won't wake up, and keeps puking, and that I was taking him, because I thought it was a concussion. He says it may just be the flu. I know this makes him sound like a jerk, but my oldest tends to be overly dramatic. I take him, and he starts puking, as soon as we get through the doors. I tell him he took a knee to the eye, and has been puking ever since and lethargic. They immediately get him back, run tests and scans. He had an orbital fracture, and we were sent 2 hours away to a pediatric hospital for emergency surgery. The doctor there says it's not that bad, and they have to wait a week to do surgery. I just didn't feel right, and I'm not one to normally question doctors. I felt a lot of anxiety and told him. It's been 12 hours at this point and my son has been asleep for 11 of them. That I just didn't feel right leaving. He rechecked the scans and consulted with his resident. It was a green stick fracture, and the muscles were trapped in the bone. That if it isn't corrected within 12 to 24 hours, it could cause issues with his heart. They did the surgery and he's been fine since. Sorry for the long post. And it might not be exactly a gut feeling as much as it is mother's intuition, but both times I just knew, if something wasn't done, there would be grave consequences. My childhood home was a few blocks away from this second-hand store my grandmother loved to frequent. Since we lived so close, my grandma would take me walking with her from the time I was like 4 or 5 to the store. I didn't particularly like walking a few blocks there, because there were some stray dogs in the neighborhood that I was scared of, but I never really put up a fight about going, and could usually be bribed into going with my grandma by her promising to buy me a toy I liked from the store. Well, one day my grandma decides she wants to go to the store with me like she usually does. She tells me to get ready to go, but for some reason I refused to go, and told my grandma we absolutely could not go today. I didn't budge at all, no matter how much she bribed me, or started to get angry and even threw a tantrum at 5 years old to not go. For some reason, I just knew I shouldn't. My grandma at last gets fed up and calls my aunt, who was a SAHM at the time, and asks if she can pick me up and babysit me while she goes to the store. My aunt agrees and comes to pick me up, but tells my grandma she shouldn't go either, because she too has a weird feeling. Grandma says she's being paranoid and rejects my aunt's offer of a ride to the store. She claims it's because the store is in the opposite direction of my aunt's house and that she wants to exercise. My aunt relents and takes me to her house while my grandma goes to the store. For some reason, my aunt and I still feel like there's something wrong about today, but we brush it aside. We make it to my aunt's home when we hear her landline ring sometime later. By now it's been like 20 minutes since we left my grandma's house. My aunt answers the phone and immediately gets quiet. It was a neighbor calling. It turns out my grandmother had walked to the store on her own and had been stopped halfway there by some teens hanging around who held her at knife point for her purse. They robbed her of her purse and jewelry, threatened to stab her, then took off when a neighbor who saw what happened shouted that she was calling the cops. My grandma was completely rattled and had to be calmed down by some neighbors. My grandfather even had to leave work early to swing by and make sure she was fine. Police never caught who did it, and my grandmother later cried at home because she was so glad I hadn't been with her that day. I have no idea why I felt like something was off, but I'm glad I listened to my instincts. I've had that same gut feeling some other times through my life, but never anything major like that. I was 5. Just moved to America. Little did we know we moved to a rough neighborhood. I was riding my little tricycle in the alley right by our home when a guy walked out, smiling. He stopped me and asked me something. Being new to the US, all I understood was ball. I got excited, both that I understood and that there was the possibility of playtime. I thought I was going to help him find his ball. He led me to the end of that alley and through a broken fence where I hesitated before following him. I was set on helping him find that ballpoint. I recognized we were in the shadows of an old church. He turned to me and I completely froze while saying something else to me. He pulled down my pants. Time suddenly stood still while my little body filled with terror and helplessness. It took me a moment that felt like forever, but finally I found my voice and started crying very loudly. That unnerved him and he became the original smiling guy that approached me. He pulled my pants back up and tried to calm me. He let me get out of the churchyard unmolested and even gave me a push on my tricycle to get me away faster. That push still makes me feel dirty from his touch when I remember the moment. I never again played outside alone in that neighborhood. Biological father worked every third day for 24-hour shift and mom worked MF 9 to 5 p.m. Day when father was gone, mom was at work and it was some sort of break from school. Me, 8, 10F, and my brother, 9 to 11. I don't remember specifically what age this happened, just we were on the younger side. Someone pulls in our driveway, but we have the blinds down for our living room, which is also where the front door is. We proceed to get a knock on the door that we need to open up the door. Somehow this person knew we were home. I was very frightened at the time because we had just gotten a new outside door that wouldn't latch and lock all the way, but the inside door was heavy and had dead bolts. We lived in the middle of nowhere, rural IL. I remember the guy trying the handle on the door and hearing it rattle. Anyhow, this guy's knocking on the door saying we need to open up and that he's a cop and needs to talk to us. Something told me not to because through the peephole this guy looked like a Halloween spoof of a cop and his car didn't add up. I still remember it being a silver sedan of some kind. So had my brother call my mom at work, who called to see if any cops are in our area. She frantically calls us back and tells us to stay quiet and keep an eye out. Turns out, no, there were no cops/sheriff in our area and they sent some out our way to look for the guy who eventually left. I remember seeing the cop car come cruising down my street. I don't know if they ever found him, but it wasn't the last time some random person decided to walk around our house for no reason and give me everlasting anxiety of being home alone. Years ago I was on exchange in Shanghai with a few of my friends. We were there on rotation for grad school. My friends are German, I'm Chinese-born Canadian, and having been to Shanghai many times before, I wanted to show my friends a good time. The rotation program was pretty chill. We had lots of free time, and we spent a lot of it at bars and clubs. One night we went to this place called Mint, pretty well-known mainstream joint, been there several times before with them already. We were having a great night, and at around 1:30, I went outside for a smoke. I was going to light my cig and couldn't find my lighter. Classic. Then these two pretty Chinese girls who spoke better English than most in Shanghai came up to me and offered me a light. This is where my night would get very sketchy. OFC. Being drunk and guided by my nuts, I gladly said yes and started a conversation. They seemed pretty normal, and I was drunk. They suggested we go to another bar, and when I said I'll grab my friends, they said let's go first, and I could text them the address later. So we go. We start walking and walking until we hit a convenience store where one of the girls dragged me inside, and we got some food. When we got outside, the other girl was on the phone. Didn't seem weird to me. We kept walking and walking, and it felt like we walked for miles. Outside of Shanghai's hotspots, I really don't know the city, and this realization hit me as we got further away from the lights and more into the dark. One of the girls kept feeding me booze, while the other girl was on her phone. I couldn't fully understand what she was saying in her dialect, but I got a few words, and it sounded like she said we are coming now. I already had this feeling I was being lured, so I gave my friends a call and OFC they didn't pick up. Damn blasted Germans. Eventually we hit what felt like a ruralish area. Definitely no clubs here, just some hole-in-the-wall restaurants and a bunch of rundown karaoke lounges and old uncles sitting on plastic chairs fanning themselves in the heat. Everyone on the street was looking at me, not sure if it was in my head. But it was like they've seen this before, and they were eyeing me to get out before it's too late. We eventually end up at this bar. When I stepped inside with them, it was dimly lit, and there were 3 to 4 small tables with all guys, sketchy looking guys. One of the girls said she's going to get us a table and some of her friends are coming, but I notice her go to a table full of guys and slightly point to me while she was talking to one of them. It was at this point I knew I had to bounce. The entire bar felt like it was a setup. Most of the dudes were looking at me, so I used my SIG excuse and got outside. The girl that stuck with me all night followed me out, kept trying to bring me back in, said we could smoke inside. Then she seemed to get frustrated. Then she said wait here, and went back in. My gut told me to get the hell out of there. Thank God there was a taxi coming down the road. I ran in front of it, and he started to scream in his dialect. I went up to the window and said in Chinese, I'm being robbed, I need to go now. Jump in his taxi, and started to slowly drive off. As we left, I looked back at the bar and saw the girl come outside with 2 guys who was at the table earlier. They were definitely looking for me. Anyway, not that much of a climax, but I felt like I escaped robbery of either my belongings or my kidneys. Lesson learned, never accept a light from pretty girls in Shanghai. Hahaha. Was looking for side jobs to try and make more money for Christmas. Came across an ad for a massage parlor. Ad was very basic, no experience needed. Work as many hours as you want. Massage our clients and get paid cash nightly. I decided to give them a call. They asked me to come in for a sit down, not interview, a sit down. I came in, was asked about availability and basic stuff. Asked to see pictures on my social media accounts. Said they were looking for a specific type. Pointy pretty, fit girls. Then she offered to let me assist with the next client who was due to come in within the next few minutes. Said I'd get paid for training, and I'd know by the end of the session if I would want to do it full time. I agreed. As soon as the client showed up, he got undressed privately and under the little sheet on the massage table, no different than a normal, regular massage session. We came in and introduced ourselves. She immediately stripped down to just her bra and panties. Said this is what their client base pays for. Massages and underwear/lingerie. I was speechless. She literally just massaged him, full body but no set stuff, while I literally stood in the corner dying inside. After everything was done and the client left, she gave me $60 for training. We had been in there a total of 30 minutes and I did nothing, and told me I'd be perfect for the job. I explained to her that I wasn't really comfortable with everything the job entailed. She laughed and said nothing sexual ever happens. We are literally just massaging in lingerie, that's it. I told her I'd think about it and get back with her, only because I had just been given $60 for minutes of my time. I wanted this to work. I needed this to work. Keep in mind this was legit business from the outside. It was a massage parlor in a busy nice town. Nowhere on the website or inside the parlor was there anything about lingerie massages being advertised. My brain was telling me this was perfectly legal. We are not naked with them. We are not doing sexual favors. You need this money. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right, and even though I didn't want to, about 2 days later, I texted her. She had been texting me asking if I wanted to start, and told her I really didn't think the job was for me and wished the best of luck to her with her business. Flash forward exactly 2 weeks from the day I texted her that I wasn't interested. Turned on the news and there she was in front of a judge. They had raided the parlor. Her and her girls, the other employees, were all charged with prostitution among several other things. If I had taken that job, I would have learned soon after that they were in fact doing more than just lingerie massages, and I very well could have been one of the ones working the day they were raided. I do wonder now though, how many of the girls picked up in the raid were brand new and just finding out that it wasn't just lingerie massages. Scary sheet. I was 16, and it was around the time my friend got his license, so we all went for a drive. My parents were freaking out about my friends driving, so they requested I tell them whenever that was the plan, but knowing they wouldn't let me, I decided not to tell them, since it was only a 5-minute drive to pick up our friend and then go right back home. I called shotgun, which was crazy rare, since my best friend always got it. I was super stoked. We got in the car, and about a minute and I realized my seatbelt wasn't on, and had some sort of eerie feeling, and started to be extra alert in the situation. Maybe it was paranoia about not telling my parents, but it was a really weird / something's going to happen kind of vibe. 2 minutes later my friend was looking where to make a right turn, and wasn't looking straight, while he blew a red light and T-boned this other young girl's car. I had screamed, "Stop," since I was the only one paying attention, and he jammed on the brakes and hit the other car on a slight angle instead on right on her driver's side. Everyone ended up being fine minus minor bruising, since all the airbags went off. I really couldn't believe we all walked away without a scratch. Both cars were totaled. I think about it every time I get into a car 12 years later, and always put on my seatbelt / make sure everyone else in the car puts this on, since had I not put it on that night I could gone straight through the windshield given the impact. When I was younger, about 12 to 13, my mother was driving me home from a friend's house she went to for dinner. It was around 11 o'clock I believe. But anyways, we were making our way back home. My stomach started tightening, and I got this really weird feeling that something bad is going to happen. You see, I was an extremely anxious and paranoid kid, so I tried to shake it off. But this anxiety was not like others. It was stronger and felt wrong somehow. So as we were driving down the road on which I lived on, the feeling got even stronger. I tried to talk to my mom, but she shook it off as me being anxious. I believed her, and shook it off once more. We had made it to the house we lived in, and pulled into the driveway. I felt extremely scared for no reason and started stalling. My mom got angry at me, and yelled at me to stop whining, and hurry up inside. It was pretty cold out, so she wasn't too happy about it. I followed her inside, noticing that she had opened the door without unlocking it. I felt a weird feeling again, because normally she locks it. And then we heard the cats that we owned at the time hissing. Normally our cats would play fight and hiss at each other, but this was different. It was louder, and sounded angrier somehow. My mom seemed to notice it too, and went into mother mode. She told me to get the hell out of the house, and I noped the fuck out of there. I went outside, and was standing by the car. About 5 minutes later, she came back out, and told me to get into the car. We drove to a closer friend's house, and she explained to me what had happened on the way. Turns out that nobody was in the house, but the lock had been tampered with and someone had broken in. They had rummaged through our drawers and stuff was everywhere. Though, the weird thing is that all of our silverware was gone. Even out of our dishwasher. It was just all gone. Police arrived, and I don't really remember what happened next, but we cleaned up after crashing at a friend's house. I ignored my gut feeling, and was picked up by a suspected serial killer. I was 19, and hitchhiking with a friend in the Caribou region of BC. It was cold, and we were trying to get home, about an hour drive away. We were walking for around an hour and a lone yellow car drove over the ridge. We stuck our thumbs out, and car stopped. He opened the passenger door, and asked where we were headed. I felt a flash of complete panic, and stepped backwards, and said sorry, we are actually okay. But my friend said yes, and told me to please get in. I whispered furiously I wasn't going to get in, that I felt weird about this guy. She said it's cold, there's nobody else driving, and I don't want to walk anymore. Reluctantly, I climbed in the passenger seat. After she climbed in the back. He had greasy brown hair and terrible teeth. He tried to awkwardly talk to us. I started glancing around, and got really scared. There was a crowbar sticking out from under my seat, and it looked stained, and when I looked back to check on my oblivious friend, I saw screwdrivers, a saw, and basic camping supplies. The car was old and run down. My heart raced, and I tried to get my friend's attention. I said to him, I'm sorry, I feel really sick, can you let us out up here? He kind of ignored me, and then said he would drop us at the top of the hill. Suddenly in the background we saw flashing lights and loud sirens and 3 police cars racing our way. Our driver pulled over, and a police officer got out, pointed a gun, and yelled for us all to exit the vehicle. As we did, they rushed in to arrest the driver. The officer said, why in hell are you two in this car? I said, we were hitchhiking, and he was the only one passing by. The officer said sternly, you are very lucky we came by. He has a record longer than my arm and we have been trying to pick him up on a warrant. I asked, what has he supposedly done? The officer frowned and told me I didn't want to know. They drove us separately back to the nearest town and gave us a stern reprimand and bus money to get home. It seemed sad and serious. This incident haunts me. This was near the famous Highway of Tears because in 1993, when dozens of hitchhiking girls were going missing and being murdered, I feel certain I was supposed to die that day, and I don't know how the police caught him at that moment in the middle of nowhere. I tried to look up arrest records to figure out who he was, but no luck yet. This is actually someone else's gut feeling that saved me, but either way I'm grateful. When I was in nursing school, I did a clinical rotation through the psychiatric treatment center at the regional maximum security penitentiary. This place would be a familiar name to most people in Canada. There was a unit of the treatment center which was reserved for the worst of the worst psych-wise. A lot of suicide watch, but also a lot of irretractable violence which had to be isolated. It was freaky, but you got a bit used to it after a while, because they were also wheel contained, and such strict routines were followed, yada yada. So one day I'm going around passing out meds to everyone on this unit. We do so with a guard who opens the little food slot that's at about chest height and is approximate a foot wide by 6 inches tall. Not a ton of space, but you could get an arm through. So I'm going down the line and pass someone his meds as usual. He takes them, and almost at the exact same time the guard turns to me and says, take a big step back. I was already a good meter from the opening, but I gave myself another 1 to 2 meters. So the guy shows us his cup as his protocol to prove he swallowed everything, and then just looks at me for a few seconds. Out of nowhere this man just goes off accusing me of not giving him his meds, calling me every name in the book, all the while doing everything in his physical power to get through to door to me, including swinging at me through the slot and backing up to ram his shoulder into the door etc. The guard just calmly closed and locked the slot, and we continued on down the line like nothing had happened. Guess it was a day in the life for her, but I will never forget the look in that man's eyes. I used to work at a daycare, and I was very close with the parents as I was many of the kids' favorite. Don't know why, there. So I had worked there for around 1,5 years, and I obviously knew the parents etc. So when the parent or parents came to get their child, I would go get them, pretty easy. And one day a guy I've never seen before walked in and said he was here for one of the kids. I did not know what to do as all of the daycare workers were introduced to the parents/siblings of the kids we look after at the beginning of the year. This guy gave off really creepy vibes, and he smiled so much that it looked fake the entire time. Almost like the Cheshire Cat. Super creepy. Anyway, if you're a relative, you need to have the parents of said child call to tell us who's picking up the child etc. I did not see a note about it and did not hear anything about someone else picking a child up, so I tell him that I can't let him bring the child with him as I don't know who he is and haven't heard from the parent. He gets very angry at that but briefly leaves. I then later told the others about it, and we talked to the parents of the child when they came to pick her up, and they asked about description of him, and so on. Turns out he was the brother of the dad, making him the uncle, and he had apparently molested 2 of their older kids. When he spent time with them, literally got chills from knowing that he almost took her with him. Edit. I was alone in the daycare all room with 3 older kids as the smaller ones were napping, with 2 other daycare workers, when this happened. I grew up in a really tiny town in Southern California. If Danish tourist town means anything to you, then you'll know exactly where I'm from. It was so ridiculously safe and tight-knit that even my mom, who's the most paranoid person, let me start walking home from school when I was 9. I had a friend whose dad owned a local cell phone shop, back when that was a thing in the early 2000s. One day, I went to his shop with her after school to do homework, and when we were done, we decided to walk a few blocks back to our elementary school campus to play on the playground. Super common for the kids our age who live there. We get the first few blocks before noticing a truck had passed by us a few times. A late model, bright blue Dodge, if I remember correctly. Something in both of us screamed internally at the oddity of this. Once the truck passed by us once more, we both instinctively dove into the bushes of the house we were passing by at that time. We watched as the truck circled the block once more and drove very slowly past where we should have been. Had we kept going at the same pace we had been walking at, the truck turned to circle the block one more time, and we ran for our lives into the schoolyard and behind a massive tree that blocked us from the view of the street. The truck slowly drove past at least 5 more times before giving up and leaving. We ran back to her dad's cell phone shop and told him what had happened. He shut the place down immediately and put us in the car to go searching for the truck that had been prowling for us. It shook both of our families to the core because our town was the most crime-free area you could imagine. We never found the truck, but did hear very soon after of a kidnapping up the coast in a slightly larger town. I shudder to think about what had happened had our 9-year-old minds not been aware of the situation, considering we had no previous experiences of stories of similar instances to go off of. Right after my partner and I got married and had our firstborn, we only had one vehicle and he was using it most days/nights to drive back and forth to work. My mother had driven to pick me and the baby up for a family game night at her house. Because my partner worked night shift at the time and I got lonely, I ended up staying until 1 to 2 AM before asking my mother to drive me back home. Normally we would drive one of her larger vehicles, but for whatever reason my mom decided she wanted to drive my brother's small little car. I felt weird on the way home, like something was off. My mother was having an animated conversation, but I couldn't focus and kept staring out the window. We had stopped at a red light, and I was watching a large 18-wheeler truck come down the road to my left. Our light turned green and my mother starts to go, and I just scream to stop as loud as I could. Point my mother, with the calmness of some sort of witch goddess, got my brother's car turned completely parallel in the middle of the intersection. I had twisted my entire body to shield the car seat in the back, knowing that when we were hit, that I wouldn't be offering any protection. The truck breezed right through their red light and was so close that my brother's tiny car rocked as it passed. If my mother hadn't randomly chosen that car, magically acquired some sort of race car driving skills and my gut didn't scream out that the truck was not going to stop, I 100% believe that I wouldn't be here today. Heard the story from my grandma when I was a teen and never forgot it. Apparently her mother was extremely abusive to not only her children, but also her husband. She constantly belittled him and undermined him to make him look like an idiot in front of everyone. He did a lot of things to cope with this: overeat, smoke, drink etc. that led to severe health problems at a young age. She had just gotten married to my grandfather and she had just finished dinner and was waiting for him to come home from work. The whole time she was cooking she had the worst feeling. She explained it as this overwhelming sense of dread all throughout her body. She was going to just call her dad, but she didn't want to talk to her mom, so she went over instead. Her father had had a stroke, and he was on the floor begging for my great-grandmother to call an ambulance, while my great-grandmother was in the bedroom, folding laundry and telling him he was faking to get sympathy. Her father didn't make it, but she was so happy she at least got to be there with him until the end, and assure him that he was with someone who loved him while they waited for help to arrive. It tore her apart that he passed away, but it was his passing, mixed with how he died, that was the momentum needed for all of her children to turn their backs on her and cut off all contact. Their father is buried in the family plot next to his parents and his son who died at a young age, while her mother was not even claimed after her death. They let the state bury her in an unmarked grave at a random church she had never been to. I went for a night run around my neighborhood, and as I was reaching this patch in my run where there was hardly any lights, I had this completely eerie feeling from behind me that there was someone chasing me. All of a sudden an old Toyota Tacoma green truck passes me and stops at the stop sign about 50 yards ahead. I cross the street on the left side. The truck crosses too, then pulls over on my side of the street, blocking oncoming traffic. I didn't pay any mind to it because it was a 2-lane road and figured they were lost. I ran past them, then they decided to speed up and kept going straight. There was another stop sign about 150 yards away. As I'm approaching the stop sign, I see 2 young adults crossing the street from the right side with hoodies on. I looked over, and one of them immediately turned around and started walking back, while the other continued. I crossed paths with the guy as I kept running forward through the stop sign. I look over to the right, and the 2'D guy that went back was going into the same green truck. That's when I knew that these people were trying to fuck with me. After the stop sign is a large downhill. I ran as fast as I can down that hill, constantly looking back, and I see the same truck driving down the hill. This time, they just blatantly waited the stop sign for 30 seconds, waiting for me to make my next move. I take a left, so they make a left. They tried to post up at the next stop sign, and 3 guys get out of the truck this time. I run into the nearest neighborhood and hide for like 3 minutes to make sure they don't follow, then knock on a random person's door where they let me call my parents and brother to pick me up. Never went for a night run after that. A friend of mine was trying his hand at online dating. He wasn't all too clued up on how these things work. After Tinder and Match.com were a bust for him, he started trying any dating site he could find. Finally, he ended up actually talking to a lady on a dating site. Things seemed to be going really well, and he fell head over heels. This lady he was talking to on this dating site was all he was talking about. Literally, every conversation, everything he was talking about was her. I've never had any luck in that department either. All loved up, my friend said I should try this website, for unlike any other dating site, he got messaged instantly by loads of people. It was a site I'd not even heard of, called More Dates. I went on the site and set up my account. And sure enough, I was almost immediately messaged. Within a few minutes, 6 people had sent me messages. I went on their profiles and they seemed to be almost supermodel levels hot. Already, I was having my doubts. In 2 years on Match.com I've not received 6 messages. In 2 minutes on this site, 6 insanely hot supermodels messaged me. I clicked on one of the profiles to reply to her message. In the messenger screen, it said you needed coins to send messages. I had 100 free coins to start with. I sent a reply message and almost immediately got what seemed to be an automated response. My number of coins, after I replied hey, tell me about yourself, dropped from 100 to 50. One more message later, my coins fell to big fat 0. When I tried to send a third message, a huge pay to play screen popped up. 100 more coins was going to cost $7. 2 more messages for $7. And that's when I absolutely knew this was a scam website. I absolutely hightailed it out, deleted my account, blocked them from my email, and reported their website. It took me 4 minutes to figure out this site was a scam website. It took my friend 4 months. He eventually found the profile pic of the girl he'd been talking to for the last 4 months on Google Images. They had been messaging daily for all that time, but they'd never met because she'd been delaying their first date because she'd just broken up and wasn't ready to meet anyone yet. I can't even fathom how much money my friend lost to this scam site. So this happened to both my twin brother and myself. We were at my uncle's farm to go fishing. My aunt drove us there from my grandmother's house. We spent the day out there having a great time. It was getting dark, and it was about time to head home. One thing to note about his farm, his house is on top of a large hill with a gravel road that snakes down. At the bottom of the hill is a decent sized lake. As the sun is setting we are getting ready to leave as we have school in the morning. I climb into the back seat of my aunt's sedan. I got the front on the way there. I get in and get buckled up waiting for the drive. It's taking a long time for my brother to get in, so I get out to see what the problem is. My brother is begging my uncle to sleep over and head back in the morning as he was suddenly afraid of riding in the car. To this day he can't explain why or what caused it, but he was so afraid of riding back in the car he was in tears. At this point I'm ready to go home, so I begin to badger him. After a little back and forth we realize he isn't going to budge. So my uncle agrees, but I can ride home with my aunt if I want. I get back into the back seat of the car without thinking. My aunt gets in, and we start to head down the gravel path. Her brakes fail, causing us to roll very fast down this hill towards the lake. We pick up speed and slam into a tree stump that stopped our momentum. My aunt was ejected from the car, causing a lot of damage to her head and face. She had numerous surgeries, but was never the same person. Since I was in the back seat I hit the passenger seat and went unconscious. Without the stump being there, who knows what could have happened. My brother would have been in that front seat and likely would have been in a similar position as my aunt. TLDR, my brother had a weird feeling about a car ride and decided to stay at my uncle's. This definitely prevented serious injury if not death. Gave my dog one of those rawhide chews, the flat squarish type. I sometimes give him one before bed, but will stay up on my phone or read while he finishes it. This night he finished it and kept swallowing, like there was a tickle in his throat. He got some water a few times and laid down, but wasn't going to sleep. I sat up in bed just watching him for like 15 minutes, almost dozing off. I got down and started petting him and decided to look down his throat. In the back was rawhide chew with a small opening where he could still breathe, but it was lodged between his tongue and the back of his mouth. Kinda freaked out and started slapping the back of his neck to dislodge it. That didn't work, so I got a little more concerned until I just stuck my hand in his mouth and I was able to easily grab it. Relief washed over me and I threw it away. But I hate thinking about what could have happened if I didn't check on him before sleeping. He doesn't get those types of chews anymore. On a side note, I've always wondered if dogs understand when we help them out like that. Sometimes in the summer he gets stickers stuck in his paw and will start limping, and I'll immediately take them out. I wonder what they think when things like this happen and we do something that magically makes them better. Though about a month ago he did have a tumor, benign, already removed, on his tail that I had to dress and clean because it was bleeding constantly, and he never gave me any trouble about doing it. It always seems, when I have to do something that he clearly doesn't understand why I'm doing it, he will give me little resistance. Which makes me feel good, I guess, that he trusts me that much. TLWR back pain. Gut feeling said not back pain. Doctor said back pain. Wasn't back pain. Nearly died. I now trust the ear more than my general physician. Around mid-February last year, I was experiencing a little bit of back pain. It's not something super uncommon with my job and all that, and I've treated it before. So I just took some ibuprofen for the first day or two and made sure I slept right to get rid of it. It was a little unusual to me, though, since I hadn't really done much heavy lifting that weekend. But after 3 days of pain, it started hurting a lot around the top of my kidneys and felt a little deeper than the usual pain I had. I called out of work and went to the doctor, who did a thorough examination with a stethoscope, blood pressure, oxygen levels, etc., and said that it was probably just a pulled muscle and prescribed me something a little harder than ibuprofen and gave me some recommended treatments I could do at home. But after trying them for a few hours and not having any real effect at all, I knew something wasn't right. So I went to a different doctor the next day, since the pain was even more unbearable. Same medical examination, same discussion about the meds I was just given, and so on. I told him that I wasn't satisfied with that, since the pain was getting unbearable by that point and that something else was probably wrong. I mentioned kidney stones, since I kinda have a soda problem, and he said that if I was still having problems in 4 days, to go to a sports medicine specialist for a massage or something. The next 4 days were practically a nightmare for me. I wasn't getting any sleep, my mind was becoming clouded with really weird thoughts, I was becoming increasingly paranoid, and I had some hallucinations. I wasn't really able to leave my bed at all other than to get water and some small meals, and I was just waiting for the 4 days to end like an idiot while still taking the meds. Rubbing Bengay over my lower back, using heating pads and electric blankets, ice packs, anything that I thought could help. My roommate was an angel during this time, though I'm sure he was glad I wasn't in my right mind, since I paid him $150 on Venmo to get me some stuff from the store that was less than $20. 4 days were up, and I staggered into the sports medicine clinic. Doctor sent in 2 interns to take my vitals before anything, and, hoda thunk, I had a blood oxygen level of about 80% and resting heart rate of about 130 BPM. The poor kids panicked a little and grabbed the doctor, who put me on oxygen immediately and said that I was beyond their help and had to go to the ER at that point. This is getting kind of long, so let me sum it up here. When I had my first back pain and the tiny little nudge that something wasn't right, I had a form of pneumonia that would have been treatable with antibiotics. But since doctors kept saying that it was just a pulled muscle, even after listening to my lungs slowly fill with fluid and form abscesses, it kept advancing. I suffered from hypoxia during that last week or so that I was hallucinating, since my lungs weren't holding air. And, had I not gone to the ER when I did, the doctor said I would have been dead within a few days, so instead of getting just a few pills to treat a small bacterial infection, I ended up needing a surgery that was fairly expensive and damaged some of the nerves on the left of my torso and back. Can't really even do a pull-up anymore without my ribs screaming. Security officer here. One of the things I was trained on was to listen to my gut. My trainer told me that people lie. Your gut doesn't. Never really understood that when I was 18. Fast forward to when I'm 22. I was at an abortion clinic working as senior officer/trainer. An MT title given to those who stay past the first month. We dealt with religious protesters. Most peaceful, others zealots with guns. I swear some were closer to a cult than a community church. Well, one day, while going over parking enforcement with a new officer, we see a new protester. Skinny white dude, not really intimidating. Guys screaming at everyone walking in or out, even the mailman. Well, my trainee wanted to be a police officer and was getting a form of law enforcement experience. Respectable point, however, he was very eager. An unarmed security's basic job description is observe and report. We are not police or peacekeepers. Are a visible deterrent to crime. Well, who we'll call Mike, didn't get that memo point. While watching this guy, I determined that anyone with a badge, this guy will lash out. He's not on private property and it's not illegal to be an ass. All I know is my gut was telling me to stay near the bulletproof door as that dude seemed dangerous. Mike, however, wanted to go above and beyond and approached the guy, ignoring my warnings. I did not follow Mike to talk to the guy, so I have no idea what was said. My instincts told me not to move, so I didn't point. Mike was stabbed, and the dude bolted. All I saw was the guy cussing loudly, then hearing Mike scream in pain and fall on the driveway. I dragged him into the building and initiated lockdown. Mike was fine in the end and ended up passing and becoming a police officer. The guy who stabbed him was eventually caught a week later and tried. Happy endings. Another one, I'm not sure if you'd call it lucid dreaming, because it's not an out-of-body experience. But I'm an aware dreamer. Like, I know I'm dreaming. I can observe the dream from almost a third point of view, but also change it at any time, while asleep and dreaming. I also dream any outside sound into my dreams. Alarm clocks are a real beach. So one night I'm dreaming. It wasn't even a real dream of things. Everything was neon, almost like 2 Chainz Trap House, and we could fly. Suddenly everything gets dark, and I feel immense pressure. It looks like the world is collapsing. I have dreamt that I was peeing before, and actually peed. I'm now aware of it, and will wake if I think that's going to happen. So when everything is going dark, and I feel this pressure, my first reaction, because I'm asleep, but I'm dreaming and using a high amount of imagination, is that there's a fire in my house and I need to wake up. So I do. It was not a fire. It was a man, who I later learned was a classmate's older brother, on top of me, likely attempting to wrap me, but I screamed. I knew the layout of my room to a T. I screamed and punched the wall above my head, knowing my dad's head was on that same wall. Other than that, I was frozen. I could tell he was laying on me and outweighed me. My dad walked in, turned a light on, and after that it's a little fuzzy. I remember him throwing him out our front door as I called 911. I remember hearing something break. Since I wasn't assaulted, no charges could be pressed. There was absolutely no signs of entry as every window and door was locked. Alarm was set. Had I not woken up, it could have gone a lot worse. I think what I was feeling in my dream was the pressure of him laying on me, making it so I can't breathe. He found me on social media and tried to message me. He was instantly blocked and served with a no contact order. If I ever see him in person, it will not end well for him, and he is the sole reason I carry. I was leaving a bar around 3 to 4 AM in Barcelona, drunk off my ass. I was only 23, on leave from the military, and traveling alone. I pass a group of 4 dudes and they start asking me where I'm going, what I'm doing. Should have been a red flag. but I was drunk as hell and enjoying my newly won skills of making friends. While traveling, I ask them if they know any after party places that are open, and they tell me to follow them. Me being drunk decide to follow. I start getting a sketch vibe as they keep trying to maneuver around me as we walk. They try to lead me through a narrow alley and the vibe gets stronger. One guy keeps asking me to shake his hand. I had heard just that day about a pickpocket trick where someone shakes your hand then does a little dance around you before stealing your sheet or possibly stabbing you. I'm now pretty sure I'm about to get mugged, so I do the only logical thing my drunk soldier brain can think of. I tell him to fuck off. Dude asks me to repeat myself in a threatening tone, and before he can do anything I grab him by the shoulders, pick him up, and slam him against the wall roaring. I said, "Fuck off." Then I casually turn my back and walk away, as if I'm not scared shitless, while these guys stand there stunned. As soon as I turned the corner and broke line of sight, I ran and ducked into another alley. I heard them try to follow, but they ran past me. I think the smartest thing I could have done in that situation, aside from not getting into it in the first place, was to attack the leader, like I did, then act as if I didn't feel threatened. This probably doesn't count, but I work in construction with my mom. We do both commercial and residential repairs on bathtubs and windows, so about 4ish weeks ago we were in this new development fixing a few tubs. My mom had some sanding to do, so I decided to wander the house. There wasn't any electric except for where we were working, so the house was dark. As I wandered around, an alarm went off that said, "Warning, carbon monoxide detected." Typically, when the alarms go off, they're false alarms. We get fire alarms all the time that deafen us as we work, and apart from a nice ringing in our ears, we don't take them seriously. The place could actually be on fire and we'd never know. There was something about the carbon monoxide warning that really got to me, especially since I was told by a firefighter that the monoxide alarms should be close to the floor because monoxide is denser, so by the time it reaches the ceiling it's too late. I hurried back to the bathroom where my mom was and told her the carbon monoxide detector just went off. I think I should open a window or something, and she goes, "It's probably nothing." Then I got lightheaded. She turned to look at me. She was sitting on the floor and nearly toppled over. I opened every window I could find. It was about 30 degrees that day and I didn't give a single shit. Our house was being heated by an outside propane tank and there must have been some kind of leak. That alarm was doing its job. We would have died 3 weeks before Christmas due to not believing an alarm. When I was around 14 we lived next door to my mum's cousin, my uncle I guess for want of a better term, who was this real salt of the earth Aussie bloke. He used to take me and my 11-year-old sister on fishing trips with his similarly aged son. One time we all went floundering together, which is basically walking around in low tide at night with spears and torches trying to stab flounder. We'd wandered out into the bay pretty far when my uncle decided the tide was coming up too fast and we had to get back. The lights on the beach were like tiny specks at this point. However, on the way back we realized that the water was actually getting higher and higher. What was knee height was coming up to waist height, then chest height. My sister and cousin were starting to cry and were holding on to my uncle's shoulders trying to keep their heads above water, but my uncle was stretched almost to his limit. I was a tall teenager so was still able to keep my head up alone. It was at this point where my uncle told me that I should just swim for shore and call for help. All of us were in desperate tears, and I said goodbye to my little sister and started swimming fully close to the shore when my uncle called for me to wait. He'd realized that we could have walked over a sandbar, and if we walked parallel to the shore we'd actually enter shallow water. Sure enough, the water got shallower and we could actually walk back to shore. It was by far the worst, most relief-filled moment of my life. The car heater was what I imagine heaven to be like. So I did a fun run 2 years ago. Finished well. 12-kilometer distance, no land speed record here. Then went into recovery mode, which mainly just consisted of some downtime on the couch. 2 days later I went for a very light jog around the local park, which was very close to the house I was staying at the time. I start to feel a little dizzy and lightheaded on the run back to the house, so I stop and take a breather. My chest was beating very erratically, but me, then 25, thought to myself, nah, probably just nothing. I literally stumbled home, all the time talking to my wife via text, deliberating as to whether I call an ambulance or not. After reaching the steps of the house I think for a moment, and before turning the knob to enter the door, I'm hit with another wave of dizziness which nearly sees me faint. It's at that moment I think to myself something doesn't feel right here. So I decide to bite the bullet and call an ambulance. I sit in the front yard on the phone to ambulance operator, counting out my heart rhythm and notice that not only is it varying in speed, it is also very erratic. No sooner had I explained the symptoms than an ambulance, with lights and sirens, arrives to the house and runs some routine tests on my heart. The paramedic looks up from the ECG and calmly says to me, "We need to get you to hospital right now to restart your heart into a regular rhythm, or you may go into cardiac arrest." I wasn't told until later, but my heart rate at the time was measured at over 300 BPM. After slapping 2 paddle adhesives to my chest, I'm rushed to the local hospital and go under momentarily as my heart is restarted. I was soon diagnosed with ventricular fibrillation, which essentially means my heart was not pumping blood as it should. I was later re-diagnosed with Wolff-Parkinson-White, but cured through a surgery called ablation. After explaining the very near prospect of me going inside to lay down, my cardiac specialist equivocally confirms that had I done that, I would likely not have gotten up. Trust your heart, folks. TLDR, went for a run, M25, nearly had a cardiac arrest, but called an ambulance as something didn't feel right. By trusting my gut, it caused me to not die. I have 3, all were my gut, all saved others rather than myself. I'm going to start with the one for which there is something akin to proof, and work to the one that no one but the people involved believed, and even some of them rationalize it. But it's the one that means the most to me, so I'm going to put it out there. You'll see why, if you get that far. Anyway, in 1991, my mother and one older brother and I were in the San Francisco Bay Area, on our way to an Oakland A's game. There was a car accident just ahead of us that blocked both lanes, and we got out to help. Things seemed straightforward. A car had stalled, another had rear-ended it, and knocked it into the edge of the bridge. Both drivers were women. They were both super disoriented, but didn't look physically injured. I don't know, maybe I saw something that I didn't process, or maybe it was something else. But when we got to the cars, I completely freaked out and ran to the edge of the bridge and looked over. There was a man floating face down in the water. Found out later his name was Harry Cathria. I yelled at my mom. She immediately started screaming about the guy drowning. She started trying to dive in, but I tried to stop her. She was still screaming. Maybe 30 seconds later, when this man came up and just jumped into the water feet first. Found out later that his name was Nathan Alden. So my mom stopped trying to jump in, which it turned out saved her life, since she was a diver and would have gone in head first, but the water there is only 7 feet deep. Instead, she sent us 2 kids back through the cars to find someone with rope to pull them up. We found a guy, and he wanted to come with the rope. Found out later that his name was Michael Barden. Anyway, we got back up there and Barden, the guy with the rope, ended up jumping in to help Alden with the unconscious Cathria. By then, a bunch of those people we'd asked for rope had also come up to see what was going on, and they all got together to pull the 3 men out of the water, with my mom organizing things while I was talking to one of the female drivers about the crazy stuff she was seeing/thinking, because I was too small to pull at the time, and, in retrospect, she was in shock. I can't for the life of me remember what my brother was doing, but he was probably on rope pulling duty, as he was a lot older and stronger than me. Eventually, the paramedics showed up and took Cathria away. We tried to visit him in the hospital a couple days later, because my mom found out he was visiting from Canada, and was worried he'd be alone, and in really serious condition, but he apparently checked out a few hours before we arrived at the hospital. By the way, as far as I'm concerned, Alden saved my mom, not me, because she'd absolutely have gotten around me if he hadn't heard her screaming and jumped in quickly. I only saved Cathria, and even then Alden still deserves most of the credit. Even my mom deserves more credit than me, since it was her screaming, not mine, that alerted Alden. Point 2. In 1993, my friend and I were playing with our pet rats. Domesticated rats make excellent pets, unlike the ones in sewers. They are super social. Their names were Cricket and Peanut. We were in the creek behind our school. We had the same routine every non-rainy day: explore, have a short swim to this tiny island, and then lounge there in the one sunny spot to dry off. Point anyway, one day, we had just finished exploring, and were swimming for the island, and I just got this awful feeling. At first, I ignored it, but it kept getting worse. So, shortly before the last bend, I grabbed my friend by the arm, and said I wasn't feeling well. She tried to dismiss me, but I put my foot down, and we ended up picking the rats out of the water mid-swim and just leaving. Point we went to the science room, where the rats lived temporarily, and she was super angry, because she and the rats didn't get to sun themselves. We got to the back window, and her face just turned white. You could see the little island from the back window. There were these two big aggressive dogs that used to bark at us from inside their fence, just sitting there on the island, not inside their fence, waiting. I think I'd have probably been okay, as I had a little experience fending myself from aggressive dogs, but I worry about what would have happened to her, Cricket, and Peanut 3. This was probably 1988-ish. Not a gut feeling, exactly, but a dream. Well, a nightmare. In the nightmare, my dad came to pick us up from my sister's house to take me and one of my older brothers, different from the brother mentioned in #1, to school and my little brother home. On the way there, everyone fell asleep, including my father. The car started shaking a bit as it went off the road at the bend and ran into a wooden fence lengthwise. One of the rails came into the car through the windshield, hit my father in the face, and killed him. There was so much blood. Us 3 kids were physically okay, but my dad's face was just, yeah, not an image you can forget, even from a nightmare. I woke up, distraught. We were at my sister's house, and my dad was there to pick us up and take us to school. I started freaking out, saying he was going to fall asleep and die, and I didn't want to go. I told him about the nightmare, and he told me it was just a dream, but I absolutely refused to shut up. He loaded us into the car anyway, so I came up with a plan. I took out my little kid radio and put my older brother's most annoying cassette into it and played it as loud as I could. I was determined to keep him awake with it. Little kid me did not understand that, no matter how annoying the music, my little radio was not loud enough to keep anyone but me and my little brother sitting next to me awake. The car started shaking, just like in my nightmare. Only, this time, I was awake. I knew how it ended, so I started screaming my head off. My little brother also started screaming, because I was. When I saw that fence rail running through the car, the exact fence rail from my nightmare, I knew what had happened. I was inconsolable. Until my dad got out of the car. It turns out, my dad woke up at the last second. Not from the music or the shaking, but from all the screaming. He opened his eyes just in time to see the fence rail coming at him. He threw up his hand and dodged to the side. His hand was injured, but he survived. If I hadn't been awake, if I hadn't had the nightmare that caused me to start screaming the moment that car started shaking, there is no doubt in my mind that things would have ended very differently. Now, some of this is completely explainable. It was a fairly familiar route. I'd probably seen the fence at the bend dozens of times, so I probably subconsciously knew what the rails would look like running through a car. I could have even guessed that, were someone to fall asleep on that stretch of road, that's where they'd go off the pavement. But some of it, I can't figure out. My dad had never fallen asleep at the wheel before, or since. Why that nightmare? Why that night? My dad died this past August. I'm not saying I'm not upset, because I am. A part of me is still that inconsolable kid sitting in that totaled car in the 80s. But I got 30+ years from that nightmare, 30+ years being raised by him, learning from him, and, in a few cases, learning past him, which thrilled him by the end. He loved when adult me proved him wrong about something. So, you know what? I was wrong before. That nightmare saved me, after all. Because I would not be who I am, where I am, if my father had died that morning. Thanks, nightmare. And thanks, Dad. I didn't save myself, but someone else did. Learned to listen to my gut feelings. I used to walk about a mile home from my bus, stop every day when I was in grade school. This story takes place when I was about 13 to 14. I would sometimes take different routes in case someone in the neighborhood was watching me, paranoia, and tracking me. So, one day I decided to go on my regular path. That was a street alongside the state fair, instead of a different one. Something in my head was telling me over and over again to turn off to one of the streets before it, but this was the fastest route, so I kept going. I get to the end of the street and see there's a homeless man laying in the grass, presumably asleep. As I approach the intersection next to him, I get this overwhelming sense of dread and despair. This was not the first time I've seen homeless people while walking home, but for some reason I felt more afraid than I ever have. I remember I kept thinking, please don't wake up and see me. I got to the other side of the intersection and looked back to see him standing up and looking at me. He then got on his bike and started riding towards me. I felt panicked. My heart was racing and I was trying to think of the best way to get away from him. I turn around and he's getting closer. I turn the corner towards my street and start running. I turn around and he has also turned the corner. All of a sudden I stop and my neighbor comes driving down the street and stops. I guess she saw the homeless man and realized what was happening. She told me to get in her car, so I did, and she dropped me off at my house. I don't know what would have happened to me had she not pulled up on the scene. I don't remember exactly when this happened, but I must have been maybe 11 or 12, old enough for my mom to let me take my 4-year-old brother and explore the toy aisles in Walmart by ourselves while she did some shopping in the health department. This was around 9 PM on a weeknight in a small town, so the store was pretty dead. I was camped out looking at the vacuum and toys, while my little brother was crouched down a little further down the aisle looking at Hot Wheels. We were there for maybe 5 minutes when this older guy shows up at the other end of the aisle. I've always struggled with anxiety and paranoia, even when I was a kid, so as soon as he showed up I was paying attention to where he was and what he was doing. Usually I can calm myself down pretty quickly after I reassure myself no, the stranger's not going to do anything, they're just minding their own business. But for some reason this guy really just made me suspicious. He was talking on a cell phone really loudly. I thought it was odd because he was acting overly interested in the toys down at his end of the aisle, but he was talking into his phone about being super lost. Like he would pull a toy down off the shelf and study it, turn the thing over, and read all the print on the packaging before putting it back. All while talking into the phone, like he was worried about being lost and not making it to a meeting that night in a town about an hour away. The whole time he'd been doing this he'd been making his way down the aisle towards us slowly. Now I'm doing my best to act like I haven't noticed him. As he's been getting closer to us, I've been slowly backing up to where my little brother is, just subtly trying to find a reason to get him to drop the Hot Wheels so I can get us back to my mom. The guy on the phone suddenly turns to me and says I'd bet she knows directions to town. He comes over and starts getting really close to me saying she'd like, hey, do you know how to get to town from here? Just look at my phone and point it out to me on my maps. Will you go out front of the store with me and point which direction I need to go? I'm late for a really important meeting in town. Could you please come show me where to go really quick? So by this point I'm internally freaking out because whoa, stranger danger, and this asshole is way too close to my brother. I was rather developed for a 12-year-old girl and I've always been told I look older than I actually am. Even so I'm thinking, there's no way I look old enough to drive or know the directions to a town that far away. This guy wants something from me, and he wants me to go somewhere with him. Lucky for me, a Walmart employee appears at the other end of the aisle and starts restocking the shelves without the guy noticing. So I manage to interrupt him and tell him I'm just a kid, you should be asking them, and motion to the employee. He looks confused and then turns around to look, so I take the opportunity to grab my brother and speed walk away. I get back to my mom without looking behind me for the guy and tell her what's going on. She seems a little suspicious of the situation, but ultimately decides that I was just being overly paranoid, which, fair. It's happened before. Nevertheless, she doesn't let us go off on our own the rest of the shopping trip. It isn't until I start noticing the guy is back and is following us around the store that she starts to get anxious. He's still on his phone, but he's conveniently somewhere close by, no matter where we go. In the kids' clothing section, he's watching us over by the coats. In the laundry aisle, he's turning the corner to go to the toilet paper. Every other aisle in the food department, he's there. Eventually he disappears, and we are able to check out and go home, but it still freaked me out. It could have just been my paranoia making me overreact, but I don't think so. Something about him felt wrong. A few months later there was a major bust on a human trafficking ring in my town. Again, it could have all just been a coincidence. But was it? It was not my gut that saved me, but my mom's, because my gut was lightweight trying to kill me. I had been feeling ill all week, just a nastiness in my belly that I couldn't shake. Around day 6 of what I thought was a stomach bug flu, my boyfriend at the time brought me a salad from Subway in an attempt to get some light nutrients in my belly. Little did he know it was tainted, and shortly after he left I hurled my guts up so violently I burst a blood vessel in my eye. Haha. I was terribly dehydrated as well, which is why as I stood up from the toilet I fainted, hitting my head on the bathtub on my way down. I woke up later in the hospital. I had told my mom earlier in the week that I wasn't feeling well, but hadn't called recently. As she explains it, she had this gut-wrenching feeling come out of nowhere she describes as sudden unexplainable panic, and asked to leave work early, rushing to my house, where I lived alone. She found me unconscious on the bathroom floor and called 911. Turns out, on top of food poisoning from the salad, I had a ruptured appendix the doctor estimated had burst days ago, and I was in the beginning stages of sepsis after 4 days in the hospital and nearly a month off work, spending 2 of those weeks with a giant drainage tube loop through my abdomen to drain the yucky appendix leakage out. I'm so grateful for my mom. She stayed home and binged Netflix/Hulu with me a lot of the time, which was lovely. I had an emergency C-section. Brought into the OR and the anesthesiologist removed the epidural from my back because it didn't work during labor. He put a spinal block in, waited 10 minutes, and tells the surgeon I'm ready. It's my first time awake during surgery and I don't exactly know what I'm supposed to feel from the spinal block. But at this point, I can still feel everything and have full sensation, but I trust them and think everything is going fine. A nurse rubs yellow antiseptic solution on me, and then I just got a really weird feeling like something was wrong. I knew, from Grey's Anatomy, that the yellow stuff is rubbed on prior to them cutting into the patient. The surgeon is about to cut into me. Thank God I was able to see this. I yell at him to stop and tell him I can still feel. He's confused and asks what I mean by feel. He lifts the sheet off my legs and then pokes my leg with a tool. I tell him I can feel it, and he insists that what I'm feeling is just pressure, which is normal. I tell him it's not pressure, I can feel everything. He then pokes me on my stomach and asks if I felt it. I did and accidentally touched exactly where I felt it, to which a nurse groaned because she'd have to rub the solution on me again. The surgeon finally listens to me, lifts the sheet off my legs, and tells me to move them. I move them up and down, and he stops everyone and says this is not normal. The anesthesiologist had to remove the spinal block, put another one in, and then pump me full of drugs to make sure I didn't feel any pain during the surgery. Had I not spoken up at the last second, they would have cut into me, and I would have felt everything. I was a little traumatized by the whole experience. I've had a number of these over my career, so now I always listen to my spidet sense if it goes off, but this one is probably the most memorable. It was my first year as a pediatrician, and I was working in neonates. I'd only been to a couple of deliveries on my own at this point, and I was on the night shift. I was called to a delivery around 2 AM because they likely needed forceps to get the baby out. This is just precautionary and rarely do these babies need any help or resuscitation. It's just protocol. When I arrive I check the history and everything in the pregnancy had been normal, no family history etc. The baby ends up being delivered without forceps and comes out crying and is brought to the resuscitation station for a quick look over. I check all the usual stuff: heart rate, breathing, color, tone, ECT and a quick scan for any obvious abnormalities. Baby looks absolutely fine, crying and pink, so I would normally hand him back to mum at this stage, but my gut says this baby is not right. No idea why, but something feels wrong. I decide to check the oxygen saturations, and as usual can't pick up a trace, because our machines are rubbish. Babies are slimy after birth, and wriggle too much. After 5 minutes of trying, I call my registrar to come look. I explain baby seems fine and is pink, but I don't feel happy, so he agrees to come look. When he arrives he has the same feeling, and wants saturations checked too. He gives some oxygen anyway, and adjusts the sensor. By 10 minutes of life we finally get a reading 62%. Should be 90% at least by now. The reading isn't great though, and the numbers don't match the color of the baby, but at this point both of us feel very uncomfortable, and decide to take the baby to intensive care. On the way we call the consultant at home, and tell him to come in now to scan the heart. He arrives and does an echocardiogram. He calls us over, and shows us the heart is plumbed in backwards. Transposition of the great arteries in case anyone is interested. This is rare and rarer still not to be noticed during pregnancy. This is serious and babies will die from this soon without intervention, and this baby is starting to look sick. Another consultant is called in, and within an hour we have intubated and stabilized the baby as much as possible, and the emergency transport team arrived to take the baby to a specialist cardiac center for emergency surgery. As far as I know the baby is still okay today. TLDR. Gut told me something was wrong with a seemingly well newborn, and we ended up finding his heart was plumbed backwards and would likely die soon without help. I have some regrets in how I handled mine. At the time I know I saved my bacon, but I sincerely hope I didn't put someone else in danger. When I was about 15 maybe, myself and my brother who is a year younger than me were walking home from 7-Eleven. I was visiting my dad for the weekend, and my dad's house was maybe a 30 minutes walk away from the store point. On our walk home, the same car passed us several times. I think he kept circling the block and was keeping an eye on us. I started to feel uneasy about it, and I came up with a plan that the next time the car was coming, we would pretend to walk into a random house, and as soon as he was gone, we would hide somewhere else. The idea being that he would think we lived in that house, even though we had no idea who lived there. So the car came by again, and we started to head up the sidewalk up to the front door of a random house. We waited until the car turned the corner again, and then we booked it across the street and hid for a while. Not long after this, the car stopped at the house and a man got out of the car. The man started walking around the house and trying to peek through windows before taking off a while later. I really hope we didn't put someone else in danger. At the time we thought we were smart by tricking him, but as an adult, I wish we called the cops. So, it was late December 2017. My friends and I liked to go ice skating at night back then. We were in 6th grade back then. Oh well, on with the story. So, we meet up at a nearby store to get some lighters for the smokes I had hid in my socks, and then went to the public ice skating area. When we arrived there, not many people was around because it was 11:30. We always enjoyed it when not many people was there. But while I was putting on my ice skates I got this weird feeling that something was going down there. So we decided to go to the hockey area instead. A black van pulled up to the ice skating area and 3 people walked out of it and went towards the large open area wherein people were skating. They had what was seemingly ice skate bags with them, but when they started pulling out something that looked like grenades from those bags, we all hid behind a hill. A few quite large explosions went by, and we went to see what had gone down over there. Some people were on the ice bleeding because of these explosions, and some were on the side dialing 911 or 112 because it was in Europe. We ran to check on the people on the ice to see if they were okay, and none of them were severely injured. Turns out that those 3 guys from that van had been throwing illegal fireworks onto the ice, and they had just exploded, injuring 8 different people when an ambulance and some police cars arrived. We fled. That is how my gut feeling saved me and 3 friends from a life-threatening scenario. A few years ago around midnight, my husband and I were watching Netflix during a seemingly mild storm. The power suddenly went out, and we heard thunder booming. Then the power came back on. I started Netflix again, and then my husband just got up and started walking around. He has an anxiety disorder and bipolar and does that sort of thing sometimes, so I paused the show to wait. He started muttering about something feeling wrong and wandered toward the back of the house, then stopped to look out the windows. Our house sits on a small hill, and from the back you can normally see over several blocks. The rain was coming down pretty hard, and it was really dark, so I couldn't see anything when I went to join him. Suddenly he shouted, "Fire!" and grabbed his phone. He called 911 and told them he saw a house on fire 2 blocks behind us, to the southwest, and gave them our address. A couple fire engines went by our house a few minutes later. The rain stopped about then, and the wind kicked up fiercely, and then I could finally see what my husband had. A house was on fire. The FD got it out fairly quickly, but I'm sure that house would have been blazing soon after the wind started blowing hard if they hadn't been there spraying it with water. My husband said the fire was really small when he first saw it, so small he was surprised he noticed it. We watched the local news the next day and there was an interview with the guy who owned the house. He said he and his family were all asleep. He woke up to the smell of smoke and had gotten his family out just as the fire engines came barreling down the street. He was shocked they had showed up before he had a chance to call, and said it must have been because of his guardian angel. Lightning had struck the roof and the attic would have to be rebuilt due to smoke, but the house overall was saved. We still have never met any of them, but I'm glad everyone was alright. Not me, but my mom. She was a 8-year-old girl and was making groceries with her grandmother in my village. They usually first stopped at the bakery for a French treat, but this time something felt off. The owner wasn't behind the counter. It looked like everything on the shelf wasn't fresh. There was not as many pastries and they looked like leftovers from yesterday. Since the owner's house was his bakery, he slept on the upper floor, and the furnace was on the back of the building, not visible from the entrance. Customers could ring the bell for the owner to come. Usually, my mother was very eager to get the treats and wouldn't wait for the end of their shopping for the pain au chocolate. She would ring the bell and not bulge before she has it. Not this time. She just said to grandma they would get it on the way back home. There was no fear, no weird words, nothing out of ordinary in my mom's tone according to grandma. It was simply the first time ever my mom didn't make the sweet pastry her #1 priority. Grandma just believed her grandchildren grew up a bit and learned about patience and felt proud at that moment. Well, I guess it was more like a hunch. They didn't even walk for 2 minutes and they heard a loud bang. The whole bakery was blown up. Turns out the owner had a gas leak during the night and got in some kind of coma upstairs. As for the explosion, my mother is not sure what ignited it, but it was a powerful one. The place was a calcinated clusterfuck. Hopefully the upper floor didn't explode and the fireman managed to save the baker's life. But anyone near the counter at the time of the explosion would have been killed for sure. Kids have really great senses. Grandma didn't sense anything weird, but my mom just somehow guessed it was not the right time for puff pastry. When I was in primary school I had a long trek to the school bus stop. I could ride my bike halfway along our super long driveway, but then our property ended and I had to leave it behind the old barn at the end of our road. Eventually I got lazy and started riding it all the way to the bus stop. The stop was in a remote area on a fairly isolated country road. Across the road from my stop was a vacant lot and I started stashing my bike there. One day I got off the bus after school, went up into the bushes, and couldn't find my bike. Oh shit. I'ma be in trouble. When I exited the lot there was a man standing at my stop. He said he'd seen me putting my bike there and he didn't want it to get stolen, so he'd put it in his shed for me. I should come down and get it. I was a fairly naive kid, but I just knew something about him wasn't right. I knew he was lying. I thanked him and made my excuses that I couldn't go to strangers' houses and said I'd get my dad to pick it up. He let me go after a bit more of an attempt to convince me. I watched my back all the way down the road, wanting to run, but strolling and singing instead. Then I had to own up when I got home. For once I wasn't in that much trouble. My foster dad went to retrieve my bike, gave the guy an earful, and I felt like prey every time I went to the bus stop for the next few years. He lived right by it, and we heard that he was divorced after he put a shotgun down his wife's throat. I think it was played off that he was lonely and single. He never tried anything again though. 12 years ago, I was walking home from my then girlfriend's house while talking to her on the phone, and as I was passing a stop sign, I noticed one car stop at the sign and not go. Then as I got a few feet further, I turned to look and saw the second car behind it also stopped, and one of the people from the first car had gotten out to talk to someone in the second point. My gut told me I might be in trouble. So I told the girl if I hang up, call the police. I'm a block from home. She knew exactly where I was because she knew the route I took to go home. I honestly don't remember what or if she said anything after that because all I could focus on was the sound I dreaded hearing. I heard the footsteps behind me. Then I noticed the second car quietly backing up the road next to me. Then bam. Punched in the back of the head, sending my glasses flying off my face and making me stumble forward. I didn't go down. So I hung up the phone, a flip phone at the time, and started running with the momentum from the punch point. The momentum carried me out to the street, around the car following me, so I ran until the car had to stop so it wouldn't smash into the parked squad car at the house where an officer lived at the end of my street. The audacity on these guys. My shoe flew off at some point, because of course. I ran around the squad car to get back onto the sidewalk, through a driveway, which of course was only gravel. You can imagine that didn't feel very good on the foot with no shoe point. I could still hear the footsteps right behind me. These guys were fast. Then one of them kicked my foot, almost taking me down. That's when one of them started laughing. That's when it got really scary. I turned the corner to my street. I thought almost home, just make it home. Then one of them grabbed the hood on my hoodie and just stopped. So did I. My feet flew out in front of me and I came down flat on my back, knocking the wind out of me. Then they all started kicking and punching me, laughing the whole time. There must have been at least 4 of them. Their car following me was now parked on my street with its lights on us. I don't know how long it lasted. At one point, the girl called me again. I rejected the call. Eventually, I heard a siren, and so did they. So they got in the car and sped away. A cop pulled up and got my info, the story, and checked me out. I had a hole in my foot from a rock in the gravel driveway. My leg hurt. Later found out my femur was cracked, which since resulted in a permanent knee problem. The officer said I was covered in shoe prints from them kicking me, mainly on my back. He also said it was unlikely they'll be able to find these guys without any sort of description. Gave me his card. Then left. The girl had called me a few times by this point, so I called her back to tell her what happened and that I was okay. I've only recently realized that I wasn't completely okay. I walked home after finding my glasses and my shoe and didn't tell anyone else about it for almost 10 years. Who knows what would have happened if I didn't tell her to call the police when I did. Not my own life, but my fiance's life. It's a bit long, but a couple of years back, I went out of town for this PWAT retreat to New Orleans. I kept in contact with my, now, fiancé, but one night he called me and wasn't making any bit of sense. Kept hearing goodbye and don't worry about me between the mumbling. Something didn't sit right with me. I called him back, but got only voicemail. I knew he was having some problems with pills, Xanax to be exact, but something about that interaction distracted me all night. When I finally got back to the hotel room, I was trying to decide on calling his mom. I really didn't want to call her. That meant explaining why I had a feeling, but not 5 minutes later his mom calls worried about him because she had gotten the same call and the same jumble of non-coherent sorries and wanted to know if I'd heard from him. I broke down and told them I was worried too, that I had gotten the same type of call, and confessed that he was abusing drugs. They ended up getting one of his cousins. They were out of town too, so he was home alone to go to the house. He ended up finding him unconscious, barely breathing, with a mini fire starting in the oven because of a pizza that was left in there. He had taken a handful of pills and drank beer as a means to try to off himself. He never admitted that to his parents, but he did admit it to me when I confronted him about it. He's gotten better and beat his addiction later that year, but I'll never forget when my roommate for the hotel room that night kept telling me to mind my own business, that things will run its course. If I'd listened to her, I would have lost the love of my life that night. When I was 12 one day there had been a power outage. It got taken care of within hours, but it set everyone on edge. It was also the day before Thanksgiving, which didn't help either. My grandpa is a Vietnam War veteran who for the last 40 years has wanted to buy some hunting land. He thought he had found the perfect spot, but him and grandma really couldn't afford it. That day he had been saying how much he wanted that land and how he was going to pull from their 401k to do it. Grandma asked him to run the numbers one more time to make sure everything would be okay. This started a huge argument. I tried to zone out. I hate yelling and arguments, but then my grandpa got up and said, if I can't have my land, in taking care of things another way. I didn't understand until my mom got up and yelled, you're not killing yourself with my daughter in the house. And she followed him to the bedroom. I ran outside and cried on the tree swing. I could hear the yelling outside, despite the fact no windows were open, although I couldn't understand what they were saying. Suddenly I felt a deep unsettling feeling in my stomach. I ran back into the house. All I saw was my grandpa hunched over my mom as they fought over something. I blacked out at this point, but apparently I yelled, get off my mom. And I, a 100 lb 4 feet 10 inch girl, charged my grandpa, pushing him off my mom and almost pushed the full bar behind him over. Adrenaline is a hell of a drug. I only remember pieces. I remember the deep sadness in my grandpa's eyes as he said, none of you understand. I remember watching my mom run out of the house and then looking down and seeing bullets and blood on the floor. I remember them arresting grandpa. What happened was he went to grab the pistol to kill himself. My mom grabbed the bag it was in and started to run so he couldn't. At that point my grandfather had a war flashback and mom wasn't mom anymore. He tried to strangle her at one point. They fought over the gun. We didn't know that my grandma was already nervous before this and took away the magazines, but there were still loose bullets. Grandpa was inches away from getting one in the chamber when I stormed in, pushed him off, and broke him out of it. TLDR, my grandpa's was going to kill himself, and when my mom tried to steal the gun, so he couldn't, he had a Vietnam War flashback, and they fought over the gun. I was outside and suddenly felt an awful feeling and ran inside. I pushed him off her and broke him out of it. My mom is queen of these. When I was a little over 2 years old, my mother let me ride along with her to pick up food. I had already been bathed and readied for bed. Pretty much the only thing left for me was dinner and teeth brushing. Anyway, despite being in PJs she let me ride along, with my dad and sister remaining at home. Every time my sister and I rode along we were always placed in the back, as is generally done by most responsible adults, and may have even been the law. I always asked to sit up front, but was always told no, so I had long stopped asking. By the way, I was always tall for my age, and was a 2-year-old that easily passed 4'5". So I was beyond needing a car seat or anything special. As we got in the car my mom stopped, turned to me, and asked if I wanted to sit up front. Of course I did, so I ran up front and strapped in. This was the first time ever I was allowed to ride up front. Not even 10 minutes later we were hit straight on, with a car colliding into the back at full speed. The entire back seat was totaled. Essentially, there is absolutely no way anyone in that back area survived fully intact. I remember being so dazed afterwards, and since I didn't have shoes on, one of the cops picked me up and sat me on the hood of his cruiser. This happened about 2 weeks ago, not to me but my girlfriend. She was driving her sister out to her parents' farm late one night and she texted me about halfway through her drive to tell me that something felt really off. She wasn't sure what, but just wanted to say that she loved me in case anything happened. She got to the farm and her sister starts begging my girlfriend not to drive home, saying she had the most awful feeling that she was going to die in a car crash on the way back. Girlfriend tells her about the feeling she had on the drive and how weird she felt. Once they get in the house their mom says that the dogs have been freaking out for about 15 minutes. This would have started about halfway through her drive when she texted me. The girls tell her about the weird feeling they got on the drive and they all collectively decide that instead of my girlfriend driving home right away, they would play a game of Uno. Not even 2 minutes later they hear a loud crash and then a crunching noise. A U-Haul had crashed through their front gate directly into their garage. The driver's side of my girlfriend's car was completely decimated. Turns out the driver had drunk a fifth of Tito's before getting behind the wheel. If my girlfriend had been in her car, she wouldn't be with me today. TLDR. A drunk driver hit my girlfriend's car, but thankfully the gut feelings of her sister, and her usually mild-mannered dogs kept her out of the car. I was working asset protection, plainclothes security, for a retail chain, and was following two shady-looking guys. I watched them remove a BB gun from its package and conceal it in one of their pants. As I followed them, they got in line at a checkout with a bottle of soda to buy. I was close enough to them that I could hear what they were saying, and one of them said something about it just has to look real. So they pay for their soda and start walking towards the door. I start running up behind them to make the apprehension, and something tells me not to. So I follow them into the parking lot, call the police, and give a vehicle description and license plate number. The cops end up getting in a pursuit with the two. They pursued them for about 20 miles before terminating the pursuit due to speeds in excess of 100 miles an hour. A week or so later, the detective from the police department asked me to come do a photo loop. After I successfully identify both of them, the detective tells me that they were arrested trying to rob a bank 2 states away using the gun that they stole. It also turns out one of them had a warrant out of another state for murder. Definitely glad I trusted my gut then. If they were willing to run from the cops and try to rob a bank, what might they have done to an unarmed store security guy? Once I was walking with my friends at night. We were about 12 maybe, all girls. 4 of us, quiet small town. It was normal at the time. A car drove past us down the street kind of normally, and the other girls didn't really notice. I said to them something like, "Hey, we need to turn around and go home now." Just exactly when I said it, I'll absolutely never forget the feeling of my gut dropping. The car hit the gas and sped to the end of the street, did a U-turn, and hit the gas again, headed straight toward us. I think they had their windows down and heard me say that. They were super close to us, about to hit us, and I pushed the girls into a set of bushes. Thank God for the bushes. This full-grown man got out of the car. I'll never forget how scared I was. He said, "Where the fuck are you? Get the fuck out of there." Stood there for a few seconds, but didn't try to come into the bushes to find us. We were dead quiet. He got back into his car and sped away. We immediately ran home, which was only a few houses down. Our friend's older sister was the one who we ran to, crying and freaking out. No parents home. I had a bad feeling about that car as soon as I heard it coming. My advice is, if you're walking around at night, carry a knife at least. I've walked around Chicago, New York City, the suburbs of my hometown, and you really just never know. There are wonderful people and terrible people everywhere. Just be safe and carry the knife. If you're a young girl or boy, just try to not walk around at night ever alone. Never. I listen to a lot of true crime podcasts and it freaks me the fuck out to wonder how many times it cold beamed me. I asked him to let me drive. He wasn't drunk, but he did have a couple of beers at the bar. We were on a fishing vacation and we went to town to watch a boxing match, De La Hoya vs Felix Trinidad. We were out of towners, city folk in the backwoods, and we were being kinda pricks. Nothing serious, just laughing to ourselves at the people in the bar as we were leaving. We were walking to the car. I suggested I drive. He mocks me saying he's fine. He had 2 beers over 4 hours. I knew he was fine to drive, but I also knew we were not local, and we might have pissed off a local boy, and I saw the cop car park down the street. I know you are fine to drive, but you really think that hick and they won't call the cops anyway just to bust your balls? Come on, I never drank a drop in my life. If we get pulled over, let's not give them a reason to ruin the night. He agreed. 15 minutes later, a speeding car lost control and hit us. Ultimately, we were okay and neither of us were seriously injured. There were fatalities in the other car, and the driver of the third car that hit us about 30 seconds later had been drinking. We were obviously heavily investigated, blood drawn and whatnot. I came back 100% clear of any alcohol or drugs, perfectly sober. While the accident was fully the fault of the speeding car, my friend would have been in for a rough legal fight regardless if he was under the limit point. While lawyers say he would eventually be cleared because he was well under the limit, they also say he could have been held partially liable in the civil case and would have had to hire lawyers and taken time for court appearances criminally until the charges would eventually be dropped. And they tried to pin the deaths on the driver of the third car because he had been drinking. We would not have avoided the accident, but the gut feeling did save us from a legal nightmare in a foreign country, no less. I was once out kayaking with my girlfriend, now wife, and we were with her family. My girlfriend and I had the two kayaks and her parents and brother were in a canoe. Because we are lazy and opportunistic, we asked Team Canoe to handle our backpacks, and whilst they portage trails between lakes, we took the kayaks through the rapids separating the bodies of water. We fell well behind Team Canoe, as we were just floating along and chatting. As a result, we arrived at one of the portage points long after they had started down the trail and began paddling past the point and towards the rapids. As we had many times that day, all of a sudden, my girlfriend said, "Something feels wrong. I think we should hike this one." I thought she was being overly worried, as there were no signs indicating danger. But we decided to follow her instinct and hoisted up our light kayaks to walk the trail. Nice walk, light kayaks, beautiful day. We are making decent progress when suddenly we hear barking and screaming. We recognized my girlfriend's brother's voice, and after a few seconds of us hustling down the trail, his dog came ripping out of the woods, barking. She's an Australian Shepherd, so she naturally likes to keep groups together. She ran around us barking and kept looking into the woods until my girlfriend's brother came sprinting towards us in an absolute panic. Sure enough, a few hundred meters down the trail, we saw what had precipitated the brother's sprint, a massive waterfall that we would have surely been killed by. Girlfriend's brother had come running to warn us before we tried to shoot the rapids. Would have been a really bad situation out in the middle of nowhere. Obviously, we reported the lack of warning signs to the park authority as soon as we could. I still don't know what triggered my girlfriend's danger sense, but it definitely saved us. We figure her brother wouldn't have made it in time to stop us. When I was a toddler in the Philippines, my nanny insisted that I stay home with her while nearly the rest of my entire family went to the beach. My mom's spidey senses tingled and went against my nana's odd request, taking toddler me with her anyways as planned. When we came home, the entire place was ransacked. My grandma's expensive china was taken as well as her jewelry. My nanny left a note saying that she was part of the New People's Army, an armed wing of the Philippines radical communist movement. She threatened to kill my family if we pursued her. My uncle, who was home at the time, he's schizophrenic and not always the most aware, recalled her taking garbage bags full of things on her way out the door. My dad, in a rage, followed her to the ferry dock and just missed her as the boat disembarked. Thank goodness. Who knows what would have happened if he had caught her. You better believe we pursued her arrest and had local police intercept her as she was returning to her home province. She served her time and her family wrote letters to apologize on her behalf to minimize her sentence and jail time. The letters went largely unopened, but we learned that she had lost her child from a motor vehicle accident and just wasn't the same since. I don't know what her intent was behind planning to kidnap me. Was she trying to replace her lost child with me? Was she going to traffic me for profit? Either way, thanks mom. I would have been displaced in a different province with radicals not knowing my true origins, or worse had my nanny been successful in taking me. When I was 17, I was working weekend breakfast shifts at a hotel in the city center. One day I took room service up to a guy who had ordered for two. That's fine, obviously. When I get to the room, this really tall slim dude lets me in, like he's just so lanky. The room looks just normal, and it's just him. Not that weird. Maybe his other half is taking a dump or something. Anyways, he thanks me, and I leave the room to return to the hotel restaurant. But when I'm in the corridor, my gut tells me something was off about that whole thing. So I get down to the ground floor and wander over to the reception and share my concerns with the receptionist and ask her if there's any CCTV or anything. The hotel manager overhears this and kicked off at me for wasting time. I'd been caught slacking before, but hey, I was 17 and this job sucked. I'm dragged into his office for a berating, and during the course of the conversation I basically lay my shitty job on the line, saying something was off. We go through the videos on the server. My manager is defo gonna fire me after this debacle. Anyways, we find the correct camera and we scroll back through the previous evening's footage. We stop anytime there's some movement on the camera. Then we see this guy walk in front of the camera and down the corridor to his room with a woman. At the back edge of the camera's view, where his door is, you can see the guy beat the shit out of this woman, like really throws her around. I've no idea how none of the other guests heard it. Maybe they were too polite to interrupt or something, I don't know. There was no audio. He then drags this now unconscious woman into the room and closes the door. My manager won't look at me, just rings 999 for the police and an ambulance. The woman is found still unconscious on the bathroom floor and is carried out on a stretcher. The guy is arrested. I had to give a statement. He got quite a few years at Her Majesty's pleasure. I quit a month and a bit later. This will probably sound fake, but I swear this happened. I still get shaky when I think about it. Almost 6 years ago, a few friends and I were studying abroad in Europe and took a trip to Germany. We went to see a concentration camp. While waiting at the subway station to go back to Munich, I noticed a group of 3 guys watching us. I immediately got that gut feeling and informed my friends. One of the guys approached us and asked where the subway would take us in English. This guy and his friends had been speaking German previously. One girl in our group piped up, "Oh, the final stop of the subway is Munich." The guy went back to his friend group and they kept looking at us. So we get to the subway station and we keep moving away from the guys and they keep following us. They get on the same subway car as us. I, thinking better safe than sorry, whisper to my friends that we are going to switch cars at the last second. We do so, and at the next stop we peek out to see if they are getting out. 2 of the guys are peeking out of their car looking around, presumably for us. So when the train starts moving again, I come up with a game plan for our group. The subway's final stop, Munich, was right next to our hostel, so if something did happen, I didn't want to lead the guys back to our hostel. So I pair our friends up, we had 6 people total, and give them each a store to go into in a nearby public area until the coast was clear, if it came to that. We reach the final stop and get out of the subway car, look around and don't see the guys. So we all start laughing at how paranoid I was being. Then, out of nowhere we see the 3 guys running at us. We split up into our pairs and just start running. These guys were still running after us up the stairs, to our exit, etc. We had a tiny amount of distance between us, so we managed to sprint into our designated stores before they came out of the subway exit. Through the store windows we could see the guys looking around and then shaking their heads after a while. No clue what would have happened, but to this day I've never had a gut feeling so strong. Sorry for the super long post. Not mine, but my brother. He was working at a Taco Bell and got this extreme uncomfortable atmosphere and restlessness wash over the restaurant. None of the other staff members seemed to notice, and customers were unfazed. He asked to go on break early to get some fresh air, but the manager was pissed for him having asked. About 3 or 4 minutes later, with this sustained chilled mood, a customer began choking on some food. They were signaling to other customers, who must kept eating and watching this person panic. The choking customer walked themselves up to the counter and were holding their hands to their neck. All the other staff stood in shock, but my brother jumped over the counter and gave the Heimlich maneuver, saving the person as they were about to pass out. Customers still eating and watching. The chilled atmosphere faded as the customer regrouped and thanked my brother profusely. My brother told the manager he was taking his break right then, so he could regroup after the adrenaline rush and watching 20+ people fully prepared to keep eating shitty food while watching another human die over it without moving to assist in any way. Manager was pissed my brother for demanding a break, and no mention of good job saving someone's life. My brother quit shortly thereafter. I was probably around 10 at the time this happened. It was the middle of winter, and we had to go pick up my stepfather from a bus station in Chicago. We lived a couple hours south. That morning it was snowing really badly, but my mother was determined we were going to make it there to pick him up. We set out, and I sat in the front passenger seat that day. On the way there I remember admiring the snow and just enjoying the ride. Next thing I know I'm looking through the snow in the front of us, and I see a figure standing in the road. As we get closer it appears to be a woman with all this traffic stopped around her. She has get hand up facing the van. I glance over at my mom and she doesn't seem to notice she is there. I began to cover myself and tuck down in the seat anticipating a crash. I scream at the top of my lungs, stop. I feel the van slow down drastically, and my mother looks over at me asking what the hell is wrong. I screamed, don't hit the woman in the road. It was no more than I had finished saying that the van started spinning. We spun a couple times and crashed into a guardrail. My mother made sure we were okay. I'm still losing it thinking we hit this woman. My mom's yelling at me stating there was no woman. A man runs up to the van asking if everyone is alright, and he is kinda freaking out. My mom explains we are all okay. Then the man asked my mom how she knew to slow down so abruptly before the bridge. My mom tells the man, I didn't, my son was freaking out, and apologized to the man for slowing down so abruptly. The man tells her it's a good thing you did. I slowed down after I seen the brake lights, and if I wouldn't have I'm pretty sure I would have ran into when you hit the guardrail. He looked at the front of the van and seen the passenger corner was close to being slightly over the bridge. He is in panic saying if he would have hit us, he would have pushed us into the river. He turned back to my mom and asked what I was freaking out about, and she told him I was asleep and woke up screaming stop because I thought there was a woman in the middle of the road. The man turned white as a ghost and said, I think your son's dream saved your lives. He points behind the van to the semi-truck he was driving that was very close to the van and said, I barely got stopped before hitting you. I didn't even realize I was sleeping. It scared the shit out of me. Does it count if you're asleep when you get the feeling? Sorry for the long post and probably terrible grammar. Actually that was also the craziest thing to ever happen to me. It was night and I was sitting at a subway station in Berlin with a friend. We were both around 23 at the time. We just sat there, had a few beers and were, like, goofing around. The subway train stood already in the station, but wasn't departing for about 5 more minutes. A skinny dude, wearing sweatpants, Russian looking, with a certain kind of pissed off look on his face walked by. Somehow he got triggered by something my friend did, even though it wasn't directed at him, so he asked aggressively if there's a problem, and the next moment those two are on the floor wrestling and fighting. I laughed it off at first, because my friend did get in fight all the time, but something about that Russian dude seemed not right. You know, there are certain kinds of people who have like nothing to lose. Think of Todd's gang in Breaking Bad, and are therefore a certain kind of dangerous. And I feel like they always have that certain kind of I don't give any fucks look in their eyes. And that Russian guy had this. I sensed some kind of real danger about him therefore, and tried to kind of befriend him. I tried to separate the two of them and told him that I'm not the enemy and I apologized for my friend being such an idiot and that I'm truly sorry if he feels pissed off and so on. I took my friend away. We were now in the train and the Russian dude walked away. In Berlin some subways are like one long train without compartments. The dude went to what felt the other end of the train, and I thought the situation had cooled off, but these two idiots kept shouting insults at each other. A few moments later, the Russian dude comes back, walking rapidly, grabbing into his inside pocket, pulling a gun, pointing it towards my friend and said, "You fakers chose the wrong day." It was like a scene out of a faking movie, I swear. I walked up to him, calmly, and because I had complimented him earlier and apologized for my friend's stupidity, he didn't hold a grudge against me, which he then also told me. I tried to talk him out of it, said he doesn't want to go to jail for life for such a stupid thing, and somehow, like I felt all his pain and anger, and tried to understand what kind of shit he must have going on in his life to be this angry. I hugged him. He was kinda perplexed by it, and in this moment the train was stopping at the next station and the doors opened. He left the train, and when the doors closed and the train accelerated, he just then seemed to realize what just happened and became angry again, shouted something and waved his gun around, but didn't do anything. Carrying guns around in Germany is super rare, by the way. When I was in college, I was encouraged to go to a meeting. These people meet at a hotel down the road every Tuesday. I thought, great, I need an internship. I need to build some professional connections. I show up, and people are wearing suits. A few men go up to the front and introduce themselves and start talking about how the current job market sucks. But this is why McDonald's is so successful. This is why Coca-Cola is so successful. It's because they do things differently. They would go to the people sitting in the front row and ask what they are doing. I'm going to law school. Oh my god, that's fantastic. You have aspirations and you have an edge over others. I just know it. I can just sense it. These people were up there, getting everyone all enthusiastic about things, getting everyone all hyped up. They were just using a bunch of buzzwords and acting like they have the keys to your career and financial success. Job interviews? Don't go to those. I know you all have gone from interview to interview, and that's why you're here, because you're trying to get ahead. You all see your friends and family going to job interviews, and it's failing. They got everyone so excited. But one question lingered in my brain that I was too embarrassed to ask. What is this? I felt really stupid for not knowing. But actually, no one told me who these people were, what their purpose was, or anything. No one came out and said who they were, or what they were trying to sell. There was no sign out front, such and such group this way, so I had no idea what the fuck I was witnessing. I wondered, is this a cult? Am I being roped into a cult? But I went with it. I was given CDs to listen to of these speakers that are part of this organization that I still have no idea what it is. I was encouraged to listen to them. I listened to about 5 minutes of one of them and just stopped listening because I just felt like it was a guy just rambling on about nothing. I was encouraged to go to the next meeting, and I couldn't believe it. It was the same people giving the same speeches about McDonald's and Coca-Cola and what are you doing now. But what really struck me as odd is that even though the same people were giving the same speeches, they alternated them. So the same guy who gave speech A last week is now giving speech B, and he's saying the same exact thing the guy did last week when he gave speech B, like the same verbiage, the same wow. I get so nervous before I speak to a crowd, everything. It was so bizarre. I was told that since I'm returning, that I should stay for a little while longer, and that I and several others are invited to an exclusive meeting after the meeting, I guess you could call it. They played a slideshow of all of these guys at various events like Miss America, conventions, etc. The guy running the slideshow kept woo-ing at every photo like it was a party. And it sure looked like a party. They all looked drunk in these pictures. Just the same 4 or 5 dudes getting together at these events, smiling like morons, sweating, their faces red. It was at this point I learned that I was in an Amway meeting. I pretty much checked out after this. The guy who gave me the CDs to listen to, I just stopped talking to him. He sent me a random text telling me that if I don't return those CDs, then Amway is going to charge us $700 or some stupid amount of money. I'm not that dumb. I didn't save myself, but my wife and son. My wife had had a few miscarriages before she got pregnant with our oldest. That pregnancy was super complicated. She had high blood pressure and preeclampsia and was ordered on bed rest. I was working as a service tech for a cable company at the time and had gone on FMLA so that they couldn't put me on a route, and so I could call out at any time I needed. She hit 37 weeks, and our morning routine was I'd wake and take her BP, and if it was really high, I'd call out and take her in. I should also mention that I'm a very mellow person that hates confrontation. Thursday morning we wake up, I check her BP, immediately call out, and rush her to the ER. It was frighteningly high. After getting seen they send us home and tell her to stay in bed. Friday morning we wake up, her BP is still seriously high. I call out, rush her in again, and the resident we spoke with said, you need to stop being so selfish. I know you don't want to be pregnant anymore, but he needs some more time to cook in there. We are sent home again, now seriously pissed off. And when I say seriously high, Saturday rolls around, and her BP was around 250 over 180, slightly higher than the last 2 days. I call out again, and rush her in again. This time, I'm pissed. We get there, the resident tells us we need to go home, and she needs to rest, and I tell her we are not going anywhere until we talk with another ob. That's her BP while she's asleep. I'm worried she's going to stroke out in the middle of the night. Another ob takes a look, decides to immediately induce, because the risk of other complications was way too high. They start the induction around noon, and we wait. Around 22:30, my wife squeezes my hand in pain. She hasn't been given anything for pain yet. To make a long story short, she had an earful abruption, and she was bleeding out. Our son lost about 60% of his blood, and was basically dying inside her. They cut him out of her, before knocking her out, or giving her anything. She's tough as nails. They resuscitated him, but we were told not to get attached because his brain damage was severe enough that all of his movements were just seizures. He's a fighter though, and after about a month we took him home. The resident dropped from the program because she'd get a pregnant woman with slight complications and couldn't handle the thought of being wrong again. I don't fault her, she made a mistake, one that could have killed my wife and son, but it wasn't made in malice. She couldn't handle it after that, though our son is mostly normal, he has some challenges, but the worst tends to be severe ADHD and poor impulse control. We are working on it. Beyond that, he has very weak jaw muscles and there are things he can't eat, because he can't chew them very well. He'll only eat rare steak, for instance, because cooked anymore, and he says it's too chewy. Little weirdo point. My wife once mentioned that the only time she's gotten worried was when I put my foot down and said we weren't going anywhere. I don't know what pushed me, but both of them would have died that night had we just gone home. My mom divorced my dad when I was 11. Almost immediately after, she brought home her male friend coworker who was in his mid-20s, whereas she was in her early mid-30s. I knew instantly that the guy was a bad one to be around. I said it to his face and my mom simply yelled at me and defended him, even when he told her not to feed me, because I was already fat enough to my mother's face. Turns out that I was stress eating, which later became an eating disorder that was induced by my childhood trauma and a method of coping with my PTSD. A couple years later, my mom ran into an old coworker, and I heard them talking about this guy. Turns out, when he was banging my mom, he was also banging her 40-something-year-old coworker, and trying to bang that 40-something-year-old coworker's teenage daughter. The girl was like 16 or 17 at the time, which was legal, but still nasty, especially given the situation. Oh, and he was engaged the whole time. And the woman was pregnant when all of this happened. She ended up giving birth to his child, and then their child died of SIDS very soon after birth. The mother was devastated, but this guy had the audacity to tell people that he was relieved that he didn't have to be a dad, and then immediately broke off the engagement and started messing around with other coworkers. What a piece of shit. 10 years ago, I worked a night shift doing some restocking at a retail store at a giant mall. I got cut at 3 AM and needed to get a cab home because I had no car. This was in Hawaii, and at the time cabs would give you lots of shit if you didn't have cash. So I went walking 100 meters to the nearest ATM across the street. There were lots of late night hostess bars in the area at the time, so the bus was weird. Lots of drunk people stumbling home. I remember telling myself, go back to the store and call a cab from there. But I just wanted to get home as fast as possible. Crossing the street, I felt the biggest gut punch, like, this is not the right decision. But again, I just wanted to get home. Almost immediately once I crossed the street, a young guy crossed the street in front of me on foot and entered a parking lot to my right. He put his hands on his knees, like he was going to throw up. I tried to tell myself that he must have just had a hard night, but I felt a very bad, dark feeling that can probably be described in colors better than words. When I passed him, out of the corner of my eye I saw him stand straight up and pivot towards me. I unfortunately had been mugged before, and I immediately knew I was completely faked. I can't explain that feeling. It is despair, and the most primal fear you can imagine. It literally rewires your brain for the rest of your life in just a moment. But the bad feeling gave me time to plan a defense pull up and scream bloody murder. I tucked my bag hard under my arm as tight as possible. I remember hearing his steps behind me turn to running. At this point, the adrenaline has nearly blinded me, and I'm nearly standing still, clutching my bag, waiting for impact so to speak. He runs up behind me, hooks his arms under mine, and starts to try and drag me into the parking lot. I did as planned, pulled up and screamed. And screamed. He dragged me along the pavement, but I just made myself as heavy and dense and loud as possible and wailed. Not the judo chopping version of yourself you'd like to be in these situations, but effective nonetheless. He eventually released me after heavily groping me on the sidewalk. He just ran away after, and I cried sitting in front of Walgreens. I remember looking up and seeing a hostess from a local bar smoking a cigarette and staring. She did nothing to help. It was a bleak moment. I didn't even call the cops. I just got my cash and went home, bleeding from both arms. He didn't even try to take my purse. I'm thankful I read the situation accurately and had the few seconds to plan to scream and pull up. If I hadn't been more aware I probably would have had a worse experience. To this day I hate the sound of footsteps behind me. I was 11. My little brother was like 13 to 14 months old. The babysitter my parents hired was a let him cry it out type of person, and my parents had never done that before, never had any problems with this fact either. He did not go down quietly for bedtime however, mostly because the babysitter ignored my parents' instructions on our bedtime routines, and she refused to let me console him. She was physically standing in the doorway of my bedroom to keep me from going to him. I'm autistic. This severely agitated me, and I started freaking out. Then my brother went quiet. She looked smug. See? He settled down. Nope. It sounded too weird. I know my brother's crying. It was weird. My autist super senses were tingling. Something was wrong. I didn't even waste time trying to convince this bitch I knew something was wrong. I just kicked her in the shin and stepped over her when she dropped. Fuck the consequences. I rather be safe than sorry. Low. And behold, my brother had been so scared and cried so hard, he'd thrown up and pretty much collapsed whimpering, face down in the puddle of vomit in his crib. He didn't aspirate, but he did get some in his nose. I picked him up, grabbed the phone, took him into the bathroom, locked the door, and started cleaning him up. I was 11, so I didn't know he should be looked at for the potential breathing and vomit thing. But I called my parents and told them what happened. They handled everything my 11-year self couldn't comprehend, and we never saw that babysitter again. I don't think they pressed charges or something, but from what I understand, she at least felt bad or something. Parents enrolled me in Girl Scouts, got me to take a CPR class, and by the time I was 12 to 13, I was watching my brother on my own, with routine check-ins of course. It could have been worse, and at the time I didn't grasp that. I just knew my brother was hurting. But we were lucky. He could have asphyxiated on his own throw up, and it's not like anyone would have checked on him if I had gone to bed, like I was told. Don't ignore the feeling. Better safe and in trouble / embarrassed / wrong / silly / inconvenienced / stressed / upset / ect. Than sorry. This happened about 10 years ago. Late at night, a friend and me were on our way home from the gym, but the road that we knew was blocked. So we followed the signalization of the road bypass by the state. Problem was, it was an extremely foggy night. At one point, I must have missed one of the arrows, because I was on some very narrow gravel roads at the edge of the woods. No biggie, as I had navigation, so I thought. At one point, the gravel road got wider, and visibility even worse. I kept driving and driving, but the navigation system now said we were next to the road instead of on it. It was a sheety system, so this was nothing out of the ordinary, but something felt very wrong. My friend said I should just keep driving. At one point, the bad feeling wouldn't let me go any further. I stopped the car and told my friend I'm trying to walk around to see where the fuck we are. He was annoyed, but accepted it. I step out of the car and walk 3 meters to my left. That's when my fear of heights kicked in immediately and made me tumble backwards to the ground. I had just looked at a 50-meter drop, but the worst part was still ahead of me, quite literally. I checked the front of the car, and not 2 meters from my hood, there was the same steep cliff. We were on a plateau in a goddamn gigantic gravel pit. My friend almost had a heart attack when he stepped out of the car to check for himself. We almost drove off a cliff into the next plane of existence. We waited several minutes until the fog cleared up, very carefully turned the car around, and left the way we came. On our way out the pit, we saw that the workers had left the barricade up when they had left for that day, which is extremely illegal. A buddy and I as dumb teenagers on a trip through Umaraz thought it would be a good idea to follow an older sketchy Mexican guy to his house to buy weed. We were in our big shiny and newer rental SUV and went through many streets miles further than we were informed by the guy. Got to the house and he insisted we go in with him to test out the bud and chat, which was a dimly lit ranch style house with 4 locks on every door and those damned baby lock things on all the handles, but certainly no babies around. The man's mother lived with him, who was very old and didn't seem all there, but what she did say upon our arrival was to set the tone the rest of the time we were there. She said, "My hijo, don't harm these babies, they did nothing to you." And to that the old man scoffed and waved his hand while assuring her nothing was wrong, we are just hanging out. All this while we really getting nervous now and rethinking our mission to find weed. The man, we will call Pablo, noticed our changing behavior and handed us a fat joint he lit up. After handing the J back and forth just a couple times, we were very baked and just slightly less anxious now. Then he said he had to talk to his nephew and told us to finish the J ourselves, so we nodded and kept puffing. Before Pablo got out of the kitchen where we were, the bedroom door to the left burst open and this huge stocky Mexican guy stormed out with a mean look on his face and a faking gun strapped to his leg in plain sight. The younger guy began arguing with Pablo in Spanish right in front of us, all the while stealing sharp glances at us right there at the table. Pablo began herding his nephew back to his room while patting him on the back and whispering into his ear. All we heard in a thick Spanish accent from his nephew before they both disappeared into the room nearby was, "But Pablo, we are cartel." They slammed the door behind them, which left an echo in the open space that combined the kitchen and living room. We noticed the old lady was still sitting in her rocking chair in the living room where Pablo sat her. She hadn't spoken or moved so much as her gaze. Being pretty creeped at this point, we began chatting loudly about nonsense, like we had somewhere to go. People were expecting us ECT. Pablo heard us through the thin walls and poked his head out the door quickly to tell us to stay put until he was done. Then he shut the door and the muffled voices continued. In a deep haze we sat slowly puffing on the joint that was still going. Must have been half an ounce worth. We were both looking around the room high af, and I got sudden twinge in my stomach and something in my blazer brain screamed run. I met my friend's gaze and his eyes were super wide and panicky. I could tell he felt it the same time as I. He mouthed the word, "Should we get the fuck out of here?" I nodded silently and gathered my belongings that were strewn about on the table as Pablo insisted on us taking everything out of our pockets. When we sat down in the kitchen, we got to the front door with the 4 extra locks and I began quickly and quietly as possible unlocking them all. I had just started to open the door slowly and in a hushed manner when my friend exclaimed in my ear with a hurried whisper, "Sheet, you dial left our wheat on the table," and he tiptoed back into the kitchen fast to retrieve our original desire before life itself seemed the more at risk later. I cringed and prayed that the guys wouldn't come out just as my friend was scooping weed from Pablo's jar into a sandwich baggie, but alas, he finished and darted back to the door where I kept it open and on a lookout. He got to me, and we both stole a glance to the old lady, who was positioned just a few feet from the door and still quiet, but this time she smiled ever so slightly and nodded her head as to confirm our decision to leave so soon was the right one. We swiftly exited and headed to where our rental car was on the street right out front with my friend a few strides ahead of me. As I was running behind him, I reached into my pocket for the keys so I could unlock the doors and get it started the moment we got to it. As if we were in a shitty cliche horror film, I fumbled and the keys went flying into the tall grass that was in complete darkness, as there was apparently no exterior lights on the house or street with just a few other houses hundreds of feet away. I bent forward to the ground, still in stride, to look, and thinking in that split second that I was going to be held at gunpoint by Pablo and his mean mugging nephew whilst combing the grass like an idiot. Then, as if destined to survive, I immediately made contact with the keys. When I reached down the very first time, like my brain knew the trajectory of the throw, or I just got incredibly lucky. I then made like a roadrunner to the car, where my friend was crouching behind the car itching for me to make haste. I unlocked the doors and jammed the key into the ignition before my butt even hit the leather seat. We peeled out of their tires spinning and looking back in the rear view mirrors but saw nothing. The whole episode inside that house was maybe just 15 minutes long, but felt like hours. Many minutes and miles later of aimlessly driving and smoking the weed we snatched in an anxiety-laced state of shock, we decided on the rear side of a Walmart in the dark. We could do nothing but chatter, while our bodies convulsed in the remnants of panic and fear. We still thought they the Mexican, Colombian guys might be driving around looking for us. So we had driven at least a couple towns over and stayed hiding behind Walmart in the dark with our doors locked and leaning back as to be even less visible. Hours later we had calmed down, well just more calm than the obvious physical symptoms of both panic and shock. So we thought it might be a good idea to get back to our hotel and slide into our shared room before the coming morning hours brought sun and unwanted attention from our families in the same hotel building. The rest of that trip we just were thankful to be alive, and we smoked the shit out of that danger bud we had so precariously acquired, and we swear it was laced with something, because every time after that fateful night we got high like never before, or it was just a new outlook on life that granted the magical feeling. I'm glad we made it out whole, Justin, and may we forever tell this story to a select few only, and even then, just in whispers in case an old Mexican man overhears us. TLDR. Friend and I wanted weed so bad on a road trip we almost got kidnapped / carjacked / murdered by people we can only assume are cartel. This potentially could have saved me, but it was more my 4 younger siblings. Most of my family is very involved in this Christian church and spend a lot of free time with other members of the church. Siblings are young and homeschooled. I didn't spend too much time with the other kids and really hated going to church. One day, my mom got me to go help one of the church families move with her. 2 of my siblings came with us, just to play with the family's kids. The father of the family was training to become a pastor for the church. He'll be called V. We got to their new house and was weeping, and whatever. The mom, she'll be K, said that V and A will get to the house with some furniture soon. Who's A? I asked. Kay said that she was a teenage girl who had moved in with them after her parents were having issues. Drugs. Lots of them. Alright, not much wrong with that. V and A get to the house with the furniture 45 minutes after Kay got the on our way text. There was only a 10-minute drive between houses. That is immediately suspicious to me, but my gut feeling kicked in when I saw she looked fine. Perfectly normal teenage girl, probably about 16 to 17, but I will never forget the look in her eyes. She didn't look outwardly concerned or like she was trying to get my attention. It's almost like her eyes were sad, if that makes sense. I had never met V before. He was very tall, probably 6'4" and very strong. He just made me feel weird. He never acted 100% normal doing anything. The best way I can describe his actions is robotic. It's like he was pretending to be human almost. I didn't talk to my mom. She seemed just fine with everything. So did Kay. They had no excuse for being so late. The night continued on. V creeped me out worse and worse. I didn't try to talk to my mom. I didn't try to talk to A. We eventually left. The second I got in the car with my mom, I told her how he bothered me. I told her how I thought A needed help, and I told her what I thought would have taken them so long. All she did was get extremely mad. That man is wonderful. He is almost a pastor. You need to get on your knees and search your heart. How on earth would you even think about such vile things? That is not exaggerated in the slightest. Some of the words might be off, but she laid into me, even threatened to ground me if I said something like that again. Fuck that. Told my dad the same thing when I got home, and how poorly mom had reacted. He was very calm, told me to always trust my gut, but also insisted I must be wrong. The next Sunday I went to church, which is not normal as I mentioned. I brought a switchblade with me and hoped I never needed to use it. All I did there was keep track of my siblings. I got them all together to where I could always see them until we left. I did this every Sunday, but it only lasted about 4 weeks. I'm not sure how it happened or who found out, but V had a very sexual relationship with A apparently. I'm not sure if it was violent or non-consensual, but I would have to guess, just because of what I felt from her. I found all this out through my dad. He said that he saw V on the local news website. My mom never mentioned anything about this to me. She knows I'm right. She grounded me a couple days after my dad told me this. I heard them fighting before that. I don't know why she wanted to defend him so badly. I'm not sure where A is to this day. I only saw her that one night. V is in prison for 15 life I believe. Anyone who is interested in the info on V, PM me, and I will find it again for you. Kay and her kids left the church, and I'm pretty sure the faith as well. My whole family besides my dad still attends, and I've been forced to go to weekly classes there recently, and have the absolute displeasure of talking to the very ignorant leaders of the now rapidly expanding church. In my classes I've found that Christianity is just as much of a convoluted mess as the situation I've just described. I don't care what issues expressing this outwardly this causes for me. All I care is that I know I protected my siblings and trusted my gut. TLDR, I suspected a pastor was abusing a girl who was living with his family. My mom and dad didn't listen to me. I went to church armed and kept track of my siblings every Sunday until something eventually happened. I was right and he is in prison now. I was living in Mongolia for a year doing some teaching after college. When my contract expired I still had a month in country to travel, so a couple friends from back home came out to visit. Our plan was to drive to a giant lake in the west of the country. On the day they arrived we packed a car and started driving with my two friends from home, a local friend and a driver. One thing to note about Mongolia is that it's huge, bigger than Texas, but with less than 3 million people. So to get anywhere you have to travel really far, but because it's so sparsely populated, the infrastructure is insufficient. Basically it takes days of driving to get anywhere. We started our 20-hour drive really contently, just watching the rolling steppe where Genghis Khan's hordes once roamed. However, after the sun went down we grew restless and decided to ease our boredom with some beers, with the exception of the driver. Deep into the drinking sesh we were still about 5 hours from our destination, and about 2 hours for many civilization on either side. The monotony of the pitch black darkness was broken when our car headlights panned over a downed motorcycle in the middle of the road. We quickly pulled over and me and my friend ran out of the car to see what was there. We found the motorcycle's owner lying in a pool of blood on the pavement, unfortunately gone. Our driver, who is from this region of Mongolia, said that it is common practice to stack rocks on the sides of the road to warn other drivers that there is a body in the road. So we all piled rocks on the road while the driver phoned the nearest police station. After 15 or so minutes of stacking, another car pulled up behind us. We asked the two men in the other car to help us stack, but they refused, citing some Mongolian custom that prohibits dealing with a dead body. The two Mongolians with us were skeptical of this, but didn't know enough to say that this wasn't a thing. We continued stacking for a couple minutes when the driver came up to us with a concerned look in his eye. Basically what he said was, "We need to go now. I have a bad feeling about these guys." Trusting his instincts, we quickly left the scene. We continued until the next town where the police station inspected our car for damage. They cleared us and sent us on our way. 2 hours later we are nearing our destination and receive a call from the police station. They stopped the same two guys who pulled up behind us. The cops found a dent and paint marks that matched the bike of the dead motorcyclist. These guys had hit and run this guy and then returned to the crime scene an hour or so later to make it seem like they were not involved. Me and my friends were alone in the Mongolian steppe with these guys, who had just committed likely manslaughter. Chances say they were drunk driving. Very common. The gut instincts of our driver thankfully got us out of there. I have quite a few, but this is one of the more prominent memories. I've been riding the LA metro system for years, and I've seen some wild shit. I currently have to travel via metro from Long Beach to Los Angeles daily for work. In January of 2014 I was on the Red Line in Hollywood in the morning, listening to music like always, and waiting to my stop. I'm used to people acting erratically, blaring music, trying to sell shitty CT point on the trains, so I'm not really fazed at this point when someone is acting faking weird, unless it's really off. I've seen a dude pull his pants down, pee on a train window, and then leave the stop basically speaking in tongues. I was seated next to an attempted murder suspect the year before this, and at the Compton station the train went into lockdown, so the cops could get on and arrest him without him taking off again. So that was fun. Anyway, point, I'm minding my own damn business, lol. When I notice there's a guy pacing back and forth, basically screaming rap music and kind of leaning into people in seats when he passed them, and I shared eye contact for maybe 10 seconds when he walked by me, and I immediately knew something was very wrong. You know that feeling you get when something bad happens and you get goosebumps, but you're also like flushed and hot? If that makes sense. Kinda dizzy? That was me. I was by myself, and I'm barely 5 feet 1 and 90 lbs. I may be used to the craziness in LA, but I'm also well aware that it would be incredibly easy for someone to completely fuck my shit up. I waited a few stops to see if he'd get off the train first since I still had a way to go, but he didn't, and I kept getting more and more uneasy, so I got off at the next stop and made sure he didn't follow me. I kinda shrugged it off at that point, got on the next train, and went about my day while being a little late. I get home and all is well. Until a few days later, and I see the news the same guy got into a fight/argument, I can't remember if it got physical or not, with another man, and stabbed him in the neck on the train within like minutes of me getting off. The victim died the next day, if I'm remembering correctly. Point, I don't know if I was specifically in imminent danger, but my instincts definitely at least kept me from seeing something I'd never be able to get out of my head. When I was in middle school, my band teacher often had an assistant director that would take over on days that she was out, or just direct, while she handled other things around the class. His name was Mr. Bo, pronounced like Bo in Boti. Now lem just tell you, I absolutely fucking hated Mr. Bo. I despised him to his very core. Everything about the man repulsed me. Something felt disgusting piece of shit about him from the first moment I saw him. However, I had never actually spoken to the man in the 3 years I'd been around him, 6th through 8th grade. He didn't even know I existed. I was a trombone player, so I sat in the very back of the orchestra, behind like 5 or 6 other rows of chairs, with flutes and other wind instruments up front, and brass, me, and percussion in the very back. I just watched him teach us from afar, and when we went out of state to play in other places, I'd see him in passing, doing his usual pleasant routine with all the other band kids. Shaking hands, smiling, laughs, jokes, whatever. Everybody in all the band classes loved Mr. Bo, and any time I would admit my repugnance with his very existence, it was always met with "you're just being mean, he's really nice," or "I don't know, I like him. He's cool." But I still stuck to my guns. He wasn't faking cool. He wasn't cool at all. Point, we all graduated middle school and went on to the high school band classes. The band teacher there had a great relationship with our middle school band teacher, and also had Mr. Bo assist directing from time to time. When I was in my 10th grade year, that's when we all found out Mr. Bo had been inviting the middle school boys to his house, drugging them, and molesting them. Everybody was shocked, but to me, it was almost like an "aha you motherfucker" moment. That's when I learned to trust my gut feeling, no matter what logic I'm provided. Point, he was set to go on trial for these allegations, but ended up killing himself before then. One afternoon, on the way home from school, I was sitting near the back on the nearly empty school bus talking with one of my friends. We were sitting in the middle of an intersection waiting for the traffic to clear, so we could turn left. My visual went a bit blurry, almost like looking through foggy glasses. Everything turned to slow motion, as if watching a movie, and my hearing went very quiet. My friend was talking to me, but I couldn't hear her, and I don't remember what she was saying. There was a mom and her daughter waiting to cross the road, and I had what I think was a premonition that if the bus was going to turn left, we were going to run over this little girl. In my mind it was happening. We were turning. The mom was yelling. It felt so real that I was waiting for the bump of us running over her. I screamed as loud as I could. Again, I'm in some sort of foggy out-of-body experience, so it doesn't sound or feel like me screaming. I guess my scream kind of woke me out of this trance. The bus driver looked me square in the eye from the big mirror at the front and said, "Where's that little girl?" My memory is a bit hazy here, but I think what happened was, the bus was going to turn left. The little girl was running across the road but I screamed, scared the bus driver, so she didn't turn. The girl was across the road, safely, on the other side. I think about this moment often. Call it fate, intuition, or something higher, but I truly believe that, if I hadn't screamed we would have hit that precious little girl. I wonder what she's doing now. Okay, so I'm going to have to set the scene a little bit at first. Near my house there is this little bike park made of dirt. Nothing special but it was fun to bike around in it. Next to it is a straight line of trees, maybe 8 meters thick. On the other side of the trees, there were 2 parks. One adjacent to the bike park, and one maybe 20 feet away, parallel to the trees. Kind of hard to imagine, sorry, but it's important to know that there's a bike park, trees, a park, then an arena between the first park and the second one. So the gut feeling, I want to say I was about 12, maybe closer to 10. There were a steady flow of kids in and out of the bike park while me and my younger sister were there. Later in the day, it was just the 2 of us left. People came and went, adults, teens. It was quite normal for people to pass by. But then this one guy, I want to guess he's in his 20s, strolls up. Didn't do anything wrong. He just leaned against the fence and was on his phone. Nothing out of the ordinary, but every fiber of my being was telling me I was in danger. From this point on, I only spoke to my sister in French. I didn't want to alarm her, but I felt we needed to leave. I told her we should go to the first park, next to the bike park, just on the other side of the trees, and as started to leave, the man followed me briefly, before waiting for my sister to catch up, just as I was doing. This freaked me out, and I told her, my sister, in French to forget it, and go around the arena then to turn abruptly into the second park. That's what we did, and we sat at the second park and waited. The man, seemingly a little confused, walked where we had taken off to, but as we were on bikes we turned around the arena too fast for him to notice. As he passed the second park though, I just so happened to sneeze, and he immediately stopped, turned around and rapidly walked towards us. At this point my sister was freaking out, so I told her to get moving to go home. She was a faster biker, but regardless, I stayed between her and the man. We were on bikes, so there was no way for him to catch us, but my sister said she looked back and saw him sprinting in our direction before we turned into a street. In full panic, we got home and told our dad we were chased. He hopped into the car with us and drove around, hoping to find who was following us. He wasn't nowhere to be seen. But I'm left wondering to this day, what the hell would have happened to me and my sister, aged 7 or 8 at that time, if we hadn't taken off? Scares me. My boyfriend, now husband, some of our friends from college, and I went to Clearwater Beach in FL. One of our friends brought his new girlfriend along. We get in the water, and she inflates a beach ball for us to throw around while we hang out. Eventually the beach ball is thrown a couple feet behind me, and I start swimming to go get it. My husband grabbed my foot jokingly, but the beach ball started floating off farther. My boyfriend didn't want to lose the ball and make a bad impression on our friend's girlfriend, so he started swimming after it, but every time he tried to grab it, it'd slip out of his hands and float farther away. Some of my friends went with him to help. When they didn't return after a minute or so, I swam after them. I found my friend wading in the water and asked him where my boyfriend was. He said he didn't know. I asked him if he was okay, and he said he was probably fine. That's when I got a gut feeling something was wrong. I started swimming as fast as I could in the direction they went. I found him starting to drown more than 100 feet from shore. He exhausted himself getting there and was struggled to keep his head above water as the waves were coming in. I grabbed him and tried to help keep his head above water as I screamed for help. Someone with a big pink floaty chair heard me and started swimming towards us, but those seconds felt like centuries trying to keep my boyfriend and probably myself soon from drowning. We got him to hang on to the floaty and the stranger, and I swam him to shore. We didn't get the bull back. Point TLDR, if I had listened to my idiot friends, my husband would have drowned alone in the ocean. Near the end of my last year of grad school I, M/30s, got invited out to a bar with my platonic friend. We can just call her Becky. As soon as I got to the bar, Becky grabs my arm, clearly intoxicated, and pulls me towards her friend, who we can call Jackie. Jackie says hi, then within 10 seconds asks me to go back and do blow in the bathroom with her. I politely declined. Not my thing. Later that night, Becky tells me Jackie likes me a lot. I hadn't had sex in more than a year, and I was super stressed from school, and could definitely have benefited from a good-natured, consensual fling, even if I didn't find Jackie particularly attractive or interesting. However, I also got the distinct sensation that, if I slept with Jackie it wouldn't be right. She was more intoxicated than I was, so consent could have been an issue. But even if that hadn't been a concern, I just got a hard solo approved. I've got a bad feeling about this vibe from the whole idea of going home with her. So, despite being really horny, I told Becky, Jackie's chosen intermediary, that Jackie wasn't my type. Message got passed along. We went our separate ways a month later. Becky and I are having coffee. Do you remember my friend Jackie? Yes. She was a mess. Pretty hard to forget. Yeah. Well, she's pregnant. The dad is a guy she slept with once after a night at the club. She told him she's keeping it. She's overjoyed. Said she's always wanted to be a mother. That could have been you. TLDR. Almost became someone's baby daddy. Dodged bullet like my name was Nia. I had a younger brother who was constantly in trouble with my parents and the law. He moved from Washington state to California. About a year later he wanted to come back and visit, so he took the Greyhound from California to Seattle. I was pretty annoyed, since I had work-related things to do the day I was scheduled to go pick him up. Long story short, his bus arrived late, and I ended up picking him up later than expected. The odd thing was he was in high spirits, and I was in a bad mood. This late Greyhound bus just made me more upset. This incident blew up into a huge argument. For the rest of his visit we didn't talk much. A couple days later I put him on the bus for the final leg of his trip back to my parents' home. I had just left him at the bus station and had left the building when I had this overwhelming gut feeling that I should go back and apologize for being a jerk to him. It was like something was pushing me back to him. I walked back into the building and I gave him a big hug and said I was sorry for being a moody jerk for the last couple of days, and that I loved him. I got a call later that week asking if he could borrow $200. I said no, because I knew it was going to be used for drugs. I had the money available and could have easily given him the money, but I didn't. A couple days after that call my mom called me and told me he had been murdered outside some bar in California. We buried him 2 weeks before Christmas. That was 9 years ago now, and I often think of how I should have loaned/given him the money. Perhaps he would still be here today, but I have a feeling that's why I got the push to go back and apologize to him. I'm a cop. One job we had was shots were heard in the backyard of a residence, so we were dispatched to investigate and make sure there was no one injured. So we arrive at the backyard with our guns drawn, because the shooter may still be in the vicinity, and start clearing the garage and backyard. Both are seemingly clear and we don't find a body, so we start looking for shell casings, but still have our guns out. I approach the fence north of me and look into the next door neighbor's path and gangway when I noticed someone trying really hard to open the porch door but can't. I called out, but the man did not respond and got the door cracked a bit, but it still was jammed and he was pulling hard, now still not responding to me. He briefly stopped and disappeared, but I wasn't liking this, and instead of calling out again something told me, bad guy, move, now. So I backed myself into the gangway where my partner was, and just as I turned the corner I heard and felt a loud boom, and felt the concussion of a shotgun blast. Then just as I was about to direct my pistol in the direction of the blast from behind cover, another boom and snaps past me. I finally quick peeked out behind the corner and the door was now shut, and I hear my partner yelling, "You got shot at. You got shot at. Are you hit?" I didn't feel anything besides the concussion of the blasts and gunpowder in the air, but after checking myself I wasn't hit. The guy next door tried to set a trap and ambush us, but he jammed his own door with a 2x4 and couldn't open it in time to actually engage us. He let loose with a 12G shotgun. That whole scenario cold ended very differently, but after a 6 hours standoff he turned himself in. I backed away and turned the corner just in time to avoid getting hit from 25 feet away, milliseconds if not seconds really to move behind cover. I was chilling at McDonald's, watching stuff on my tablet, while eating lunch out, just chilling me and my chicken nuggets, when I get this really weird feeling. I look up and this guy is staring at me from a couple of tables down. I look around and I realize that yes, he's staring at me. I'm a little uncomfortable, so I move to a different table. He moves 2 tables closer. I move again. He moves closer. Now this guy has a creepy vibe. Looks like he hasn't showered in a few weeks. I'm not risking a chance of him getting close. I see a table where a mom and her 2 kids are eating lunch and the guy sits 2 tables over, still staring at me. I sit next to the mom and she gives me a confused look. I lean over and whisper that the guy has been following me and I'm scared. Can I please sit here until my ride comes to get me? She looks up, meets this guy's gaze and glares before nodding as I call up my folks to come pick me up. I sit with her until my mom pulls up and I get up and bolt for the door, my gear in hand. Lunch left at the table I initially sat at. I didn't look back. I just had this really awful feeling the whole time. The first time I was in a car with my friend's mom when we were 12. She was texting the whole time, the mom, on her BlackBerry. She nearly swerved us into a tree twice, and I genuinely thought, this is it, this is the end of me. The whole time. We somehow made it back home alive, but I refused to get into a car with her after that. They invited me to go with them for a drive and I firmly said no. I don't trust your mom. Her mom, while texting again, totaled the car. Somehow no one was hurt, but she slammed it into the divider and it totaled the front hard. I was not shocked. Intuitions are crazy. When my now husband, boyfriend and I were long distance, I once took the bus to visit him. His parents were going to pick me up from the bus depot. I was wandering around, trying to find them, and went to go through a door when a dude held the door open for me. I thanked him and tried to go on my way, but felt weird about it. Dude said, "Looking good, baby," to me, and I tried to move past him, but he grabbed me by the wrist, and I looked in his eyes and just knew he had bad things planned. So dude starts pulling me back towards the door. I had mace hooked onto my pants for this reason, but was so shocked I couldn't move to grab it. I just prayed that my boyfriend's parents could find me, because there wasn't anyone else around in the area of the depot we were at. Just as I started thinking that this guy was going to kidnap me, my now mother-in-law burst into the room and kind of scooped me around into a hug, and dude ran off. My now mother-in-law said they were lost trying to find me, but she suddenly knew where I was and that I needed help. Then another time, I was out walking my then roommate's dog for her at night. We lived in a neighborhood that wasn't terrible, but definitely secluded and a little shady. The end of the road was by a dead end and some train tracks, so I was just trying to loop the dog down to go to the bathroom and come back. As we were heading down, though, there was a guy there dressed in dark clothing talking on his phone and just staring at me. So I hooked around, so I was closer to a friend's house that lived down the street from us, then started sprinting back to our house with the dog running beside me. Got inside safely, but found out several days later that the guy had been arrested for rapping and murdering a girl. Not a crime that happened on the dog walking night, but still a creepy coincidence. Was about 12 or 13 and often went to visit family in South America. My brother and I were always kinda scared / nervous from everything we would hear in school and random people about where my family is from, but nothing ever happened. We were visiting during Christmas this time and I also just had some dental work done, so I needed some pain meds, and it was dark out. Went to pharmacy with my mom, and was on high alert, me being paranoid and all. Places packed, and streets are full. I remember walking into the pharmacy and catching eye of some guy out of all the ones standing outside of store. He just seemed off. After buying meds we walk out, and before we began our walk, I saw him once again, but this time he took notice of us, and I looked away real quick. We were walking down the street for not even 5 seconds, when I could feel someone staring from in front and behind. So I started slowing my walk down, so my mom would too, because I didn't want to tell her and her not believe me. Looked back and the guy is walking out way and staring. So I grabbed my mom and turn into the store right next to us as naturally as possible. Stay in there, and I tell her there's a weird dude following, and in front of us, there's a car and a guy standing outside of it that scared me. She laughed but I begged her to walk back towards pharmacy. The guy behind us kept walking after we turned, and take another way home. We leave the store, and he is waiting next to the guy in the car looking our way, as if he is waiting for someone. My mom notices, and we walk the other way. Once we turn the block, and see the next intersection, he is also on the parallel street looking this way and his friend is in the car making a turn. So that's when I start pulling my mom to run and she thankfully obliged a scared 12-year tactic to get the fuck out. Not sure if I was paranoid or something bad could have happened, but I managed to convince my mom as well and scare the shit out of her. I'm so aware of my surroundings it hurts socially sometimes. I don't know how much of a gut feeling this is, but it was a weird feeling nonetheless, and I feel like sharing this and saying it. So I'm pretty young, only 16, and about 2 years ago I was playing video games. In around September of 2017 I was playing and met someone else who was pretty good at the game. We were talking by me saying stuff in the mic, and they were messaging me because they didn't have a mic. About 1 hour into playing they out of nowhere said, "Do you have a problem if I'm transgender?" I was 14 at the time and was very naive and a weird kid. In fact I was considering, for some 14-year-old reason, but I assure you this isn't me now, not talking to them because they were transgender. This is where the weird feeling came in. For some reason I said yes to playing with them, and that it was fine, even though I really didn't think about it and just said yes by mistake. I guess that's where you can say my gut feeling was more like a gut reaction. But after the first week or two of us playing I started learning more about her. We will call her Devil because that's her gamer tag. She originally had an abusive mother who put her up for adoption, was molested by her uncle at an early age. Her new adopted family wasn't happy with her being transgender. She was very depressed and suicidal, and was bullied and called a school shooter at school for these reasons. Now I was 14, and this was a lot to take in. But I helped her from time to time and nothing too serious was happening. Then one day we were playing again, and she recently got a long distance girlfriend who was also suicidal. That night they were about to break up, and her girlfriend and I ended up getting in a group chat all together with Devil. They were arguing in the group chat, and I was trying to help, but out of nowhere the girlfriend sent a picture of her slit wrist with the words "I love you" written in blood. I was almost in tears, and then after that the girlfriend stopped responding, and Devil was blaming me a bit for the breakup out of grief. A month later the girlfriend responded, and she was okay, just didn't want to talk to us. We were both relieved, but things for Devil were going downhill. Her family really wasn't accepting her, and there wasn't much I could do. I remember one night faintly where I stayed up with her all night as she was contemplating ending her life that night, but I don't remember all the details. But she was fine the next morning. A couple months passed without many incidents. But one day I asked her if she wanted to get on and play, but to no answer. I just thought she wasn't answering for a bit, because that was normal for her. Then the next day I asked, no answer. This continued for a week, and I was getting worried. Then for 2 weeks, and even barely hit 3. I was scared shitless. There wasn't much I could do either, because I was still 14, lived in New York, and she's in Chicago. Then one day she posted on her Snapchat story saying sorry for not replying for a while everyone, but I'm okay now. I asked her what happened, and she said she tried to kill herself by slitting her wrist and such, but it didn't work. I was flat out crying. We talked for a while, and I was denying her every chance to say that no one would care about her if she died, and she had many people that loved her, including me and her friend I know. After that incident we kept talking and playing more and more for a year. Then I noticed that she changed a lot in a year and a half. Her voice was getting a bit happier, and she was acting a lot happier. I asked her if she was still suicidal, and she said yeah, but not as much. That answer made me a bit happy, but I flat out told her, one day, I'm going to make sure you aren't suicidal, and she said, that'll be hard but okay, and we continued to play. Go forward another year and we are at this week. We've known each other for 2 years and a half now, and around 2 days ago we were playing again. I asked her out of nowhere in the middle of a match. Serious question. You still suicidal? She sounded stunned that I asked that and said, no, not anymore. I don't know why, I'm just not. I really don't know why it happened, I'm just not suicidal anymore. I smiled so much. I said, that's a perfect enough reason to not be suicidal anymore. I'm 16 now, and she is 18. She is a lot better, and I can tell is improving every day. She has a Reddit, and I hope she doesn't see this, because either A, she will beat my ass, or B, she will beat my ass, but be okay about it. Either way, she is one, if not my best friend, and I really hope to see her IRL one day. I don't know how much of a gut feeling this counts for, but it was a feeling nonetheless, and I'm happy that I can say I helped my friend get over her suicidal thoughts. When I was 7 years old, my babysitter told my brother and I to get our PJs on for bed, so we did. Then my babysitter zones into my room once I'm done and asks me to take them off again. I was confused why he would want that, because I had just put them on, so I said no. I was lucky that he was not trying to hurt me, because he accepted this. My 6-year-old brother came in the room and noticed I was scared, so we pushed him out of the room like it was a joke and wiggled the doorknob off. It was an old house. Luckily he didn't know my parents keep an extra doorknob in their room for when we do this. We wait in the room for 2 hours until our bedtime. We pop our heads out and all he says is that we need to stop playing because it's our bedtime. So we beg to sleep in our parents' bed, which has a landline beside it. As soon as he leaves the room, we start hitting numbers because we don't know how to use a phone. So different to kids now, luckily. We connect to a random woman at a random number asking if mommy and daddy are there. Luckily, as a confused stranger at a different party questions us, the other line beeps and we switch to my parents, explain what happened, and the police meet them at our house. I was lucky. At 20, I was living in a very small town 2 blocks away from the main street and clubs that I partied at often. This creepy guy used to hover around my friends and I, sometimes in the club and even outside a few times. My friends thought I was paranoid until I took a picture of him passing us a 3rd time one night and leering at us. From then on, I was always on high alert when I knew he was out. In one night in particular, I was walking home and about halfway there when I had to turn into an alley. After passing 2 houses, I do my usual awareness sweep and see him turn into the alley. He doesn't live here. I start taking my brain for the right reaction, and after passing another house turn around and scream, you don't faking live here, so fuck off. And he does. I was lucky again. Another 5 years pass. I'm long out of my party days and working in remote oil camps. I'm invited to a poker game by some friends. We all have a good laugh. My friends like me for my quick sense of humor, and I was on a roll that night. Except for one guy that didn't find me asking, but can't win them all. Just before a break, I make a seemingly harmless joke about him. Then while I'm in the kitchen grabbing a drink, he corners me and says that he is surprised I have never had that mouth beaten out of me. I'm so shocked that all I can reply is that many men have tried, but none have succeeded. It was terrifying, and I left the game early to go to bed. I was lucky again. I have chosen to only share my lucky stories. If something doesn't feel right, keep your head and exit as soon as possible, even if you feel you are overreacting. My roommate and I were in a tough spot and needed cash for rent, which was due in a few days. She had an old PS4 which she had bought for her now ex-boyfriend, but never gave to him since they broke up before his birthday. We decided to post it on Let Go for like $120 to try to make up the missing rent money. She starts talking with some guy about the console and they come to an agreement. He asks her to meet him outside a Dollar General in his town when he gets off work that night. Well, my roommate doesn't have a car, so I end up driving her to go sell the PS4. The town this guy lived in was like 45 minutes away in the middle of buttfuck nowhere, South Carolina. We get to the DG parking lot around 11:30 p.m. and she calls him. He shows up a few minimums later on foot, I might add. We introduce ourselves for a quick second and then he holds out his backpack for us to put the console in. My roommate starts to hand it over, but I stopped her and asked him to show us the cash first. The guy says something, then turns around and starts fumbling with something. I was already apprehensive when my RM had told me about the deal she'd set up, and now I'm half expecting this guy to turn around with a gun in his hand and rob us on the spot. Luckily he just turned around, told us he has forgotten a $50 at his house and that he'd be back in a few minimums. So my roommate and I get back into my car. I tell her I have a very uneasy feeling about all this. She kinda agrees, so we decide to get her 2 pit bulls out on their leashes just in case. So we are hanging out outside my car waiting for this guy to show back up. I'm still wary that something isn't right here, so I'm constantly checking the corners of the lot and my other surroundings. After a few minimums 2 or 3 young kids, maybe 10 to 15-year-old, ride out from behind the dollar store on bikes. They just rode straight across one side of the lot and out the other, but I was almost certain I saw them start to get off their bikes as soon as they had rounded the corner. I was also pretty certain that they were in cahoots with the buyer and were scoping out the lot to see what we were doing. After waiting for like 10 to 15 more minutes, I'm starting to get really anxious. I know something isn't right, and then all of a sudden the street lights in the parking lot all went out and we were covered in darkness. I got my roommate and her dogs into my car and started doing laps around the lot so as not to be sitting ducks when whatever was about to go down went down. After 2 to 3 minutes of driving around the parking lot on full alert, 2 cars pull in from opposite corners of the lot. One coming from behind / around the side of the dollar store and the other coming in off the street that the store was on. I've never floored the gas harder. To me it was obvious that the whole thing was a setup, probably gang related as well. The guy was expecting my roommate to show up alone. He was hoping we'd be dumb enough to just hand over the PS4. When we weren't, he retreated. The kids were sent to survey the situation while we waited and told the others we had 2 big ass dogs with us. They decided they needed to roll up together since we had dogs, so they tried to ambush us. And the whole thing was planned around midnight when they knew the lights in that parking lot would turn off. I'm just glad we had the dogs. Not as good as most of the stories here, and it didn't save me, but it could been worse. Point: I was pretty young when this happened, about 5 years old maybe, living in Mexico, when I went to the corner store by myself. My brother always went with me, but this time I just decided I wanted to do it myself. I had gathered money from my savings and went on to buy some drinks. This corner store was owned by an older man, and it was attached to his house. The store part was probably his living room and you could see his bedroom off to the side. Point: I get to the store and grab a bottle of soda, but realize I didn't have enough. I planned on going back home to get more change, but the old man stops me, gives me the soda, and says it's okay. You can have it. You can come whenever you want one. Even if you don't have money, you can come get one. He smiles at me sweetly, grabs my chin and kisses me. I froze for a second and didn't know what to do or how to get away. As I panicked, I looked around and see his bedroom. Point: around the mid-90s in Mexico, there were commercials aimed towards kids to report sexual assault or pretty much any type of abuse, saying watch out. Be careful of your surroundings. Say no and tell someone you trust. The commercial popped into my head while glanced over his bed. I just nodded at him and left calmly to never return. Point: I never told a single soul about this up until I was 19 to 20. I told my mother and she said I knew that old man was a creep. I had a gut feeling about it. I went to my local grocery store at like 10 AM a few months ago to pick up some supplies. I didn't have a great night's sleep and just tried to rush in and out quickly. Some guy stopped me at the door and asked for help jumping his car. I had a little off feeling, so I said I didn't have cables. He says he did. He just needed another car. I've needed mine jumped, so I said fuck it, I'll be a nice guy and help him. I walk with him towards my car and he's making small talk, seems friendly enough. My feeling goes away until we get to my car. I ask him which car is his. He points across the parking lot towards a van by itself. I ask if that's it. He says no, his car is at the pharmacy across this super busy road. Immediately get the feeling back. I tell him to head over and I'll follow, with the intent of fleeing when he gets far enough. He says no, he'll ride with me. I say no, I'm not letting anyone in my car. He starts to get real aggressive, says I can check him for weapons, he just needs help. I refuse and he starts screaming about it being because I'm a godless racist, so I much more firmly tell him I'm not helping him. He heads back towards the store and another car to talk with that driver. I phone my dad who's a cop, tell him to send a unit over. I head inside the store and alert the manager in case he tried it with someone else. Few minutes later a cop swings by, but the guy is gone. Last month my dad tells me the guy was arrested for getting in someone's car and threatening them to give him all their money and wouldn't leave the car till they did. Turns out he had a ton of arrests for this kinda thing. I was always taught to watch out for this kinda stuff, but never thought it'd actually have to deal with it. Also for the record, I'm a 22-year-old guy that's around 6 feet 5 inches 290 pounds, so I definitely wasn't chosen because I'd be an easy victim. 5 of us were on a road trip, 2 couples and me the third wheel, or in this case the fifth wheel. We stopped by a hotel for the night. The couples got a room each, and one room for me. I dropped everything and threw myself on the bed. That was when it started. The foreboding. The dinner was at 10 o'clock in the dining hall. We went down and saw that the other guests were already there, so we sat down as well. Now the dread was rising. I could feel my heart race, and I tried to calm myself. The hotel lady was going around serving us. The moment she got behind me, the hair on my neck rose. I had enough. We needed to leave. I made an act of checking my phone, and then swearing lightly I turned to my close friend in the group and told him in a low but clear voice that we had a problem. Told him that our reservation was cancelled. He looked confused, so I showed him a message that I had typed just then. Danger. Lucky for all of us, he was quick on the uptake, and he swore as well. I got up saying we needed to get there quick or else the entire trip would be ruined. My friend followed me, but the other 3, man oh man, I know they hated me for tagging along, but at that moment I so wanted to shove my foot down their throats as they kept saying what nonsense was I talking. My friend got angry at them saying it was his money that would be lost, not theirs, and ordered them to pack up. When we were out of earshot, my friend asked me for an explanation, and I told him to just trust me. What made me more jumpy was 2 of the guests coming up to us, asking us what the problem was, and offering to help as we packed. I refused them nearly 10 times. We were out on the road in 5 minutes. The other 3 were grumbling in the back seat, while my friend was looking at me annoyed. Another 5 minutes later, the girls in the back suddenly started calling out the guy's name. I saw in the rearview mirror that he was out cold. I remembered him gobbling the food and added 2 and 2. I said the food was drugged. What? The 2 of them went. I continued. The whole faking hotel was a trap. We wanted to go to the police, but decided not to. In the end, my friend made an anonymous call to the police about that place. This incident hung over us for the rest of the trip, and for over a year. So, 2010. I was 43, first time stateside. Jet lag meant I couldn't sleep, so was awake at 4 AM thinking I'll go for a walk. It's not 5 AM by the time I've looked at a map, grabbed some clothes, etc. I'm in LA, I should mention. Walking along an empty city road, dark. Obviously no shops are open. See a few early birds but not a lot, mainly a few people at bus stops. Decide to look for cop cars to get a coffee as I figured that would mean an early opening cafe. I get a funny feeling that I'm being followed, so look across the road in the shop windows to check the reflection so it doesn't look so obvious, and about 100 yards behind me, there's a shady looking scruffy faker. No briefcase, no bag, nothing to indicate he was going to work or anything, just ambling. It just didn't look right. I'd passed a bus stop with 3 people at about 50 yards back, so I 180'D and walked towards it, figuring we'd either intersect at the bus stop where, if he queued, I could carry on with what I was doing, or we'd cross and both carry on, now in opposite directions. I got to the bus stop and shady faker passed by me, but stopped about 10 yards further on in a shop doorway. I carried on walking back the way I'd come from and made a move to cross the road, giving me an excuse to unobtrusively check the road back the way I'd come from, and Shady, who'd moved out of the doorway and was walking back towards my direction again, and I locked eyes and he did that involuntary hand to side of head. Look at anything else while slowing down move. I just walked back to the bus stop with the other people, figuring I'd have to get on it if it turned up, but Shady turned back in the original direction and walked off. I tracked him a few hundred feet down the road before I felt safe enough to walk quickly back to my digs as it was getting lighter and more populated at that time. Yes, my girlfriend, who was asleep and didn't even know I'd gone out, chewed my ears off, and I learned a valuable lesson about not wandering around in the dark in a city I didn't know. Later we found out that the place we were staying at was in on Beverly Boulevard in LA, was near some gang areas apparently. It was a national day in my country. You know, all big events, firework and just all around celebration. My friend from a different country, she was from a small town, so she was anxious around lots of PPL, came to stay with for a few days in the capital city. Seeing that there will be a carnival not far from us, the two of us decided to go there with public transport. We had fun and all, and there was a little park next to the celebrations. She wanted some privacy and peace, so we went there, and with the weather being warm and sunny, we lied down. She eventually relaxed, closed her eyes, and I think she maybe even fell asleep. Many people were around us. It was broad daylight, so I don't fault her for thinking we were safe. I had this awful feeling that something is not right, so I stayed awake, occasionally opened my eyes to look around. A few minutes passed by, and I realized that a man has been walking circles around us, and each time he came closer, I waited, watching discreetly to see what he was up to, but I was ready to pounce the second I see what he wanted. Another few minutes gone, and he was basically next to my sleepy friend. I don't think he knew I was awake, or just thought I would be far too slow to react, but he made a quick grabbing motion for my friend's purse. In return, I quickly grabbed her arm and basically hauled her to her feet and pushed her behind me. She was twice my size, but bless adrenaline. He looked surprised, looked up at me, and continued to stare me down. Then just left us when he realized I wasn't about to stand down, and the PPL around us started to notice the commotion. I went to the salon and got my hair done once. I got a late afternoon appointment, so it was dark when I left the mall where my salon was. I was gonna just head home, but the interstate, which was the quickest way, was at a standstill due to some sort of traffic incident, so I opted to take a back road, which East Texas has plenty of. I realized as I was taking off from a red light that the truck that had been parked beside me in the mall parking lot was behind me because it had some stupid little cartoon decal on the windshield. They followed me as I took the turn to get on this little two-lane highway. It was nighttime, but still early enough that there was still some traffic present, so I thought nothing of it, but I just had this creepy, crawly, wrong feeling all over me. Then, this person started taking all the same turns as me. I even stopped signaling, and Tokyo drifted a few turns and they followed right behind me, even getting so close that they almost rear-ended me a time or two. That was when I realized there wasn't a front plate on the truck. Called the cops, then called my husband and told him to meet me at my mom's since it was closer. Got off the phone with him and called my mom. As I pulled into and about halfway up the length of my mom's driveway, the truck followed, so I threw my car in park and my stepdad came out the door with his shotgun and blasted a shot into the ground, then aimed at this giant lifted truck. The dude threw the truck in reverse and peeled off, but I caught the rear plate number. Called the cops again and told them everything I could remember. They sent an officer out anyway to make sure I was okay. The man was arrested 2 days later, a state over, for attempted kidnapping. Back when I was an international delivery driver, mainland Europe, I was delivering some roof windows in a French city. Lots of roadworks, rush hour, directions to the delivery address were unclear. So I called the client and he gave me directions, which didn't help at all. I'm stopped on the side of the road, and 2 minutes later someone knocks on the passenger side window. I ask, in French, if he's the person I'm supposed to deliver to. Stupid of me to not verify his name or anything. He says yes, and asks me to open the door so he can get in and give me directions. The van I drove didn't have a passenger seat, but it wasn't uncommon for clients to ride along for 1 or 2 blocks to direct me to the delivery address, since sometimes it would be a construction site that wasn't easy to find. Since I was doing international deliveries, I would often be away from home for up to 5 days a week, so I had a duffel bag with clothes, toiletries, food, my wallet, and passport sat where the passenger seat would normally be. So this guy starts giving me directions. First thing that made me think something was off was that he didn't seem to know where we were going either. Then he started asking questions to try to figure out how much money I had on me. The company I worked for only took cash payments if people hadn't paid for their products in advance, so I had several thousands of euros in cash in a wallet in the glove compartment. I lied and said I only had about 10 euros on me, which was true for my personal wallet. At some point he comes up with a story about how he needs money so he can put fuel in his car. After which, he said, I could follow him to the delivery address, directs me to a random street where a bunch of cars are parked, points at a random car, and says it's his. I say I can't give him any money. At this point I've obviously realized this isn't the guy I'm supposed to deliver to, and that I'm about to be mugged if I don't get this guy out of my van as soon as possible. So I stop the van in the middle of a busy one-way street and kindly tell him to degage. He gets out, and I immediately check my bag to find 15 euros missing from my wallet, which confirmed my suspicion. He'd somehow managed to open my bag and take money from my wallet while I was distracted by traffic. I dread to think what he might have done if he knew how much money I actually had in the van. And that's how I learned to trust absolutely no one. In hindsight, I should have known something was up just from his appearance and the way he talked plus his mannerisms. He looked like a stereotypical thug, but I didn't want to judge him based on his appearance. I was pretty naive before this experience. One time I was walking home from my local subway station by myself. I was in 8th grade and relatively cautious on my street as I had a few weird encounters. That is, men pulling over and asking if I, a random 12 over 13-year-old girl, needed a ride, if I wanted a boyfriend, suggestive propositions, etc. Anyway, I'm walking on the opposite side of the street from my house. I'm nearly directly across the street from my driveway when I notice a person dressed in all black. And no, I don't mean a black hoodie and sunglasses. I mean they were draped head to toe in some sort of opaque black fabric or something. I was raised to be vigilant because we didn't live in a picture perfect suburb, and I watched a lot of Law Order SVU. I just had the feeling this isn't right. It caught me off guard that I couldn't make out if the person was a man or a woman or see any of their physical features. I couldn't see their hands or their feet. Just black fabric, head to toe. It didn't look like a burqa as I couldn't make out sleeves versus the body of a gown. I just assumed that they were wearing some long black cloak, odd for California summer weather, and that I was looking at them from behind. But, with the way they were moving, kind of a brisk waddle or shuffle, and the fact that they were draped in an all black, I couldn't really tell if they were moving towards or away from me. So for a moment, I watched them. It only took seconds to determine that they were in fact walking away from me. They actually started to cross the street towards the next block. The coast was clear. I crossed the street. But, as soon as I stepped foot on the pavement in front of my driveway, the person stopped mid-crosswalk. They just abruptly paused. They slowly and eerily turned their upper body to look at me. Only then did I realize it wasn't just a black cloak covering their backside, but a full 360 opaque black garment that covered their whole body. I couldn't see their face or eyes, hands, or feet, the build of their body, nothing. They sort of cocked their head to the side for a split second. Then they charged at me, running straight for me. I raced towards my front door screaming for my father and banging on the door. He swung the door open, and I pushed my way inside. Apparently, once the person realized I was at home / not alone, they ran off. I didn't realize this until I was inside of the house. But, yeah, freaked me the fuck out. Actually, a few days ago I was walking down the street, pretty popular street, nobody walks on it, lots of cars thought, but I was biking, and there was this guy sitting on a big, like maybe truck-sized rock on the side of the street. He looked very ominous and my body moved on its own, and I sped biked away. Since there was a park about a minimum away, I stopped to take a break, and after sitting there for about 20 seconds I heard a gunshot and had no idea what happened. I didn't do anything till I saw police or more, heard the sirens and whatnot, but I sort of got closer. Still very far away I saw ambulance and police cars and fire trucks, and I had a pretty good idea of what happened. But on the news later that night I saw what actually happened, and it was the same guy who I had biked by had shot someone. I don't know the details as it was just a few days ago, but I believe it was fatal. I might have been shot, I'm not sure if it was random or if he targeted the person, but if I was random it very well could have been me, I think, because there was maybe only me and 2 other people who walked/biked down that road by the time I passed him, and the gunshot. The amount is an estimate by the way, but yeah, I thought I should share, even though it might not be as interesting as other stories. In 2013 my parents invited my wife and I to go the family vacation home for 3 to 4 days. I had a bad feeling about something going wrong and told it to my wife. She suggested we don't go. I passed on the opportunity to visit the vacation home and tried convincing my father not to go too. He didn't listen and said I was being stupid. On the day of the drive to the vacation home, my father had covered almost 90% of the distance by car and rammed into an oncoming truck on a fairly straight unobstructed road. The car bonnet was entirely smashed. Thankfully both my father and mother, who was in the passenger seat next to my father, escaped unhurt. They had minor abrasions on the chest due to the scraping of the seat belt against the body. Mother had chest pains for the next 3 to 4 months. My father said he must have been driving around at the speed 90 km/h after they got out of the car with the help from nearby people who stayed on the side of the accident spot. The truck driver came out and checked on my parents. He said he was honking from far away and he could see my father's car deviating and coming towards his truck. The truck driver consciously managed to get the truck off-road to avoid the impact, yet he was flabbergasted to see that my father was driving into the truck. My father's version of the incident is that he doesn't remember those 5 to 10 seconds, as if he was completely blanked out, as if a force had overpowered his senses. The people who stay around the accident spot helped my parents out till we reached there. They were not surprised at all because they were used to incidents like these. They said the accounts of the accident victims were eerily the same, being they felt a force overpowered them, the driver, and they couldn't remember those 5 to 10 seconds. I'm glad I didn't go because of my gut feeling, and my parents didn't get physically hurt too much. The car was damaged badly though. Not really saved me, but it was kind of awesome. As a little kid, still in elementary, I was very sickly and missed school a lot. So this random week in winter I spent at home, and on Monday I had to go to school. Got up and got ready like usual, but the moment I wanted to put on my shoes, I felt that something was wrong. Told my mom about it, but there was nothing obviously wrong, so I went to school anyway. The whole way there I felt that something is wrong. Reached the school, and the security guy tells me that school got cancelled that day due to some emergency repairs, and it was announced last week when I wasn't at school. Neither the school nor my classmates contacted me about it. As soon as I learned this feeling of wrongness disappeared. You should have seen my mom's face when I returned home and cheerfully announced that my gut feeling was right and I had no school that day. She always believed me after that, and a good thing that she did. A year or 2 later, also on a school day, I was getting ready when I felt that something is not okay. Told my mom. She let me stay home. The feeling disappeared. A couple hours later I got violently sick all over the bathroom, out of nowhere. No nausea, no loss of appetite, not even a tingle in my stomach. Just straight up projectile vomiting for no apparent reason. Then, just like that, I was fine again. Still no idea what the hell happened. I was in another city and went to a somewhat rundown movie theater/cinema. I was traveling at the time and had a big bag with me and went to watch a film to kill time before going to the airport. After the movie, John Wick, I went to the bathroom which was located in the basement area for some reason. It was a 3-storied food court and cinema sort of deal. When I walked into the toilet there was a man walking out who bumped me very hard. He looked Russian. I just sort of mini apologized and moved past and started using the urinal. Mid-pee the man comes back in, stands only 2 urinals away from me, in an area with about 12 urinals, and sort of pretends to pee, while staring at me intensely. My spider sense went way off as he had clearly just come from the toilet. I leave the bathroom, while he's still standing there, and start going upstairs, when I decided to check my bag is still secure, since he bumped into me earlier. As I'm doing this, I see at the bottom of the stairs he is standing there with his phone held to his head and is whispering while looking at me. This causes a panic in me, and I go back to the movie theater public part and hang there for a few minutes wondering if I'm just being paranoid. When I leave the cinema he is nowhere around, and I see a e-scooter and begin hiring that. As I do I notice the Russian looking man now has 2 friends and they are walking over to me and do not look happy. I'm a pretty big guy, 6'2" and broad shouldered, but I freaked the hell out. I gave that e-scooter everything it had and got out of there. Thankfully, they didn't run after me. Afterwards, I wasn't entirely sure if I had just exaggerated the entire situation in my head and was just being paranoid. Several days later I saw a photo of the man who was wanted after stabbing someone and robbing them. They hadn't caught him yet. Always trust your gut, people. TLDR. Got freaky vibes from a strange man in the bathroom. Thought he was following me so got away just in case. Turns out he was a stabber. I was followed once. The way I used to come home is quiet, across fields and through wooded areas anyway. I tend to take a couple shortcuts as well, so it's rare that I see people, and if I do they are usually walking dogs and I usually recognize the other people as most are neighbors/friends. This time was weird, because it was dark and there was a guy who was dressed mostly in black and covered his face with a scarf. I didn't think much of it until I took a couple of my shortcuts and found he followed me through every single one. More than that, the shortcuts are pretty covered up, so if someone was to grab you or mug you nobody would realistically hear or see what happens. When I went through the shortcuts, he sped up significantly. I still wasn't sure, so I decided to take a bit of a detour. It essentially involved looping around, so you almost went back on yourself. I figured if he kept following me, then he clearly wasn't going somewhere specific. Either that or was doing some kind of weird walk. Sure enough, he did. I think he was starting to figure out that I was on to him, because he was quickening his pace. It wasn't long after that I just legged it, not in the direction of my house, because I didn't want him following me home, but roughly in the direction of a friend's place. Sure enough, the dude was running as well. It was pretty hairy as he was faster than I was, and the shoes I had on weren't exactly made for runnings, but I managed to hide in these thorn bushes and he ran straight past. I waited a good 5 minutes, and then I legged it home, which was thankfully in roughly the opposite direction he went. Needless to say I avoided that route for weeks. I'm not a superstitious person at all. I was in Chicago, trying to find the one government services building in the whole city. It was smack dab in a neighborhood I was told by several people to avoid. The area seemed alright to me, and I'd eaten at a Mexican place near here before. I thought I had to cross under an overpass, so I went down this street that I thought was a regular block. Instead, it was this corner street under the overpass that didn't cross it and went right back to the main street instead. There was a bunch of small houses with older folks, and all of the pavement seemed new, so I felt relatively at ease. I figured I'd just keep going down it, since it was headed in the direction I was going. All of a sudden all of the hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I felt really uncomfortable. I was rolling in the middle of the street instead of the sidewalk. It was empty, and my wheelchair handles asphalt far better than sidewalks, but beelined up into someone's driveway. I turn around and see a truck driving slowly down the street. Then suddenly a bunch of people sit up and point non-automatic weapons, like pistols and hunting rifles, at a house across the street from where I am, then speed off. For some reason, even right after the event, I remember less of an orchestra of gunfire, and instead it all sounded like one big explosive bang. A bunch of people came out of their houses. It smelled like gunpowder and there was smoke still in the air. A little old woman came out of her house and yelled, "I'm fine. I'm fine. No one is hurt." A woman came out of the house next to the driveway I'm in and starts talking to a woman on the front porch of the house of the driveway I'm hiding in, saying something about her son is in a gang. Then they saw me and asked if I was okay, and I sort of tried to explain that I hid, but couldn't quite articulate that I hid before they came. I also remember feeling like I was way more disturbed and shocked by it than anyone else that came out of their house was. And their concern was more for me than themselves, which was even stranger. I was a young kid though, maybe 19. It didn't feel real to me after it happened. It was like someone showed me a tape of a reenactment with toy cars. I have no idea how I knew they were coming. I want to believe I heard their tires squeal as they came down the street, or the relative silence was broken by the car coming up behind me. Maybe I was just avoiding the street and didn't want to get hit by a car. I mean, I've had that feeling before when nothing bad was going on that I imagined was. I just went to my government services appointment where there was a security guard and suddenly that part of town felt a lot less safe than it had before. I never really experienced any violence like that otherwise. That was by far the worst, but it was midday broad daylight. Friends annual family reunion on riverfront property in Wimberley, Texas. Everyone had gone to bed except our young party, who was playing beer pong at 2 a.m. Me and another guy kept watching the rising waters in the backyard, and when it hit our house, the highest of the three we were using, we decided to go down to the river to check it out. The river looked like the chocolate river in that child's movie, but whipping dangerously past us. The group we were with all grew up in the area and claimed it was normal. Me, being from LA, freaked the fuck out and started to cry and begged my boyfriend to check on his car and that we should all leave. They all laugh, but my boyfriend and I go check the car. We see the water also rising on the roads and almost completely engulfing our truck. Finally freaking out, we both alert our friends that we are trapped by 40 feet of water in all direction and need to start waking others up. We run to the house closest to the river. The matriarch and her family's home is covered in 2 feet of water by the time we wake them. We continue with the next house of ours, then the neighbors. The boys in the group start tugging car frames and pulling other cars out of the river's way. It was about 6 hours of active chaos before the flood stopped. We kept pulling cars out and waking people and waited on dark higher ground, hearing the gigantic cypresses around us snap and screams going by slowly and steadily. I will never forget that noise. We later found out that 3 families lost their lives on that street that night. Their homes were picked up, dragged down the river, and crashed into the water crossing. There was a sole father survivor and his dog. I believe they were visiting from out of town with their families and stayed at an Airbnb. Very difficult night. Okay, this isn't life or death, but the best example I have. My ex-girlfriend's stepdad was abusive and homophobic. He had found out we were dating 2 women and drunkenly called me and threatened me when I was only 16 years old. Her mother, however, was okay with us dating and told us we just had to sneak around him. My girlfriend's family had gone out shopping and I was going to pick her up to see a movie. My phone had been acting up at the time and the service was shot in front of my girlfriend's house, so I was trying to knock on her door to let her know I was there to pick her up, but couldn't text or call her. However, she was listening to music and couldn't hear me knock on the door, and I got this sinking feeling in my stomach that something was wrong. I ran back to my car and sat down, immediately looked up in the rearview mirror, and her family was coming back to the house. I had gotten into my car just in time for her stepdad to not see me. I know this doesn't sound that crazy, but I was terribly afraid of this man. He was awful. He would beat up on my girlfriend's mom and was physically abusive to my girlfriend occasionally as well. I felt that if he was willing to harm a child that's supposed to be his, what would he do to me? I had awful anxiety because of this person and the way he had threatened me. Eventually my girlfriend and I broke up because of it. I'm so thankful I got in my car when I did and that I didn't have to face him. When I was in college, I used to spend my summers doing volunteer work overseas. I had been to a certain country in South America and had thought of returning. A buddy of mine from campus was also going to go. Since I was familiar with the program, we had a plan to apply for the same project and be on the same small team of 3 to 4 people. We talked about it and even studied a little Spanish together. One day, probably about 6 months before the trip, I'm driving to my home, thinking about the summer ahead because I was really excited about it. All of a sudden, for reasons I can't even put into words, I had a horrible feeling about the trip. It wasn't like doom or a premonition, but physical sickness at the thought of going. Which was very weird, because I was very adventurous and also enthusiastic about returning, and especially with my friend. On that drive home, about an hour and a half, I wrestled with a feeling, believe I could outlast it. But I had no peace at all, and by the time I pulled into my driveway, I pulled my cell phone out and told my friend, I'm really sorry, but I think God doesn't want me to go on this trip, because I have no peace about it at all. He, being an awesome guy, was very supportive of me and gave me his blessing to do whatever. Since we had both decided independently to go, traveling together had only been an added bonus. I was so thankful he was cool about it. I ended up spending my summer in a country volunteering in Asia. My last full day in Asia, I was informed that my friend had been killed in South America. He was in a terrible accident that killed him, and several people in the bus with him. I was absolutely heartbroken, but as soon as my grief subsided, the first clear memory I had was of that awful stomach ache I had at the start of the year. If I had gone with my friend, I would have absolutely been on that bus with him. Throwaway. For obvious reasons, I was 6 or 7 walking to school. It was relatively close, just around a corner, so I walked to and from by myself every day. A man in a green truck drove by slowly beside me one day and asked if I knew his daughter Chien. I did know a girl named Chien, and stupid child brain of my mind thought, oh, he must be referring to the one and only Chien I know of, even though she was black and he was white. I said yes. He asked me to hop in, and he'd give me a ride to school. I was never taught to never go into a stranger's car, and my parents never really touched on the whole don't talk to strangers thing either too much, so I hopped in. Immediately I saw his pants were down, and I saw his ahem. I thought it was a little weird, but again, stupid child brain of mine assumed that's just how he drives. I had never seen an ahem before, didn't know at all what it was, and that it was bad. I don't remember any of our conversation, but when we arrived at the school he doesn't stop. He keeps driving and pulls up a little further from the school. He then proceeds to teach me a game he and Chien does. Said they did it all the time. I won't go into details, but I hated it. He panicked a little, drove to a store to buy me orange juice while I begged him to take me back to school. Then he dropped me off. It still didn't click in my head that it was wrong or bad what just happened. I just thought I didn't like it. I moved on, went to school, told Chien her dad was looking for her, and thought nothing of the incident until a week later he drove up besides me again and asked if I had talked to Chien yet. I told him yes. I told her you're looking for her. He tells me to get in the car, more demanding and aggressive this time. Even though I didn't understand what happened last time, I felt really scared and suddenly just got a this is wrong feeling in my gut. I tell him no thank you and kept walking. He started yelling at me and getting extremely angry, saying to get into his car or he'll hurt Chien. I ignored him and kept walking. He stopped his car and proceeded to get out of his truck, and I full on bolted. I was lucky because there was a crossing guard and children ahead of me, and he probably didn't grab me because of them there. But I fully believe that I would have ended up dead on a carton had I gotten back into his truck that day. Earlier this year, I got my driver's license and a new car. A few weeks later me and my dad was visiting his sister / my aunt at her house. She lived in a different neighborhood, but in the same city, so every time we wanted to visit her, we had to cross the highway, which was either full of middle-aged people coming home from work, or teenagers racing on it. We both went with our own cars, because I was unsure if I wanted to stay dinner. Since my dad stayed for it and I didn't, at around 6 PM I was about to take my car keys, and suddenly a massive urge not to go yet kicked in out of nowhere. I waited literally for only 2 minutes, when I thought it was just driving anxiety, since I only just got my license. I usually check the time when going places, and it was exactly 6:24 PM. About halfway to our house, on the highway I take, I saw a massive crash. The guy on the right lane moving to the left one without even indicating. Both cars behind her couldn't stop, so they crashed into the car, and both drivers in both cars got killed. The thing that makes it even more creepy is that in the local newspaper it stated that, thanks to the traffic cameras, the crash happened at 6:22 p.m. Which makes it even worse is that I always stick to the left lane when going home from somewhere close. I still feel like I was lucky I didn't go at the time I went originally.